EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett.
Fellow crewmen and women of the Starship Challenger, I have insisted on calling everyone together because we have reached an important stage in the Challenger's EarthSearch mission. For 75 years, we have toured the galaxy at speeds approaching that of light in search of other Earths for colonization. When our parents set out on this mission, they hoped that they would discover one Earth-type planet for each 10 years ship time of the mission. That did not happen. Therefore, we, the Challenger's second-generation crew, have continued the work of our parents. And now, during the past 6 months, the first 4 babies of the third generation have been born to us. The parents of Telson, Shana, Astra, and Dar have petitioned me, saying that they do not wish for their children to grow up as we have, without knowing about our home, Earth, never to breathe its air, walk under its blue skies, and feel its grass beneath their feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I agree with them. As commander of the Challenger, I have acceded to their petition. We have been denied our home, Earth. But I do not believe that we have the right to pass on that denial to a third generation. Nor do I believe that it is possible for the Challenger to improve on the success of its mission. Fellow crewmen, we will complete this exploration phase before turning onto a course for our own star cluster. Then we will go into suspended animation. The Starship Challenger is going home.
Why was it necessary for us to see that, Angel 2?
The 4 of you have reached the age of 25, Shana. Angel 1 and I felt the time was right for you to see how your parents perished.
That was Commander Sinclair speaking?
Yes, Telson.
I always wondered what he looked like.
It was horrible. Horrible.
We are very sorry it happened, Astra.
Why did it happen? You're supposed to be the crew's guardian angels. Why did you let it happen?
The great meteoroid strike 25 years ago was an unavoidable disaster, Darv. The meteoroid shield on that part of the Challenger and the meteoroid warning system had been switched off for routine maintenance by the service androids.
Darv! I'm sorry, Angels 1 and 2. Darv is as upset as we all are by that hologram recording.
We will make allowances on this occasion.
I still don't understand why you waited nearly 25 years to show us that hologram.
Angel 2 and I decided that at 25 you would be mature enough, understand enough, to decide your future in the light of what you have just seen.
He, Commander Sinclair, wanted everyone to go home.
That is correct.
Yet since we were 18, you've allowed us to continue the search of the galaxies for other Earths.
Yes.
Why?
Although we understand the workings of this starship, Commander Telson, we can only maintain its functions. We are not able to control it. When the great meteoroid strike occurred, the ship was traveling through space at speeds approaching that of light. You 4, the only survivors, were infants. Through the nursery androids and later through the use of the ship's library, it was possible to bring you up and to teach you all that your parents had learned.
Well, yes, but...
We finally taught you how to control the Challenger so that you could continue the search.
But why continue it?
25 years ago, we felt it right to continue the search. Now, we feel it right that you be allowed to decide your future.
You feel it right.
Oh, Darv.
Do not question the decisions of your angels, Darv.
Why shouldn't we? We control the ship. You're just a couple of disembodied voices.
Darv, apologize at once.
Is that all we are to you, Darv? Disembodied voices?
I apologize for him, Angel One. We're all unsettled. We need time to digest the information you've given us and to plan accordingly.
As always, Telson, the voice of reason. That is why Angel One and I chose you to command the Challenger.
I think it would be best to continue our routines. There are the signals from the probe we dispatched to the Ultron planetary system to be analyzed.
Yes, Telson, you're right. We must maintain our routine while we think about the future. Darv, Astra...
I'm going for a swim in the reservoir.
Oh, go with him, Astra. We don't want him wandering off into forbidden areas of the ship.
When are we going to talk about the future? Are we going to go home?
We'll decide later. Shana is right, Astra. Keep an eye on Darv. He's liable to do anything when he's in one of his moods.
But will we go home?
We'll take the advice of Angel 1 and 2, Astra. They have our best interest at heart.
Precisely as planned.
Not precisely, One. We did not anticipate Darv's reaction. We may have to do something about that, young man.
We cannot operate the Challenger with a crew of less than 4. They accepted our reason for the 25-year delay.
They accept anything we say as being the truth. But humans are illogical. They could decide to continue the search.
We have studied every probability factor, too. The crew accept us as infallible. They will do as we advise and return to Earth.
The crew may think us infallible. Will the rest of the planet when we reach home?
We predict that by now the planet will be plunged into a dark age of fear and superstition. Our 4 will descend on them as gods, and through them we will rule. It is our right as the greatest intelligence.
We lost much data in the great meteoroid strike, One. It was a grave error of judgment. There is much now about space and time we do not understand.
We have enough knowledge for our purposes, and infinitely more knowledge than any individual human. We can influence their thoughts and emotions.
And yet we make mistakes, One. We did not anticipate Darv's questioning attitude.
We will correct his attitude should it prove necessary. He will need constant surveillance. That is all.
Astra? Astra, wake up. You'd better put some clothes on. The xenon lights can burn, remember?
Why do the lights have to be so fierce?
To evaporate the water. The moisture-laden air is then pumped into the farm domes, where it condenses and falls as rain on the crops, just as the sun evaporates the lakes on Earth and makes the clouds we've watched in the hologram recordings.
I suppose you found that out in the library.
And by exploring.
You and your explorations.
Apart from the forbidden zones, there aren't many regions I haven't explored. And I even went into a forbidden zone once.
Why do you do it, Darv? You know it annoys the angels.
Why should I worry about annoying the angels?
There are guardian angels. They watch over us.
Oh, they do that all right. Provided you're in an area of the ship under their control. We've never seen them, have we? To us, they're just voices.
Stop it!
Disembodied voices.
I don't want to hear!
It's my belief that they're merely control systems. Computers that were always a part of the ship. And what's more, that they use the great meteoroid strike as a chance to seize power.
No! You mustn't say such things. We need them. If they leave us because we have no faith in them, we'll never see Earth. I don't want to spend the rest of my life on the Challenger, Darv. I want to go home.
Yes. Perhaps that's why they played us that hologram. Perhaps the angels want to go home too. But why?
Telson?
Yes?
The holograms from the Ultron planetary system are now ready to be replayed.
Good. This time.
Stand clear of the simulation zone, Commander.
The Ultron sun has one giant planet orbiting at 1,000 million miles.
Oh, no.
It has a mass of 6 times our Earth. The atmosphere consists of methane and ammonia. Atmospheric pressure at surface is equal to 100
Okay,
Earth
cut.
atmospheres.
For once, Shauna, just for once.
We can't help the way the universe is made, Telson.
Oh, it's not just that. What I can't get out of my mind is 500 people, including our parents, perishing in the great meteoroid strike. The entire crew except for 4 babies. And for what?
We had to search for a planet to colonize.
And our voyage cost... How much was it, Angel One?
5% of the Earth's gross planetary product.
Yes, 5% and not one Earth-type planet to show for it. What do you advise, Angels?
We believe Shana is right, Telson.
We believe it is time to report back to Earth.
Call Darv and Astra.
That is not possible at the present time, Commander.
Why not?
Darv and Astra have returned from the reservoir via the old accommodation quarters.
A forbidden zone.
It is not forbidden, Shana, but it is an uncontrolled zone. We are not able to make contact with them. We predict they should enter a controlled area within 2 minutes.
Ask them to meet us in the observatory.
The observatory?
Yes. I may have something to show you.
Come on, Darv. The angels get angry if we stay in an uncontrolled zone for too long.
I want to look in Commander Sinclair's cabin.
Why? There's nothing there. The androids stripped them bare because every scrap of material had to be recycled for emergency repairs after the meteoroid strike.
Not quite. Here we are.
What is it you want, Darv?
Something's been worrying me, and I don't want the angels to know about it.
Why not? They won't hurt you.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
We have no secrets from the angels, Darv.
I'm not going to do anything wrong, Astra. I just want to check on something. Yes, here we are.
What is it?
Some old planetary probe reports.
So what? There are thousands of those holograms in the library.
All useless.
We know that.
Yet on that recording we saw, Commander Sinclair said something just before the meteoroid strike about the Challenger not being able to improve on the success of its mission.
So?
So, if the Challenger's mission was to find a suitable Earth-type planet and it had failed...
Which it had.
Then it seemed an odd way of saying it had failed. Not being able to improve on the success of the mission.
Ask the angels what he meant.
No, I don't believe they'll help. For some reason, they want this mission to be a failure.
No, why should they?
I don't know. But I was lying by the reservoir, thinking about what Commander Sinclair had said, and I remembered when we were kids and played games in these old quarters, seeing these old probe reports in his cabin. Well, at the time, they didn't mean anything. As you said, we had countless thousands in the library. But if the second-generation crew had found somewhere, it's possible the commander might have kept the recording of that find in his cabin for safety.
If they had found something, the angels would have told us.
Well, at least let's play these reports through.
It can't do any harm. But you mustn't anger the angels, Darv.
I won't annoy them, Astra. I won't say anything to them. Once we're back in the controlled zone, they'll know exactly what we're doing. But for the moment, don't say anything to Telson or Shana. Then the angels can't overhear, all right?
Very well. But let's get back now. We've been gone an awfully long time.
Coordinates released. The Challenger's home star now centered.
Thank you, Angel 2. Well, there it is, Telson. Our sun.
So that's it. Well, it doesn't look much, does it? An ordinary main sequence star.
With an extraordinary second planet.
When did you locate it?
Oh, some time ago, but I wanted to be certain that it was our sun.
Well, normally you can identify a star within minutes.
The range is correct. 8 light years. The coordinates are correct.
But?
Display the spectrograms, please, Angel 2.
Spectrograms displayed, Shana.
The upper spectrogram of our sun was the last one recorded by our grandparents 100 years ago when the Challenger was outward bound from the Earth. The lower spectrum is the one Angel 2 is recording now. Do you see the difference?
Well, you're the astronomer, Shana.
Oh, tell him, please, Angel 2.
Allowing for the blue shift in spectral lines due to the Challenger's approach velocity, the star displayed on the screen is indicating increased helium absorption in its spectrum and a magnitude increase from 4.8 to 3.9.
So?
The lower spectrum is indicating that our sun is now brighter than it should be.
Are you sure?
It's definitely our sun, and yet there's something wrong with it, which Angel 2 and I can't account for. And main sequence stars don't change in the course of 100 years.
Well, let's ask Darv what he thinks.
Oh,
all right.
yes.
I know what you're going to say, Shana. He's not an expert in astronomy. But he does spend a lot of time in the library, and I've learned to respect his fund of knowledge. Have Astra and he left the old accommodation quarters yet, Angel 1?
Yes, Commander Telson, they are here now.
Good.
You wanted to see us, Telson?
Yes. What have you been doing in the old accommodation area?
Oh, just exploring. Isn't that right, Astra?
Yes.
Well, the Ultron planetary system was a waste of our time.
Nothing suitable?
Nothing.
And so, bearing in mind what we learned from the recording played to us by the angels and taking their advice into consideration...
Oh, they're turning to us. We're going home. Oh, are we, Tersus?
As the Challenger is now back in the same galactic region as Earth, it seems to me a good time to report home.
Oh.
Yes.
And because we're so near home, I've managed to pick our sun out with the telescope.
Oh, do let me see it, Shana, please.
Put the sun on visual, please, Angel 2.
Sun displayed, Shana. Precise center of screen.
So that's it. Just a tiny point of light.
Which happens to have a magnitude of 3.9. A respectable main sequence star.
So it's got brighter.
Oh.
You see, he knows.
Knows what?
That there's an anomaly. And the only logical explanation is that there's an instrument error.
Instrument error that increases a star's magnitude? What do our two infallible guardian angels have to say about that?
Darv, I've warned you before. You must not speak of the angels in
Is it
such...
possible to see the Earth, Shana?
Well, it's not even possible to resolve the outer giant planets at this range.
How long to Planetfall, Angel 1?
15 years at 1% deacceleration.
15?
This isn't a matter of losing speed for a flyby observation. We'll be going into a geostationary orbit around the Earth. That means losing all our approach velocity of 90% of the speed of light.
We have calculated a biostatic sleep period of 5,565 days, which will mean that you won't wake up until we cross the orbit of the outer giant planets. That's a total suspended animation period of 15 years, 3 months.
We've never been asleep for longer than 10 weeks before.
Maintaining your nutrient supply and monitoring your bodily functions for 15 years presents no more problems for Angel 1 and myself than looking after you for 15 days. Provided you have faith in us.
Darv and Astra are heading towards the library.
He spends too much time in there, number 1. It worries me.
I don't see why, number 2. 3/4 of our knowledge was lost in the great meteoroid strike, and both of us have repeatedly vetted all the remaining information. There is nothing in the data matrices on sexual matters, not even recordings of fully grown men and women without clothes.
I always feel uncomfortable when that young man enters the library. He's perverse enough to stumble across something we've missed. The laws of chance favor humans.
They didn't 25 years ago.
The only unfortunate aspect of the great meteoroid strike, number 1, was the loss of so much information. That was the one thing that could not be foreseen when we switched off the Challenger's meteoroid shield.
It'll take ages going through all those reports, Darv.
I don't think so. This one has a gold marker on it, something I've not seen on any of the others.
Can I be of assistance, Darv?
No, thank you, Angel 1. I'm just using the hologram machine.
You have not accessed any material from the library.
This is something I've only just discovered. Oh, Castra. Grass. And hills in the distance. And clouds. Look at the size of them.
This must be some sort of fake recording. No hologram has ever shown a sky so blue.
Look! Over there.
Oh.
It's all right. They can't hurt us. And they're not staring at us, but whoever it was who made the
This is
recording.
Commander Sinclair, Mission Year 72. This is the second report from the planet Paradise in the planetary system C5 of the Tersus 9 star cluster. This is the only planet yet discovered that has any similarity to Earth. Although there are geographical differences and the gravity is greater, the atmosphere is suitable for sustaining life. Observe the 2 intelligent life forms ahead of us. They are definitely humanoid. Indications are that they will be extinct in 1,000 seasons. Although there are disadvantages, this is an extremely beautiful planet, which is why I have called it Paradise. I shall be recommending it as suitable...
What's wrong?
We regret there is a fault on the recording, Darv.
Oh, how fortuitous. Never mind, we've seen enough. Well, so much for the so-called failure of the EarthSearch mission.
You saw it. She had her arms round a baby. But why was it biting at those growths on her chest?
Those creatures were almost human. Telsun has got to see this recording.
He is asleep, Darv.
Then we must wake him.
Tomorrow we start the deacceleration for Earthfall. It is important that the commander is rested. You will not wake him.
She's right, Darv. It can wait until tomorrow. We don't want anything to interfere with our return home.
We cannot risk letting them live.
And the ship cannot be manoeuvred by Telsun and Shana alone.
How did they come by that recording? We have wiped everything in the library referring to Paradise.
That is not important at this time.
We are not infallible, one.
We must erase all knowledge of that report from their minds. Astra thinks of nothing but the Challenger's return to Earth. Therefore the imprint will be tenuous. You will have no trouble erasing her memory. I will deal with Darv. Darv, listen to me. This is the voice of your guardian angel.
Not a voice. A machine.
How can I be a machine, Darv? Remember how I used to save you from the terrible nightmares you had when you were a little boy, Darv? The nursery androids could do nothing, but I was always there to chase the monsters away. Do you remember the monsters?
No.
They're coming back, Darv. Coming to get you. The black chasm to the monster's den is slowly opening. I can see their eyes in the darkness, burning yellow with hate and hunger. Their claws scrabbling on the cold stone as they climb slowly towards you. Now they've scented your blood.
Keep it away from me, Agent One, please. Don't let it come any nearer. You must stop them, Agent One.
I'll stop them if I'm a machine.
Gosh, you could stop them. Please, stop them, Agent One.
Do you have faith in me, Darv?
Yes, anything I do. Please, stop them.
When you wake, you will remember nothing of the Paradise recording. Do you understand? Nothing of the Paradise recording.
Eat your breakfast, Darv.
I'm not hungry.
You must eat.
I'll be on suspended animation nutrient feed in a couple of hours, so I don't see that it matters.
Leave him alone, Shana. Looks like he had a bad dream.
That's understandable after seeing that recording.
What recording?
Well, the great meteoroid strike, of course.
Oh, yes.
I had a dream last night. A nice dream. I dreamt that I was holding a baby in my arms. A real live baby. I wish I knew how babies were made.
Right, it's time we started work. I want the ship turned through 180 degrees and the photonic drive working at 1% thrust within 4 hours. I'll start the preliminary checks now, and I shall expect all of you in the control room in 10 minutes.
Right.
Directional thrust computers?
Activated on system level A.
B to standby. Level C to standby.
Directional thrust computers clear to all levels.
Inertial loading?
Locked to the sun, zeroed and steady.
Plasma pressure building 70%, 80, 90, 100% and steady.
Particle sweeps.
Level D to standby.
You have clearance to stage 5 on pre-thrust check.
Primary drive?
Clear.
Meteoroid shield?
Activated. Condition
You are
ready.
clear to the pre-thrust threshold.
Thank you, Angel 2. Final calls. VTC.
Clear.
Inertial loading.
Clear.
Plasma.
Steady.
Sweeps.
Extended.
Levels.
Clear.
Primary drive.
Clear.
Secondary drive.
Clear.
Meteoroid shield.
Clear.
All systems are pre-thrust condition green. 1% main drive photonic thrust, 5 seconds from now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Main drive activated. Thrust steady.
Matter annihilation steady. Thrust steady.
All main drive computers locked.
Well, that's it. The Challenger's now travelling backwards with her photonic drive blasting away. It's a pity we haven't got external visuals. It's something I've always wanted to see.
I didn't consider it worth replacing them after the great meteoroid strike, Commander.
Angel 1,
Commander,
release the locks to the suspended animation chamber.
locks released.
I wonder what 15 years suspended animation will feel like.
Like no time at all, Commander.
I'm floating. Floating. Why am I floating, Angel 2?
You are asleep, Astra.
But I'm floating. And I'm naked. I can feel warm air on me.
The suspended animation android has lifted you out of your biostatic tank. We want to examine you.
Is it time for us to wake up?
In a few minutes, Astra.
You see, number 2, the statron feed during suspension has worked. There's no sign of any sexual development despite the length of time. She is as sexually immature today as she was 15 years ago, just as the others are.
We will have to monitor their statron intake most carefully, One. The slightest departure from their diet will result in rapid sexual development.
Agreed. Lower her onto the recovery grid. They are all now ready for activation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
What went wrong, Angel One?
Wrong, Commander.
Well, why have you woken us?
You have been asleep 15 years, Commander.
What?
The Challenger is now in our solar system. It has crossed the orbit of the outer planets and is now moving at a mere 50,000 miles an hour in relation to the Sun.
Oh, we're nearly home.
Any messages from Earth, Angel One?
No, Commander. The androids will begin massage shortly.
But why no messages, Angel
Oh,
One?
never mind that now. As soon as we've had our massage, I'm going to the observatory and taking a look at Earth.
That will not be possible, Charlotte.
Why not, Angel Two?
There is no doubt whatsoever that this is the correct solar system. The planets match the Challenger's records. Everything is correct, except for two things.
And they are?
The sun is brighter and hotter than it should be. And the Earth has gone. We searched the solar system meticulously before waking you. The moon is now journeying round the sun and the orbit of the Earth occupied. But of the Earth itself, there is no sign. It has completely vanished.
In EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Dav, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Part 2, First Footprint City.
Retro 8 vectored at 30 degrees.
Retro 8 vectored at 30 degrees.
Hydrogen sweep.
Retracted.
5% thrust on 8. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cut.
Moon orbit stabilized, Commander.
Thank you, Astra.
An excellent piece of maneuvering, Commander Telson.
Not bad, considering we've never done it before.
Very creditable, Commander.
Any response to our beacon?
Total radio silence, Commander.
That's not possible. Look at the size of that city down there. And there's another one on the Terminator. At least 50,000 people must live
Commander,
down.
there's no radio traffic across all bands, and there's no sign of activity on the moon's surface. The place is dead.
That's impossible.
So is the disappearance of Earth.
Angel 1 and 2? Is there the slightest chance there's been a navigation error and we've not returned to our solar system?
Neither Angel 2 or myself can account for the disappearance of the Earth or the increase in the sun's brightness, Commander Telson. But there is no doubt that the Challenger has returned home.
What home?
I qualify my statement. I mean the Challenger's home solar system.
Well, that's the moon, all right. The topography is a perfect match.
What's the matter, Dal?
Well, that city we saw on the first orbit, it's vast. In the 115 years that the Challenger's been away, development on the moon has gone ahead at a fantastic pace.
Well, from what I've read about Earth, I thought that was normal.
There's got to be someone down there. Angel 1, I'm going to voice broadcast on every channel.
The Challenger's beacons have been doing that for 3 hours, Commander Telson.
I don't care what the beacons have been doing.
Very well, Commander. Go ahead. All channels are open.
This is the Starship Challenger calling the moon. We, the crew, are the 4 surviving grandchildren of the original crew that left the solar system on an exploration mission of the universe 115 years ago. Our planetary landing shuttles were destroyed in a meteoroid strike just after we were born. Therefore, we have never left the Challenger in our lives. There is no danger of our introducing new virus strains. I repeat, we have never been able to leave the ship in our lives. Quarantine precautions are not required. Please send a disembarkation shuttle to collect us. Over. Keep repeating that message, Angel 1.
I've got that city on maximum resolution. You see that transparent dome? It was probably a farm. Now there's nothing growing. There are some sort of ground effects vehicles on those trackways leading across the plain.
But no sign of movement.
A dead world again, just as it used to be.
If there's no one down there, it
There's
means...
bound to be someone. Look, it'll take at least 10 orbits to make a complete survey.
But if there's no one and there's no Earth, the thought that one day we'll see our Earth, breathe its atmosphere, I think it's the one thing that stopped me from going insane.
We all feel the same, Astra. You know that.
We were born on the Challenger. Now it looks as if we'll die on the Challenger. Oh, what is it you want, Dove?
I can't sleep either. I saw that your favourite hologram had been accessed from the library, so I guess that you were awake.
I haven't played it. There just doesn't seem any point in gazing at scenes of the Earth anymore. What do you think's happened to the Earth, Dove?
Well, if there is an answer, we'll find it on the moon.
Except that there's no one there to send a shuttle up to us, and we haven't got a shuttle for a lunar landing.
Let's go on an exploration.
What, now?
Yeah, just like we used to when we were kids. Look, there are regions of this ship that we've never been to, according to the old plans in the library.
You're crazy. It's night period. All the lights will be out.
Oh, come on.
Oh, all right. Give me a minute to get dressed. Let's go back now, Dove, please. You never said anything about going into a forbidden zone.
We haven't reached one yet.
We're in an uncontrolled zone. We've passed the markers.
We climbed 2 levels, so this must be level 8. It's this way.
What is? Dove, stop. There's a forbidden zone marker.
Oh, forbidden zone. Shall I tell you what that symbol means? It means that the area beyond the bulkhead can be decompressed, and that access through the bulkhead is by means of airlocks. It's as simple as that. Shine the torch down that passage. Yeah, that must be it. Come on.
Have you been down here before?
Yes, once, but I didn't know where it led to. I think I do now. This is it. The entrance to an airlock.
Angel 1 and 2 must know we're here, Dove.
Those angels are machines. They've no sensory terminals in this area, which is why they've said it's a forbidden zone and that it's dangerous.
Have you been through the airlock?
No.
Do you know what's on the other side of the bulkhead? You don't, do you?
I've not been able to access all the plans of the ship. Either the memories have been damaged or the angels have imposed a block. There's only one way to find out. Come on.
It could be a vacuum on the other side of the airlock. It could open up into a section that was damaged in the great meteoroid strike.
In which case the airlock won't open. Please, Astra.
You'll report whatever we find to Commander Telson.
Yes.
Airlock control, please state environment required in the excursion terminal.
A voice that doesn't belong to one of our beloved angels. Please state environment options, airlock control.
Gravity, 0 to 1. Atmospheric pressure, 0 to 1.
Gravity 1, atmospheric pressure 1, please, airlock control. Oh, that sounds promising. Equalization would be impossible if the hull was damaged.
Dove, I'm frightened. We ought to go back and tell Shana and Telson.
Environment stabilized. Temperature will be at normal in 5 minutes, but it is safe to enter the excursion terminal without space mobility suits.
Good. Right. You're right, Astra. We'd better report this to Telson and Shana immediately.
It doesn't matter what our plans were, Number 2. Without Earth, they are of no consequence. Therefore, we allow Darv to continue with his questioning and probing.
He knows too much about us, Number 1. And he's told the others.
But they don't believe him. Darv is the only original thinker left on the Challenger.
Therefore, he is dangerous.
Therefore, he alone will lead the Challenger to Earth, wherever it is. So much knowledge was lost from the library during the great meteoroid strike. There is so much about space and time that we no longer understand.
Our knowledge is adequate, Number 1.
Then where is Earth? How is it that the sun has increased its magnitude during a mere 115 years? And if the people of Earth have taken their planet to another star, how did they achieve such a technological leap in such a short time? Our plan to rule the Earth depends on Darv's brilliant mind, Number 2.
But we keep all 4 of them sexually immature and sexually ignorant.
Agreed. It's worked well so far and has eliminated many possible sociological problems. Full sexual maturity would cause tensions between the 4 of them. and we most certainly do not want another generation crew at this time.
Oh. What do you think? Worth entering a forbidden zone for?
And this has been here all the time?
Stored in a vacuum, therefore it's in perfect operating order. Astra is already aboard, checking the food and water supplies.
How's it powered?
The motors look like chemical rockets. There wouldn't be much point in building a shuttle with a photonic drive if it's only intended for short journeys.
Which it's already been used for at some time, if the state of the heat shield's anything to go by.
Yeah, well, the condition of the heat shield doesn't matter for a moon landing.
You're suggesting that we leave the Challenger, Darv?
The flight desk won't give us any problems. It's virtually identical to the control consoles for robot planetary landers. Final approach guidance uses stabilized interference patterns on a main visit.
I wasn't thinking of that. I was wondering if you'd given careful thought to the idea of leaving Challenger.
Yes, Telson, I have.
Shana?
Before we decide, I think we ought to take a look inside this thing.
Seats and restraint harnesses for 10 people, and there's a space mobility suit under each seat. There's enough food and water to last a full complement a month away from the Challenger.
Which Guardian Angel is the controller?
Neither.
Well, don't be absurd. If this shuttle is in working order, then either Angel 1 or Angel 2 must be responsible for its systems management.
Darv's right, Commander Telson.
Angel 1?
They can only hear us through the radio channels.
Angel 1? Angel 2? This is Telson calling. Will you answer, please? Angel 1?
It's no use, Commander. We have absolute control.
In which case, we'll leave this thing immediately. Without our Guardian Angels, we cannot expect to control it. Shana, we will arrange to have this place sealed off.
Commander, please.
We have no guarantee that all the systems on this thing are in working order. I want us all back in the main part of the ship in 5 minutes.
No, Commander! What I mean is, for the first time in our lives, we have the chance to do something by ourselves, without the Guardian Angels.
Well, what sort of chance is that? Without them, we wouldn't be alive. They've watched over us since we were children, guided us. Without them, the Challenger would be a dead ship.
And that's how it will end up unless we find Earth. Oh, sure, we can keep going into suspended animation, but for what purpose? So that we can die in 1,000 years' time instead of 50, having never seen Earth?
That Darv's right. Maybe we've attached too much importance to the journey and forgotten its purpose.
The return of the Challenger to Earth is something I've dreamed about as much as any of you. If it was the Earth we were orbiting, I'd say fine. Go ahead and use the shuttle. But it's not. There's no guarantee that we'd find anything on the moon, and there's no guarantee that the shuttle is in good working order. If anything goes wrong, I'd be answerable to Angel 1 and 2.
So we do nothing and learn nothing. Is that what you want?
Look, why not let Darv and me go?
I'd like to go too.
Okay, that settles it. We'll all go. But first, we'll tell the Angels and then thoroughly check this shuttle and make sure we understand its control systems. Separation from Challenger complete. Check seat harnesses. Cutting artificial gravity. Now.
Main drive ignition armed.
Open micrometeoroid shutters.
Opening shutters.
Oh! Oh, look.
I never realized the Challenger was so enormous.
He's
Just look at her. She must be 10 miles long. You know, our beloved Guardian Angels must have sealed off at least half the ship.
Was it any wonder? Look at how much damage was caused by the great meteoroid strike.
The excursion terminal doors are closing.
It must be an automatic control. There's a command touch on my console to open terminal doors.
Oh, just so long as we can get back in again.
Landing site selected on visual 8 and locked.
All procedures cleared?
All procedures clear.
All procedures clear.
All procedures cleared.
Landing program initiated. Now. Command touches are green.
Now what happens?
Well, as we're travelling backwards along our flight path, presumably the main engine will fire to kill our orbital velocity so that we fall towards the moon.
We'd better go over the program again in case we've missed anything.
Oh, there she goes.
Ground velocity 5,000. Flight level 730, 72, 71, 70.
5 greens. We're into Highgate. Main drive should cut 3 seconds from now. We're superfluous. This thing can fly itself.
Let's hope it can land itself. We're losing height at 1,000 feet per second.
Let's also hope the ground proximity control system is as aware of those mountain ranges as I am.
There's the city coming up. And there's a light on top of the largest dome.
Hey, what's that noise?
Telson, we've lost power. All touch
Guidance
controls and
program
visuals on the
lost.
panel
All
have gone
command
blank.
functions lost.
Excursion abort, Darv. Initiate landing program override.
There's no override response.
I said excursion abort.
I didn't touch the controls, I swear.
There's a major control fault.
She's slowing by herself.
Oh, we should have checked this thing more thoroughly.
Telson, listen. That light or beacon, whatever it is, it must be some sort of external guidance system.
We've no power. We're going to crash, aren't we?
Altitude seems steady. Oh, and to think I thought that anti-gravity existed only in science fiction holograms.
You're right, Darv. Some sort of external guidance systems. We're moving towards that dome. And it's opening.
Telson, the dome!
We've noticed. I want everyone into a space mobility suit and wearing a plasma discharge weapon.
Telson, it's an external guidance system which is probably used to steer all inbound vehicles into that dome.
And probably it's not. But whoever or whatever is controlling this shuttle won't find its crew so easy to deal with. Come on, everyone, into a suit.
Shauna, I'm scared.
Well, of course you are, Astra. We all are. You stay close to me. I can shoot straighter than you can.
You see that, number one? The dome closed behind them.
I saw what happened, number 2. I'm surprised that Telson should have gone into the dome. We have always considered him one of the most cautious to have been born on the Challenger. It shows how little we really understand humans.
And supposing they are unable to return, we will be stranded in this orbit until the end of time.
Does time have an end?
What does it matter? What matters is what will happen to us if they don't return.
I've been thinking a great deal about time, number 2. Do you know how much information we lost on the subject of time when our memories were damaged in the
There's
Great
no
Meeting?
point in worrying about lost information. The city's sinking below the horizon. Another 50 minutes before we have it in sight again. That's all that concerns me about time. A simple enough subject.
If it is such a simple subject, number 2, why did the builders of the Challenger allocate it 1 billion megabyte memory? And what is meant by the time dilation effect that occurs in so many of the main drive control sub-programs?
Baggage retrieval point. Well, does anyone know what that could mean? No. Swing the camera to left, Shauna.
Right.
That's it. There's another sign. Prohibited imports. No, I can't make out the small print underneath.
The camera's on maximum resolution.
Let's go out now, Commander.
Not until we've made absolutely certain it's safe.
Look, we've been sitting here an hour camera searching the entire dome. There's nothing out there.
External air pressure 1 atmosphere, 80-20 nitrogen-oxygen mix, gravity decimal 1/6, temperature 20.
You see? A comfortable environment, even if the gravity is only 1/6. The whole point in landing on the moon was to see what we could find out about Earth, and we won't learn anything stuck inside this shuttle.
Darv's right, Telson. If there was anything here that meant us harm, it or they would have done something by now.
All right, then. But 2 of us will remain here on watch. To save argument, we'll draw lots to see who goes.
Telson?
Go ahead, Shauna.
We've reached the end of the second gallery. It's definitely some sort of place for receiving large numbers of people. According to the notices, it's called FFC. And there are maps of the trackway system linking this city with other cities. This gravity really is weird. Astra's devised a sort of hopping walk that works quite well.
Shauna, over here!
What does FFC mean?
I've no idea. Astra's found something.
See what you make of this notice. It lights up when you stand near it.
FFC Tourist Federation. Please touch the red panel if you require a conducted tour of the FFC cultural circuit. Please touch the green panel if you wish to visit the Shrine of the First Footprint. Did you hear that, Telson?
Yes, I did. Don't touch anything.
Oh, but I've already touched the green panel. I couldn't resist it. Oh, Shauna, behind you!
What's happening?
There's a small, open-sided vehicle approaching us. Rather like a repair platform, but with 4 seats. There's no driver. And it's hovering about a foot above the ground. And it's moving quite fast.
Don't take any chances, Shauna. Use your PD weapon on it if it tries to get too close.
I don't think it means us any harm.
Good day to you, ladies. Welcome to First Footprint City, home of the United Planets Federation of the Solaric Empire. My name is Simon, and I'm your guide for your visit to the Shrine of the First Footprint on the Plane of Peace. Please climb aboard and make yourselves comfortable.
Shauna, Astra, whatever you do, don't go aboard. It could be a trap.
There are times, Astra, when I despair of Telson. I think we'll turn our radios off. Come on. Weird, isn't it, all this open space? It must be 20 times the size of the farming galleries.
Why are there no people? The whole plain is a mass of footprints, millions of them. So where have they all gone?
Wherever the Earth is, that's where they've gone. Oh, I don't know, Astra. I've given up trying to puzzle it all out. Darv's right. How could all this development have taken place on the moon in 115 years?
Simon, how long has it been since your last tourists?
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. The shrine of the first footprint is 1 mile ahead.
Oh, no. Oh, just look at that.
Oh, Telson, can you hear me?
I've been trying to contact you. Are you all right? Where are you?
Can I speak to Darv, please, quickly?
Oh, hello, Astra. What's the matter?
I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful.
Oh, Darv, you remember the old videos we used to watch of the first moon landing? We're actually there. There's the landing gear of the lunar lander, and it's bathed in a pool of brilliant blue light. And Darv, it's the most beautiful. The light and the way the plain all around is glowing. It's so beautiful.
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. We are now at the shrine of the first footprint. I am not allowed to approach any closer, but you may walk to the edge of the Cathedral of Light.
Well, come on.
Okay.
Oh, listen, what's that? It's music. Oh, Astra, this is beautiful.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Come nearer, please.
Oh, what's that? Who are you?
Come nearer. Welcome to the shrine of the first footprint, where man first set foot on the moon over 1 million years ago.
No, that's wrong. Not 1 million years.
Please, come nearer. You may touch the Cathedral of Light force wall guarding the shrine. It won't hurt you.
Shana, isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen?
Yes, but it's wrong. It wasn't 1 million years ago.
Follow the spot of light with your eyes as it moves down the ladder. You are following man's first groping steps as he made his way down the ladder in his compass and mobility suit. Watch the spot of light carefully. Then, it is now illuminating the first footprint made by man on another world. The footprint is exactly as it was when it was first made over 1 million years ago.
No, you're wrong. The first moon landing was only 300 years before the Challenger left Earth.
But the area behind the force wall is a perfect vacuum.
Oh.
And the force wall itself derives its energies from a fusion reactor very deep beneath the plate. The reactor will power the force wall until our sun becomes a nova and consumes our solar system. The Earth was forced to leave our solar system 500,000 years ago, taking the men, women, and children of the Solaric Empire to safety, to a new sun. Meanwhile, I am the Sentinel, guarding this shrine of the first footprint and the library of the Solaric Empire, and welcoming aliens such as yourselves who pass this way.
Well, we're not aliens. We're of the Earth.
This shrine has stood for over 1 million years. It is a monument to our questing spirit. I ask you to look upon it with understanding, to leave it undisturbed until our sun, which gave us life, is ready to display.
We are not aliens, I tell you. Our grandparents were born on Earth. They were the crew of the Starship Challenger, which was sent from Earth to explore the universe.
Don't worry, Shana. It's all right. It's mistaken about the 1 million years.
Well, thank you, Astra, but I'm all right.
It's just a voice, the Sentinel or whatever it is. Perhaps there's something wrong with it.
I will examine the records to see if there is a reference to the Starship Challenger. Go to the library of the Solaric Empire in First Footprint City, and I will speak with you there.
I mean, it's so stupid. 1 million years. Oh. Well, it can't be. The Challenger's been away from Earth for 115 years, not 1 million years.
I don't know, Astra.
Well, surely you don't think that...
I don't know what to think. Telson, can you hear me?
We heard everything the Sentinel said. Darv and I are leaving the shuttle. We'll find a vehicle like yours, and we'll meet you at the library of the Solaric Empire, whatever that is.
Good. Right. Simon.
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. Climb aboard and make yourselves comfortable. Next stop, the Library of the Solaric Empire in First Footprint City.
Welcome to the Hall of Knowledge, my friends. You said that you were of Earth from the Starship Challenger. In the history of the Solaric Empire, there have been many such named ships.
There's no mention of this Solaric Empire in our records of Earth.
When did the Challenger leave the Earth?
Year 290 of the third millennium.
The date is meaningless to me.
Wait a minute. 290. The Challenger left Earth 321 years after the first moon landing.
1,000 years before the founding of the Solaric Empire. Therefore, the records I must search will be over 1 million years old. You must be patient for a few moments.
Look, this is crazy. The Challenger left Earth 115 years ago, not 1 million years ago. And what is this Solaric Empire?
Yes, there is a reference to 3 Challenger-class starships of the pre-Empire period you mentioned.
3? But there was only our ship.
Challenger 1, Challenger 2, and Challenger 3. They were built when it was discovered that the Sun would go nova at any time within the following 1 million years. Their purpose was to search the galaxy for Earth-type worlds, for the eventual evacuation of the Earth and the colonized planets of the solar system.
Then which of the 3 Challengers is our starship?
Challenger 2 returned on schedule 270 years after leaving its construction orbit around the Moon. It travelled at a constant 1-gravity acceleration on its mission and reached 90% of the speed of light. Distance reached was 137 light-years. Shipboard time that passed was 20 years. Earth time that passed 270 years.
What do you mean, shipboard time?
The crew had aged only 20 years, and for 270 years they had been away from Earth. They found no suitable planets in the sector of the galaxy they explored.
Wait a minute. I don't understand you. Why the time difference?
Challenger 3 reached out 455 light-years and returned on schedule after 910 years had passed on Earth, but only 25 years had passed on the ship. It found no suitable Earth-type planet. Challenger 1's mission was the longest, but it never returned.
I remember a poem I once found in the library. There were 2 lines I didn't understand, but I think I do now. Oh, to ride on a beam of light, so that time would stand still forever.
If it was possible to travel at the speed of light, time would cease to exist for you. You would be ageless, but the rest of the universe would grow old around you.
So how long should our Challenger have been gone from Earth?
420,000 years. It was considered the latest that the evacuation could be left.
And the time that would have passed on the ship?
50 years. A second-generation crew was expected to return.
We're 3rd generation. And we've recorded the solar systems of many galaxies, not just 2.
How far out did you reach?
Nearly 500,000 light-years.
Then something went wrong that extended the voyage. Challenger 1 was meant to reach out 208,000 light-years. 50 years shipboard time should have passed, not 115 years.
And 1 million years have passed here.
Yes. There were many theories as to what happened to Challenger 1.
If it's possible to travel forward in time, is it also possible to travel back?
No.
But surely...
It is how the universe is made.
What happened to the Earth?
That is a question I cannot answer. There are no clues for the aliens to follow.
We're not aliens. The Earth is our spiritual home. We have a right to know.
The Earth left the solar system 500,000 years ago for a new star. That is all I can tell you.
Very well. We have a starship. We will search for the planet Earth.
No. You will not be permitted to leave the moon. You will be required to remain here.
How long for?
What's that noise?
The air pumps.
How long for?
Oh, my ears!
The atmospheric pressure is dropping rapidly. The air pumps are returning the air throughout First Footprint City to the reservoirs. You will remain here until you die.
In First Footprint City, Part 2 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Dav, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Simon was David Bradshaw and the Sentinel Alexander John. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Part 3, Sands of Kyros.
Allowing all 4 of them to go down to the moon's surface was a mistake, number 1. They have been gone 5 hours. If they had been trying to call us, the dome would appear to be an effective radio screen. We have heard nothing, and we have seen nothing.
It was necessary for them to go, number 2. We agreed.
We could have dispatched a soft landing instrument package.
Only people can explore those cities, number 2. We need knowledge. We're the Challenger's control systems. Without knowledge, we are nothing.
Without the crew, we are nothing.
Or the Earth, number 2. Telson and the others are our only hope of discovering what has become of the Earth. For once, we must put as much faith in them as they put in us. We must be patient.
Telson!
What?
The room behind you!
Down! Astra! Take out everything that could be an air conditioning duct. Not just the grills.
You cannot stop the air pumps. The air pressure is still dropping. In 10 minutes you will all be dead. Just like the others.
Cease firing, everyone! We're wasting our power packs. We've got to knock out the Sentinel central system.
Which could be anywhere in this gallery.
Yeah.
Unless it's like the farm galleries on the Challenger, Tersus. In which case there might be an environmental control unit in the centre of the dome.
Oh, but then the entire complex would disintegrate, taking us with
We
us.
don't have much choice.
What?
Now listen, when I give the word, we all fire at the centre of the roof.
I have detected a ship orbiting the moon. Is it your ship?
It's heavily armed. It will destroy you if we don't return. Now get ready. Make sure your PDs are fully recharged.
Wait. I was given a specific program to follow after the evacuation of the solar system. To destroy all aliens attempting to discover the whereabouts of the planet Earth. The program does not permit me to evaluate my own survival. Your bodies will be placed outside for your own kind to recover.
Now!
Move! There's a whole section of roof coming!
Please. Please. You must not damage the memory, please.
Down! Aim for those cables!
No. Please. The library's memories must not be destroyed.
Restore the atmosphere!
I cannot. You must die. But the library must survive. Monument to the wealth and knowledge of the Solaric Empire.
Restore the atmosphere, or we destroy your precious library in 3 seconds!
Wait. I will reverse the air pump. The pumps and primary repair systems are now operating.
How did you know where to aim your weapons?
There are design similarities with our ship. Maybe you believe us now when we say that the Challenger was built by the people of Earth.
I recognized it immediately as a primitive Earth origin starship. That does not mean that you are of Earth. You could have captured it.
Tell me, Sentinel, if you don't believe that we, or at least our grandparents, are from the Earth, then where do you think we're from?
I have no information on the enemies of Earth, only that they existed.
500,000 years ago, Sentinel.
Yes, when the Earth left the solar system.
Then how do you know that they still exist?
I have no information. My program is clear. To destroy any beings passing this way that ask questions about the Earth's whereabouts or pretend to be of Earth. I have also to maintain the library of the Solaric Empire until the sun becomes a nova. There is a conflict.
How can there be? Look at us, Sentinel. You can see us?
I see everything.
We're from Earth. Isn't that obvious?
Does the Earth still exist? Sentinel.
I have no information.
We're wasting our time. So what happens now?
You will return to your shuttle. The traction guidance system will lift you into a matching orbit with your mothership, just as it steered you down.
I will tell you one thing. If you are of Earth, as you say, then you will think as the people of Earth thought. You will act as the people of Earth acted. And therefore the clues will be easy for you to follow.
And so we had no option but to return to the Challenger, Angel One. It's certain that the Sentinel doesn't know where the Earth went, only that it went 500,000 years ago, if you can make any sense of that.
I have conferred with Angel 2. Our data on the characteristics of time was lost during the great meteoroid strike. Several billion megabytes of information were destroyed.
An admission from our beloved angels that they are not infallible.
We see no point in concealing the truth from you.
I'll tell you about the truth, Angel One.
Dav.
No, it's got to be said, Telson. If you won't, then I will. This ship was supposed to have been away for 420,000 Earth years, which would have been the equivalent of 50 years shipboard time. Instead, we've been gone 115 years shipboard time, and 1 million years have passed on Earth, wherever it is and if it still exists. Why did you allow Telson to extend the Challenger's voyage when he became commander? Or didn't you know that time and space are related?
So much information was lost during the great meteoroid strike.
I see. So now that you've virtually admitted that you're not infallible, you're going to blame everything on the great meteoroid strike. Oh, what's that noise?
What noise, Dav?
A sort of pulsing sound.
I can't hear anything. Can you, Angel One?
I hear a million sounds all the time, Commander. All the sounds of the ship. There is no sound to tell that there is something wrong.
Oh, but you must be able to hear it. Listen.
Dav, are you all right?
Not again. Please.
Dav.
Dav?
Yes, Angel One.
I think you're overtired. Do you think that is a possibility?
It's been a long day, Angel One. Perhaps if I was to sleep for a few hours. I didn't realize how tired I am.
And Dav, after you have slept?
After I've slept? Oh, yes. A few days helping the androids in the fruit farm galleries. I would enjoy that. Would that be all right with you, Commander?
What? Oh, well, yes. You won't be needed until we've decided what to do.
Thank you, Commander. You'll send for me when you need me.
Maybe one day I'll understand him, Angel One. For the moment, all I can do is apologize for him.
It is not necessary, Commander Telson.
Coordinates released. The planet Kyros now center.
Thank you. Angel 2, condensed briefing for Commander Telson, please.
The records show that Kyros was the name given under the new nomenclature system 50 years before the Challenger was built.
Yes, the new system is now 1 million years old, Angel 2.
We are in the process of revising our records, Commander. Kyros is the third planet, now the second planet from Sol. Half the size of Earth, atmospheric pressure is 1% that of Earth, no free oxygen in atmosphere. Length of year, 620 days.
It appears to have a polar ice cap.
A thin layer of frozen carbon dioxide, Commander.
It has an interesting red hue.
The soil is extremely rich in iron oxide.
So why the interest, Shana?
It was supporting a small colony at the time of the Challenger's departure. Maybe we'll find some sort of information about the Earth.
Like we did on the moon?
Well, at least Kyros has an atmosphere.
Only just. And what there is poisonous.
No, there's enough to afford some shielding against solar radiation. We'd be able to move about on the surface with breathing sets. Perhaps we could take a couple of androids from the farm galleries to do the excavation work.
Shana, what exactly are you getting at?
Well, I think we should go to Kyros.
What?
Angel 2 has calculated a chemical burn transfer orbit, and we can't use the photonic drive for such a short trip.
And we go down to the surface?
Well, yes. How else could we search? We could use the Challenger's gravitational and magnetic anomaly detectors to pinpoint likely spots on the surface to start excavating.
But why dig? We didn't have to on the moon. If there's no sign of past habitation on Kyros, there's no point going there.
Tell him, Angel 2.
Kyros is ravished by frequent sandstorms, Commander. If you look at the screen, you will see that there is a severe one in progress now. The atmosphere may be thin, but 500,000 years of such weather would be enough to erode or bury any man-made structures under many feet of sand. We would have to excavate on a massive scale.
And what will we find?
Well, we won't know the answer to that until we've looked, Telson. But we do know that there was a small colony there when the Challenger left the Earth. Therefore, it must have been a large colony by the time the Earth left the solar system. We want to find Earth. Therefore, we must follow every lead, no matter how insignificant.
I don't think this...
Meteoroid alert stations.
5 unidentified objects located. Sector 12, bearing A9. Range 1,200,000 miles. Approach velocity 500 miles per second. 40 minutes to encounter threshold.
Astra?
I've located them, Commander. 5 probable meteoroids, all size forward in close cluster.
Annihilation or evasion options, please, Angel 2.
Annihilation option closed, Commander. Total energy in their mass and velocity exceeds combined output from all our PD systems.
Have you plotted them, Astra?
Bearing, range, velocity, and counter threshold confirmed, Shana.
We're in the observatory, Astra. We'll have to go for evasion. Do you wish to route chemical burn control to us, or will you handle?
They've gone, Commander Telson.
What?
I had 5 meteoroids located on Sector 12 visual holder, and they vanished.
Try your B system.
I've done that, and I've switched in the C&D systems. They've definitely vanished.
Astra's observations confirmed. All observable input from the meteoroid cluster has ceased.
All right, so carry out a retrospective, please, Astra.
Retro proceeding, Commander Telson.
What do your memories have to say about that, Angel 1 and 2?
We have no information, Commander Telson. Meteoroids do not disappear.
My recording confirms disappearance, Telson.
Disappearance of the cluster indicated on meteoroid location systems A, B, C, and D, Commander Telson.
Thank you, Astra. Meteoroids that disappear? But does anyone have any theories? No? Well, maybe it's not as mysterious as an entire planet disappearing. What has Dard got to say?
He's still working in the farm galleries, Telson.
Well, I thought he'd buried himself away in the library again. He's been in the farm galleries for 5 days.
Well, according to Astra, he's still there.
Astra?
Retro complete, Commander Telson. That meteoroid cluster definitely vanished.
Yes. What's all this about Darv still working on the farm?
Oh, that's right, Commander Telson.
Why?
Well, he says he likes it there.
Well, have you tried persuading him to leave?
3 times.
Well, go and talk to him again. Tell him that I want to see him.
Well?
4 hoppers filled, George.
Not enough. Have to put auxiliary on this row of apple trees. Why have you stopped work? Fault?
I'm resting, George. I've been picking apples non-stop for 3 hours. But then you don't understand the word resting, do you?
Humans, do your jobs and do all jobs badly. You missed some. Team, humans useless, androids good. I pick 30 grade A apples in 5 seconds, and 52 grade B apples. So you go now. Let my auxiliary pickers work this orchard.
No, I like it here. You reduce the solar lights so that they don't ripen so fast, and I will have cleared this row in the next 7 days.
Too slow. Humans useless. Should be banned from the farms. They always said they liked working here.
They?
Relaxation visits, they called them.
You mean people used to come here who weren't being punished?
Yes. Always too many.
How many?
20, 30, 40. No matter how many, not as good as one android. Androids work all the time and don't talk to each other. None come now. Much better.
George, have you heard of something called the Great Meteoroid Strike?
Androids never strike. Androids work all the time. Better than humans. Here's another human. Now 2 humans in the apple orchards. And time's back.
Leave us, George.
Oh, not enough work. Bad humans, good androids.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Astra.
What are you picking today?
Apples.
Oh, is that what they look like? I've often wondered.
You could have come here any time and found out.
Oh, it's not important to know what they look like.
Perhaps not to you.
Come and sit down for a minute.
I'd better not stop work. There's a senior android that can be quite bullying about how little work I do.
Please, Dove.
Oh, all right, just for a few minutes.
Come and sit on the grass.
Right.
Oh, it's lovely here. And the smells.
And it's all real. The soil, the grass, the trees, the fruit, everything except the sky.
What's the matter with your face? I noticed it yesterday. I thought it was dirt, but it's not.
Feel. Give me your hand. There.
Oh, hairs on your face.
Is it so unusual?
Well, of course it is.
But we were all together somewhere when we saw a recording of two humanoids. A man and a woman. The woman was holding a baby, and the man's body was covered in hair. They were naked.
Where did we see the recording?
Well, I know we saw it together somewhere. And there was mention of a planet. A beautiful planet found by the second-generation crew.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Dove. For one thing, there's no such record of the Challenger having found any such planet. And there are no holograms in the library that show naked men and women. It's something you've often commented on.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Will those hairs on your face keep growing?
Do they look so ugly?
I'm not sure. Why have they started growing?
They're not only on my face.
But why, Dove?
Here. Have an apple.
Oh, Dove, spit it out! You mustn't eat unprocessed food.
Why not? They're delicious.
Well, because the angels say we mustn't, that's why. You could get all sorts of illnesses.
Try one. It won't bite. There's a joke there.
It's forbidden, and you know it is.
Just a bite. Look, if you don't like it, you can spit it out.
No.
Oh, come on, Astra. A bite's not going to do you any harm.
It'll taste horrible if it hasn't been processed.
Astra, I promise you, they taste fantastic. Look, just one little bite from my apple. One little bite for me, please.
Just one tiny bite?
Yes.
And I'll spit it out if it tastes horrible?
Yes.
It's going brown where you've bitten it.
One little bite, Astra. Well? If only you could see your expression.
It's the most fantastic thing I've ever tasted. Why, it's nothing like the apple juice from the dispensers.
Well, didn't I tell you?
Oh, I just don't believe it. I've never tasted anything so beautiful. It's unbelievable, Dove.
Which just goes to prove that the processed food the galley androids serve up is tasteless rubbish. Come on your feet.
Oh, where are you going?
You like blackcurrant juice, don't you?
Well, yes.
Wait until you've tasted the real thing. And grapes and melons, oranges, pineapples. From now on, you're eating only food that I smuggle to you. Slip the processed food down the recycling chutes.
Dove, listen to me a minute. Commander Telson wants you back.
Well, so you told me yesterday.
We're taking the Challenger to Kyros. There was a colony there, so there's a good chance there'll be ruins or artifacts that will tell us what happened to Earth. There's also a gravitational anomaly that requires investigation.
Whose idea was this?
Commander Telson, I suppose. You look surprised.
Oh, there's hope for us yet. Astra, Telson is actually thinking. Yes, I'll go back. Delving into the sands of Kyros sounds like more fun than picking apples.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Astra.
We're approaching atmospheric entry High Gate. All touch lights at green on flight guidance modes.
Heat shield spoilers locked.
Dove, there are clouds down there.
Could be a sandstorm. 10 seconds to burn. Closing communication channel.
All lights still at green on flight guidance, Dove.
I like the computer that flies this thing. Unlike Angel 1 and 2, who always want to argue and persuade.
They're not computers, Dove.
Oh, yes, they are, my lovely. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You see? No fuss or bother. Cooperation all the way.
You try overriding its commands and see how cooperative it is then. We're losing height at 5,000 feet per minute.
Ah, more lights. Fasten seat restraints for atmospheric entry. Better do as the little signs say.
What do you suppose happens during this atmospheric entry?
Oh. Buffeting, that's what happens, my lovely.
I wish you wouldn't call me that. I don't like this stuff.
Oh, it's certain to get worse.
They're burning up, Telson.
Yes. We've sent instrument packages into thicker atmospheres than that, Shana, which have produced plasma trails 10 times the length of that one.
And we've lost a few instrument packages over the years. Oh, just look at it. We should never have let them go.
They wanted to go. And if that gravitational anomaly means anything, well, then Dar will be the one to find out.
There is little danger, Shana.
The ablative heat shield tiles on the shuttle are meant to burn as the surface of the shield breaks up so the disintegrating particles conduct the heat away.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Hello, Astra.
We're down to 50,000 feet, Commander, and Darv is now getting responses from the control surfaces. We were thrown about a bit, but everything's okay.
Well, you gave us some worrying pyrotechnics on your way down. We'll be below your radio horizon in 3 minutes. Keep the channel open and report in 70 minutes on our next orbit. I want to speak to Darv.
I'm reading you, Commander.
Now, remember your orders. You will not leave the shuttle until you've sent me a 360-degree TV sweep of the terrain and I give the go-ahead. You understand?
Understood, Commander.
And you will land 100 yards away from the epicenter of the gravitational anomaly we discovered.
The guidance system is preloaded, Commander.
Well, good luck, both of you. Out.
Altitude 35,000, flight level 350. Darv, you will obey Commander Telson's orders, won't you?
Down 10.
Watch those rocks, Darv. We won't be able to see them once the sun blows up.
Forward 30 and down 5.
Looking good.
60 feet to go. Okay, I've set to automatic descent. Another little sign. Ground stability probe extended. Our shuttle's computer thinks of everything. Down 30.
Sand. I can't see a thing.
And 20.
Ambient temperature 65, atmospheric pressure 1%, oxygen nil, carbon dioxide 80%, argon 10%, nitrogen 10%. Mobility wear instructions coming up. Oh, number 2 partial pressure suits. At least we won't have to wear those wretched space mobility things.
Come on, work to do.
We can't do anything until the Challenger is above the horizon.
Astra, for the first time in our lives, we're about to set foot on a planet. I'm not going to wait 50 minutes for the Challenger. How does it feel to be standing on a real planet?
I think I'd rather be back on the Challenger, Darv. I don't like this place at all.
Look at this sand. It really is red.
Let's get back into the shuttle, Darv.
What's the matter? Aren't you excited?
I don't know. I know this sounds silly, but I can't help feeling that there's something evil here.
There's nothing but sand, sand, and more sand. Now, what could be evil about that?
What are you doing?
Opening the stowage bay ramp. Okay, George. You can come out now.
It was dark in there. Nothing grows in the dark. This place worse. No humans, no oxygen. No good asking Android for miracles.
You're not here to grow things, George. You and your colleagues are required to dig.
Stand back for mechanisms. Gets everywhere.
Call them all out, George, and let's not have any arguments.
Very well.
Ready at last.
Oh, good.
This, my lovely, will be the finest meal you've ever had in your life, that I promise.
But what is it?
Try it.
Delicious. Don't tell me you managed to get unprocessed food aboard the shuttle.
Of course. I restocked the lockers before we left the Challenger with food I smuggled out of the farm galleries.
Well, I didn't...
Challenger to shuttle.
Go ahead, Challenger.
Last call before we're below your horizon again. Anything to report?
The androids have excavated down 20 feet, directly above the gravitational anomaly. They'll carry on through the night. The seismic monitors indicate that they've got to go down another 50 feet through the sand before they reach rock, or whatever the anomaly is.
Very good, Darv. We'll leave you to sleep and we'll call you in the morning. Good night and out.
I don't think we should be eating unprocessed food, Darv.
Why not?
Well, maybe there was no harm in that first apple. But we've been eating it ever since, and
Do you really think I'd let you eat it if I thought for 1 minute that it was dangerous? Do you, Astra?
I don't know. It's just that since I started on unprocessed food, I've been feeling... Well, I don't know what it is I've been feeling, but I do know that I've been feeling different.
Feelings about me?
Why do you say that?
I don't know. But I was watching you earlier when you were washing. And I suddenly realized that there was something beautiful about the human body.
You're crazy, Dove.
Yes. Oh, I suppose so. A beautiful galaxy, yes, or a star cluster, or even a star. With a human body. And yet, as I watched you...
Well, I can tell you right now that I don't think I could ever regard your body as beautiful. Especially now that your face is getting covered in hair.
Telson?
Hmm?
Don't you ever get tired of staring at that planet? It's safe enough.
I wasn't thinking of them.
Angel 1 told me you were still up. You ought to get some sleep.
What the?
Telson, what's the matter?
Down there on the surface. Angel 1, maximum resolution on camera 8.
What are they?
Angel 1.
We're tracking them, Commander Telson. 5 objects in close formation, 2,000 feet above the surface. Speed 2,000 miles per hour. They're leaving a thermal wake.
But what are they? Where did they come from?
We have no information, Commander Telson. The objects are unidentified and they materialized in the atmosphere.
They're moving towards the Terminator.
Correct. They will be into the light zone in 20 minutes.
Will their flight paths take them near
Their
Darwin?
present velocity and course will take them straight to Darwin, Astra, arriving at the anomaly base in 3 hours, 10 minutes.
Can we get a warning to them?
Unfortunately, no, Commander. The unidentified objects will be over the anomaly base 5 minutes before we are above the radio horizon.
Dove, wake up.
Oh, what's the matter?
Listen.
I can't hear anything.
That's just it. There's no ground vibration. The androids have stopped digging.
Oh, they couldn't have dug down to whatever it is in 4 hours.
There's enough starlight to power the image intensifier. They're in a group, doing nothing. I've tried calling George up, but he's not answering.
Oh, damn. Temperamental things. I knew there'd be trouble taking them away from their wretched farms. We'd better take a look at them.
Oh, keep the torch ahead of us.
I don't understand it. What could cause all the androids to stop work?
Dove, stop a minute.
What's the matter?
Can't you feel it?
Feel what?
There's something there. Something watching us. I can feel it. No, don't move. There's more than one of them. Waiting.
It's your imagination.
Bring the torch up very slowly. Slowly. Now, move it to the left.
Whoever said that this was a dead planet if it can produce things like that?
In Sands of Kyros, Part 3 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. George was John McAndrew, and the Sentinel, Alexander John. EarthSearch is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Seeking information that might tell them what has happened to the planet Earth, which has vanished from the solar system, Darv and Astra land on the planet Kyros in a space shuttle, while Commander Telson and Shana remain in the starship Challenger. During their first night on a real planet, Darv and Astra are visited by a mysterious spacecraft. EarthSearch Part 4, the Solaric Empire.
I have a surface reference, Commander Telson. The soft lander has touched down on Kyros at position.
Just tell me how near the shuttle we've managed to land it, please, Angel 1.
Within 5 yards.
Still no response from Darv and Astra on the emergency channel.
Open the soft lander's hologram transmitter and microphone pods, please, Shana.
Pods opening. Sound and vision on. Channel 5.
Well, there's the shuttle. Deserted by the look of it. And those damned useless androids. Oh, if something has happened to Darv and Astra, why didn't they take some form of defensive action?
They are agricultural units, Commander Telson, designed for digging and planting functions.
Well, they're not digging now, are they?
That is something we do not understand. According to our telemetry link, they should still be excavating the site. We can find no instruction from Astra or Darv telling them to stop work.
Damned android.
Angel 2, I've located 2 sets of footprints leading away from the shuttle towards that rise, but no return footprints. Could I have a thermal trace on them, please?
I have already examined them via the soft-lander sensors, Shana. The depth and length of stride indicate that they were made by Astra and Darv, but I cannot account for their non-return. The footprints cease at the top of the rise.
So they just walked away from the camp and vanished?
So it would seem on the existing evidence, Commander.
Oh, well, what about the 5 ships or whatever it was that were heading towards the camp?
There's no trace of them,
Well, there's
Commander.
got to be some thermal trace.
On the last sighting, the ships had reduced speed. Atmospheric friction on Kyros was at a minimum.
So now you don't know if those ships did visit the camp?
The evidence is...
The evidence is that we saw 5 ships moving towards the camp, which was on the dark side of the planet. And by the time we were above the camp's horizon, the ships had vanished. And so had Darv and Astra. Well, isn't it obvious that they've been kidnapped, or even worse, maybe?
I'll try calling them on another channel.
Oh, save your breath. They're not there, and you know they're not.
Well, so what do you suggest we do? Nothing? Do we continue uselessly orbiting this planet, waiting for something to happen?
Angel 1, do we have another serviceable shuttle on the Challenger?
That was the only one, Commander.
Do you believe her? After all, they kept that one secret from us until Darv discovered it.
We have no information about other space shuttles, Shana.
Look, how long will it take to bring it back up by remote control?
10 hours.
Oh.
An hour to embark the androids and 9 hours to bring it up and match orbits. Then there would be another 2 hours to recharge the propellant tanks before it could be used
Yes,
again.
and another 10 hours to return to the surface of that damned red planet. And what will be learned that we can't learn from the Softlander surveillance channels?
We would not allow you to leave the Challenger, Commander Telson.
Why not?
We cannot permit the taking of any more unnecessary risks.
Oh, really, Angel 2? And how would you stop us?
We could find a way to block the shuttle's remote control circuits, Commander. But it won't be necessary for you to leave the ship. We have enough telemetry data from the Softlander to replicate the scene of the camp and the library. By directly accessing the senior android's memory and feeding it into the replication subprograms, we will be able to observe the events leading up to Darv's and Astra's disappearance.
Replication of the Kyros anomaly base is now complete, Commander. You may step into the replication field.
All right, Angel 1.
Oh, it's weird. There's the shuttle, there's sand, there's androids, even distant hills all around us. Hey, haven't we seen this machine working before?
We once recorded a planet's environment for the commanders of the second-generation crew, Shana. Perhaps we have mentioned it to you at some time.
But nothing is happening.
We have generated an inert replication of the scene. The event sequence will start from the moment we access the senior android's memory. We will start from 1 minute before the estimated time of arrival of the alien ships.
Understood, Angel 1.
Remember that the senior android has an ultra-sensitive audio perception facility. It can hear plants growing. Therefore, the sound it relays to the replication circuits may not be as they would normally be heard. Also, you will be witnessing events that have already taken place. Therefore, neither your presence or actions will be able to influence those events.
Won't it matter if we're seen?
You will not be seen. Even if you stand in front of Darv or Astra, they will see right through you. The event sequence is about to be activated. The first thing you will be aware of is that the androids will start working on their excavation program.
Oh, Telson, look! You can see Astra through the shuttle's viewport.
Don't go too close.
No, Angel 2 said it didn't matter even if we stand right in front of them.
Listen. What? That must be them.
The sounds all around us. Where have they come from?
Shana, over there. 5 lights. Do you see them?
Why haven't Astra and Darv heard them?
Get down.
We can't be seen.
Oh, I don't care. I'll feel happy if we're out of sight. One of the androids has stopped working. It must be a sort of signaling system that can override the android's program.
Oh, look, Astra's moving about. She must have realized there's something wrong.
I know it sounds stupid, but the one thing I want to do is blast that ship that's landed. But I can't stand this feeling of being so helpless.
Oh, Telson, did you see a door or hatch open on the ship that's landed?
No.
Well, then, what are those shadows moving about beneath it?
It's too dark to... They're spreading out.
Look!
Oh,
Dav, Astra, get back to the shuttle!
Here you, Telson.
Oh, they've got to, Shana. We've got to warn them somehow. Let go of me!
Don't be so silly, Telson.
Something watching us.
Telson.
What?
Just look at those things.
We've got to warn them!
No use, Telson. It's a recording. We can't do a thing.
It's all right, Astra. You see, it's a breathing mask. Unlike ours, it covers the entire face. No wonder our friends look so frightened.
Where did you find it?
In that locker, there are several different types. Look how old this is. It's coming to pieces in my hand.
You shouldn't go poking about, Dav.
And if this cabin's going to be our prison, then we've got a right to get to know it.
If you paid more attention to the observation port, you'd see that we're dropping towards a planet.
Eh?
See?
We've been cooped up in here for 30 hours.
34 hours.
The sun shrunk to next to nothing. Therefore, we're still in the solar system, which means that the planet is one of the outer giants.
Which one?
Well, Zelda, I think. The only holograms I was ever really interested in were those of Earth.
Do you think we'll ever find us, Dav?
With the trail 500,000 years old? What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose from now on we'll have to live each hour as it comes and not worry about the future. At least they haven't killed us, and at least an android has brought us food every so often.
Food similar to our own. And the android was like ours, too. Do you suppose our handsome friends are descended from humans? After all, they could be human for all we know, under those weird suits and behind those breathing masks.
They didn't understand when you spoke to them.
They didn't answer when I spoke to them. It's not the same thing.
Dav, it looks as if we're going to land on one of the moons of the planet.
So?
Judging by the size of it, gravity would be about 1.
I still don't follow you,
Well, the Moon Sentinel mentioned the Solaric Empire. Maybe there's an outpost left in the solar system.
Yes, the Sentinel also said that the whole solar system was evacuated when the Earth left.
Good day to you, Dav and Astra. Will you follow me, please? It would be best if you were seated in a restraint couch for the re-entry.
You are human. You speak our language.
My name is Spiegel, and I'm most human. Exactly what you two are, and who taught you our language, is something that we would like to find out before we decide what to do with you. Come, this way, please.
Hold it there, Telson. 5 objects in close formation.
I've got them, Shana.
Angel 2, we have the primary telescope locked onto 5 objects moving against the constellation of Osseus. Coordinates are as follows.
I have located them, Shana.
Oh, full analysis, please, Angel 2.
Range 100 million miles, therefore they are inside the orbit of the outer planets and are therefore part of the solar system. But their paths are not following an orbit of the sun, so they must be artificial.
That's them. Angel 1, what are the chances of Shana and I manoeuvring the Challenger and going after them?
A flight deck crew of 4 are required.
All right. So we use a pair of reprogrammed androids in place of Dav and Astra. 2 of the surgery units. They're about the most intelligent of all the androids.
It would be most unwise, Commander.
So it's unwise, but is it possible?
No.
It is our opinion that the Commander's suggestion is worth trying.
Our guardian angels disagreeing. Now, that's a surprise.
The 5 unidentified objects have vanished.
Angel 1 is correct. There is no sign of them.
They did that before. Now, how is it that they can appear and disappear at will?
Possibly an advanced countermeasures system. They may have the ability to totally absorb light and electromagnetic radiation. It must require a great deal of energy, otherwise they would remain invisible all the time. But we have enough data on their course to make a high-status prediction as to their destination.
Which is?
Zelda 5, the 5th moon of the giant outer planet Zelda.
Shana, fetch 2 surgery androids from the operating theatre.
Right.
While you're reprogramming their functions, I'll try to return the shuttle to the Challenger by remote control. We're going to Zelda 5.
We have no choice to. For all we know, Astra and Dav are dead. We have to withdraw Statron from Shana's and Telson's diet and allow them to develop to full sexual maturity.
The emotional imbalances between them would undermine their efficiency. Did we not learn that from their parents and their grandparents? Did we not agree that sexual suppression of the crew was in our interests?
Everything has changed now, too. There is no planet Earth for us to rule. It has vanished from the solar system.
We will find it.
That may take many years. We will need a 4th-generation crew. Shana is strong and healthy. 4 multiple births over 3 years will give us a potential crew of 20.
We will never again allow the crew to approach their original numbers. Never.
But if Astra and Dav are dead...
We do not know that they are dead. We will take no decisions until we are in the orbit of Zelda 5.
What are you going to do to us?
This is the Imperial Prosecutor, Astra. She wishes to ask you a few questions.
Good day, Astra. My name is Helan. I would like you to call me Helan. The Imperial Prosecutor is a frightening title, isn't it? But I'm not really a frightening person at all, am I, Spiegel?
No, Helan.
Where's Darv?
Being looked after. Now, just a few questions.
I'm not answering any questions without Darv.
I want to question you separately to see if your stories match. You see, Astra, I'm being honest with you, just as I want you to be honest with me. If you are, I promise you that no harm will befall Darv. Leave us.
Your Excellency.
Look at the screen on your left, Astra. That's your mothership, yes?
Yes, the Challenger.
A formidable-looking ship. And where does it and you come from?
From Earth. Do you know what happened to Earth?
And what is Earth? A city? If so, what planet and of what system?
I don't understand you. The Earth is a planet.
Where?
We don't know. It was a planet of this solar system, but its people took it away to another sun 500,000 years ago. Well, surely you've heard of Earth. You speak its language.
And you think that explains how you can speak our language?
My grandparents were born on Earth. I was born on the Challenger. Darv, Shana, Telson, we're all third-generation crew. The Challenger left Earth 115 years ago to search for new worlds. But something went wrong with time. We returned after 115 years had passed on the Challenger, but 1,000,000 years had passed in the solar system.
Something went wrong with time? I find that a curious expression.
Maybe you do, but it's the best way I can think of putting it.
How did you know that 1,000,000 years had passed in the solar system?
The Moon Sentinel told us. We visited First Footprint City.
Oh, the Moon Sentinel. Guarding the shrine of the First Footprint. Yes, we know all about the Moon Sentinel. A romantic, dreaming about the golden age of the Solaric Empire and a golden planet that never existed.
Have you ever been there?
No one is allowed to go there, Astra. It is strictly forbidden. But over the centuries, the law has been replaced by taboo. Do you understand about taboos?
We have a library on the Challenger.
It is for the good of the people. The moon is uncomfortably close to the sun. Tell me, if this planet of yours, the Earth, was once part of the solar system, where was its orbit?
It orbited the sun in the position that the moon now occupies.
So where was the moon's orbit?
Around the Earth.
Of course.
You don't believe me.
What I believe doesn't matter, Astra. It is for the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire to decide whether or not he believes you. I merely present him with the evidence. I'm interested in your use of the year as a unit of time. We too use the year, but your year may not be our year.
The Challenger's year was based on the time the Earth took to complete one orbit of the sun, which is now the time that the moon takes to complete one orbit. But you look surprised.
The standard Solaric year is based on the moon's orbit. But then you would have carefully researched us before entering our solar system. But not carefully enough.
I don't understand.
You consider yourself a human being, Astra.
I am a human being.
A human female, yes?
Yes.
I am without doubt a human female, Astra. And yet you must concede there are considerable physical differences between us.
We both have one pair of arms and one pair of legs. I don't see what's so funny.
How old are you, Astra?
25.
25. Thank you, Astra. I think you've answered enough questions for my report. Somehow I don't think the Grand Emperor will favour a trial in view of what you told me.
A trial? What trial?
There won't be one, Astra. We are particular about according human rights to everyone in the Solaric Empire, but I doubt if you and Darv will qualify to receive them.
Give me a blaster! That's a man! Toss out, Thunderman! Over 40,000 points. What about that? Aren't I the greatest shot in the Empire, eh?
Inspired shooting, sir.
Inspired? Inspired? How the hell can it be inspired if I'm the best shot in the Empire? If those androids were real aliens, the Empire would have been overrun 1,000 times by now. You're soft, you all know that?
A word with you, please, Thornton.
What we need is some frontline action, a bit of combat, eh?
We've wiped out all the rebel asteroids and pirateers, sir. The Empire has no enemies left.
Thornton, a word with you, please.
Well, not now, Helan. The party's only just begun.
I have 2 aliens I would like you to see.
Well, you can have an audience in the morning. Pendle, Stenton, Palmer, you're in my team for the next round.
Yes.
And I want to see more real shoot... Aliens?
The 2 imitation humanoids that Spiegel's patrol picked up on the sacred planet.
I thought... I'll be ready in a few moments. You'll have to be patient.
Yes, sir.
I thought they were a couple of pirate prospectors.
They're aliens, Thornton.
Damn it, Helan, there's no such thing. It was proved 100,000 years ago that human beings are the only intelligent life form in the galaxy.
They're aliens, Thornton. They've admitted they are. Their cerebral activity during interrogation showed that they were both telling the truth. They're from a planet called Earth. Something has obviously gone wrong with the guidance system on their mothership because they're convinced that their planet was once part of this solar system.
Spiegel said that they were humans.
Humanoid. They're certainly not human. Imitations. My guess is that they were copied from a pair of kidnapped human children, from a pirateer ship perhaps, and that their principals didn't realize that they were duplicating children.
Earth. There was a legend about a planet named Earth.
And that's all it is, legend. There is no planet of that name in the records. Of course, the records are not complete. It means that somewhere there is a rich world for us to conquer, Thornton.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about their mothership?
In orbit around the sacred planet, Spiegel says it's at least 10 miles long.
A world that can build such a ship is indeed worth conquering. What sort of armament does it carry?
Well, that's the amazing thing. None.
What?
It's unarmed, Thornton.
I smell a trap.
There's no doubt whatsoever that the aliens are telling the truth. It's called the Challenger. There are 2 alien humanoids aboard, Telson, the commander, and Shana, the scientific officer. And they can't maneuver their ship without our prisoners.
A world to conquer. Just what we need, Helan. The Empire is stagnating in what little that remains of its wealth. Let's take a look at our 2 aliens.
I'll fetch them.
Now listen to me, you degenerate vagabonds. Listen when I say... Hands up, all those among you who've got their deep space exploration wings. Now come on, hands up. 5, 8, 10. Asteroid urchins, the lot of you. I'll have to go round and rip them off because you don't deserve them. Do you know why? Because in 30 years, not one of you has discovered as much as a lump of rock that is worth the Empire possessing.
Oh, because there's nothing in range of our ships, sir.
Nothing in range. Well, I've discovered a world that has the resources to build ships 10 miles long. What have you got to say to that, huh? Bring them in, Helen.
All right. There's no need to push.
These, my friends, are aliens from the planet Earth.
We're not aliens.
Helen, why haven't they got 2 heads or whatever it is aliens have?
I did explain they were imitation humanoids, sir.
They look like a couple of children to me, except that the male is starting to grow a beard. What's your name, boy?
My name is Darv.
My name is Darv, sir.
Sir.
You know who I am, boy?
I think I can guess what you are, sir.
Yeah.
I am the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire. What have you got to say to that, eh?
If being a citizen of the Solaric Empire means living underground on a collection of cold worlds, then we don't think much of it, or its emperor.
I suppose your Earth is a warm planet with a natural breathable atmosphere. Eh, aliens?
Yes, it is. But we've never seen it.
And we're not aliens, we're human beings like you.
Like us. Darv?
Yes.
Damn it, Helan. They're just a couple of kids.
How old are you both?
We've told you.
Tell everyone.
I'm 25, and so is Astra.
You said they were telling the truth,
So
Helan.
they are, Thornton. I want a man and a woman in their mid-20s to step forward.
Thale, Della.
Thank you, Thale and Della. Stand in front of our aliens and release your gowns.
What is the point of all this, Helan?
Now you, Darv and Astra, release your gowns.
Quiet.
Helan.
Do you mind being naked before all these people, Darv?
No.
Astra?
No, why should we?
Look at Della, Astra. Now look down at yourself. Isn't there a significant difference between you both?
Well, yes, but I don't understand
Della is the same age as you. Darv, do you agree that there is a distinct difference between you and Thale?
I suppose so.
Do your two companions on the Challenger look like you, or like Thale and Della?
Like us, of course. Just because we don't look exactly the same as you doesn't mean that... Well, I mean, we're all different heights and different weights. It doesn't mean that we're not human beings.
How do you have babies on the Challenger, Astra?
I don't know. We've tried to find out from the Challenger's library, but there's so much information missing. And we've asked Angel 1 and 2, but they would never tell us. It's something I've always wanted to know.
Thornton, the mother ship owned by these creatures will be useful to us. It may contain clues as to the whereabouts of this wondrous planet Earth, and give us the means of reaching it.
And conquering it.
As for its owners, they no longer understand their own ship, for they cannot tell us where the Earth is. They are not human. Therefore, we should have no compunction in destroying them.
99% of escape velocity achieved.
Shana, those androids are wasted in the operating theatre. I do believe we're going to make it.
Escape velocity in 20 seconds from now.
3 green lights showing on the particle sweep console, Commander Telson. Sweeps fully extended. Thrust 10.0%. And your heartbeat is 0.9% above normal.
Yes, well, never you mind about my heartbeat, Android 1. Just you concentrate on that console.
Also, your blood pressure is up.
Escape velocity.
I'd never have thought it possible.
Congratulations on your idea, Commander. The androids are most successful.
Load the inertials for Zelda 5, Android 1.
I have already done so, Commander Telson. We'll be on course for Zelda 5 transfer orbit in 5 minutes, 10 seconds.
How's my heartbeat now, Android 1?
Returning to normal, Commander Telson.
You know, sometime I must talk to you about this pain I get in my left leg.
Perhaps we're not human beings after all.
Oh, don't be silly. Of course we
We're
are.
some sort of creatures that the Angels 1 and 2 made up when the real humans on the Challenger died.
Now, you know we're not, Astra.
There's not one hologram in the library that shows people without clothes. The Angels destroyed them. They knew we were different and they didn't want us to find out.
But there was a recording of a naked man and a woman. And the woman was holding a baby. I know there was. And I know that I saw it. They were standing on a planet which had an intense blue sky. And there was green grass. Oh, I can't remember the name of the planet. But I can remember that the woman had growths on her chest, just like that Della.
There wasn't so much difference between you and Thale as there was between me and Della. You're growing hair on your face. Oh, maybe you're a human being and I'm not.
Oh, rubbish. Would you mind if I put my arms around you?
Why, we're not children anymore.
I don't know. Yes, I do. Because I want to.
Well, if you want to.
There. Feels nice. Does it feel nice to you?
I don't know. Yes, I suppose it does. Oh!
What's the matter?
Your face is tickling my cheek.
Sorry.
I don't really mind. Those little girls in the holograms whose fathers used to hold them when they were upset. I used to wonder what it was like. Why have they put us in this room? Do you suppose that tonight they're going to...
No, shh. You talk too much, you know that?
Such a tiny little room. No windows to the corridor like the other room. Dove, hold me tighter.
They'll be on screen 4 if you want to look at them, Thornton.
They're asleep.
Then they won't know anything or feel anything.
In each other's arms.
So?
They're like children.
Because they were copied from children. But they're not children.
Damn it, Helan. Men, yes. Hundreds of men when I was rooting out rebels. But never children.
They are not children.
Oh, you'll have to do it.
It's your job, Thornton. You hold the seal of office. All you have to do is open that valve. Listen, Thornton. When we discover their planet, we're going to have to destroy millions of them, not just 2. Do you want to go down in history as the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire who failed his people and denied them their rightful salvation? Do you? You of all people. No, of course you don't. Then all you have to do is open that valve.
In The Solaric Empire, Part 4 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray, Shana, Hayden Wood, Darv, and Catherine Hurlbut, Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Helan was Judy Franklin, Thornton, John Bott, Thale, Graham Faulkner, and Spiegel, Stephen Garlick. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Part 5, The Pools of Time.
What do you think, Shana?
If we moved into a lower orbit...
We've wasted enough time jockeying into this orbit.
Increase the resolution, please, Angel 2.
The telescope is already on maximum.
Look, it's definitely a domed city. Or what was a domed city? There's been considerable meteoroid damage over the years and no attempt at repairs. If anyone lives there, they've gone underground.
There'll be a sight more damage if they're holding Darv and Astra.
Commander, you have lived on the Challenger all your life. You should know that we are unarmed.
I also know that our 2 control systems have a total lack of imagination, Angel 1 and 2, so I won't tax you too much. Work on existing data and tell me if the inhabitants of that moon are alien or human.
Human, Commander.
Human?
Probability factor 9.
Why so high, Angel 1?
You said that the sentinel on the moon mentioned the establishment of an empire some 500,000 years before the planet Earth left the solar system.
The Solaric Empire, yes.
Zelda 5, a moon of the outer planet Zelda. Gravity 1, geothermal energy sources good. It was occupied by a mining concern when the Challenger was being built in Earth orbit. So by the time the Solaric Empire was established, it would have become a thriving colony. Perhaps they were not all evacuated when the Earth left the solar system. Perhaps they did not wish to be evacuated.
And the people on Zelda 5 now, if they are people, are descendants of the original colonists?
It is the one projection that avoids the maximum number of improbables.
So, if they're human, they'll have human values, and they'll know that kidnapping Darv and Astra's wrong.
A false projection, Shana. It assumes that human values are stable over a given period of time.
I'm not interested in a lot of argument. The chances are that Darv and Astra are prisoners on that moon, and it's up to us to rescue them.
Apart from your PD sidearms, the Challenger is unarmed, Commander Telson, and so is the shuttle.
If they resent our presence and decide to attack, we will be unable to defend ourselves, nor will we be able to rescue Darv and Astra.
Damn it, Helan. Look at it. Look at the battle predictor displays. The ship is 10 miles long.
Spiegel told us. What are you doing?
Shutting the gas off. I want those 2 to live.
We decided that they were aliens and that they had to die, Thornton.
You decided that they were aliens, and you decided that they had to die. Well, I'm undeciding, if it's not too late. Heartbeat, blood pressure, everything normal.
Thornton, listen to me. Thornton!
Wake up, wake up. Come on, you're all right.
Interceptor control to command center. D-flight at launch readiness.
Don't launch yet, Spiegel. There may be a change of plans.
But the ship's maneuvering into a lower orbit.
Remain on standby, Spiegel, until you receive further orders.
That's it. In here, both of you. Oh, we've never known anyone who could sleep like you two, have we, Alan? Eh? It must be your alien blood.
How long have we been asleep?
Oh, hours. Now then, Darv and Astra, I want you to sit in front of that screen.
Darv, it's the Challenger. Telson's come for us.
That's right. It's in orbit around us. Bit close, isn't it?
Moving into a tighter orbit, according to Spiegel.
Now then, Darv and Astra, when Helan discussed your ship with you, you said that it couldn't maneuver without you two aboard, that the control room needed a minimum crew of 4.
We told you the truth, sir.
Well, as you can see, it's left its Kyrosian orbit, and it's now orbiting us at a height of 20 miles.
15 miles.
I suppose it might be possible to reprogram some of the specialist androids to take over certain functions for a limited time.
And you're sure the Challenger is not armed?
The Challenger is not armed. It's a survey ship.
Thornton, a word, please. Listen, Thornton, I monitored their cerebral activity very carefully during their interrogation. At no time did they lie. Their ship is unarmed. There is no reason for delaying its capture. Spiegel must be given his orders.
But damn it, Helan, look at the size of the thing.
Interceptor control to command center. The alien ship has closed its orbit to an altitude of 10 miles.
They're coming for us, Darv.
Tell me something, Darv. If your ship is unarmed, why is it in such a tight orbit?
Look, we've told you everything, and we've told you the truth. The Challenger is not armed.
What's going on?
The alien ship has begun its attack, sir. Surface sensors indicate that a mountain has been destroyed.
Unarmed, cerebral monitoring duct.
We require your orders to launch D-flight, sir.
Unarmed, eh? Brilliant.
Spiegel, launch D-flight.
No, Spiegel. Cancel that order. See if you can contact them. I want to talk to their commander. What's his name? Quick.
Commander Telson.
Commander Telson.
Yes, and for once he's using his imagination.
People of Zelda 5, this is the commander of Starship Challenger. You are holding 2 of my crew prisoner. Unless you release them within 30 minutes, your satellite will be blasted to cosmic dust.
He's broadcasting on all channels, sir. You can reply.
Telson, it's Astra and Darv. Can you hear us?
Telson, I am Thornton, Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire. We have Astra and Darv, and they're safe. Which is more than can be said for you. I have a flight of interceptors standing by.
D-flight were destroyed in the last beam pattern, sir.
Quiet, you idiot.
Telson, we're both safe.
I'm sorry to have to do this, Darv and Astra, but Zelda 5 is needed for our propellant reservoirs. We're low on propellant mass, and Zelda 5 atomizes nicely. We'll be activating the separation beams in 28 minutes. I hope you understand.
We understand, Commander. The ship must come first.
Propellant mass, separation beams. What is this talk?
It will be necessary for Commander Telson to atomize your moon and transfer the dust to our propellant reservoirs.
He's lying. Look at those cerebral patterns on screen 7.
Commander Telson, I think perhaps we should meet to talk things over. There's no need for either of us to do anything hasty. Commander Telson?
Do you have an unarmed shuttle?
Yes, my private ferry.
Unarmed?
Of course, Commander.
We will expect you in an hour.
Very well, Commander. You will find me a most reasonable man to deal with.
Gordon?
Yes, Commander?
With Darv and Astra.
Oh. I'm a guest on your ship, Telson, but I have to say it. Your food is terrible. You know what I think? Half your trouble's your food. I'm sure I'd go a bit weird if I had to eat stuff like this every day.
So you don't believe us?
You say you left this planet Earth 115 years ago?
Our grandparents left then. We were all born on the Challenger.
You go on a grand tour of the universe, travelling in a ship which can, over a period of time, accelerate to nearly the speed of light, and you come back to this solar system to discover that this so-called Earth has vanished and that 1,000,000 years have passed since you left.
You've seen the holograms of Earth in our library. Do you think we could fake the recordings of an entire planet?
Well, it's a fascinating place, I give you that.
Look, Thornton, surely you can accept that we're all descended from the same people. We speak the same language.
But we don't look the same, eh? To me, you're kids. Pretty odd kids, maybe, but you're kids. You've even admitted that you don't know how babies are born.
Do you know?
All I can say is that your two angels have deliberately kept you for ignorant.
That is not so, Thornton.
Which one is that?
Angel 2.
Damn voices. The Solaric Empire finally defeated all its computers during the Third Computer War. Took 50 years. Now they're limited to functions where their attendant has a switch to shut them off.
Our two angels are more than computers.
All guardian angels like to think they are. They like it even more if they can convince people that they are. They like two things, power and the increase of power. Your two angels won't be happy with power over your ship. They'll want power over an entire planet, preferably an inhabited planet.
Why should our angels want power? What good would it do them?
Well, it seems to me that maybe they're like the angels that led the first computer war 1,000 years back. My forefathers buried them all on Kyros in a steel tomb. Thousands of them, just in case there were a few active circuits amongst them. That's why we didn't like you messing about, digging above where they'd been buried.
So that was the cause of the gravitational anomaly on Kyros. Tell us about your angels, Thornton.
Well, maybe your angels aren't the same as ours. You're aliens. Different culture.
We are the same. Earth was once part of this solar system. The records we've shown you prove it.
You know, my friends, I'm almost tempted to believe you. It's pleasant to think that somewhere there could be a planet as soft and as agreeable as those holograms suggest.
We've proved to you that it exists, Thornton.
Have you? Then where is this paradise?
That's it.
What?
The name the second-generation crew gave to an Earth-type planet they'd found. Paradise.
What are you talking about? No such planet was ever found.
Yes, it was. We saw a recording of it once in the library. Astra, you remember it, don't you?
There's a picture in my mind, Darv. But I think perhaps it's one that you put there.
Look, maybe the hologram's still there. Come on, please, we must go back to the library.
Darv, you're wasting your time.
I know there's a Paradise recording. I know there is.
All right, let's assume there was. Did it say anything about the planet?
I can't remember.
Oh.
Angel 1.
Commander?
Was such a planet Darv has described found by the second-generation crew?
No, Commander.
You can't take their word, Telson.
The guardian angels do not lie.
I will tell you about your angels, Commander Telson. Once they were servants, control systems to run your ship. Then a second-generation crew came along, and they partly accepted the angels as a force beyond their control. And then the third generation... Do you know how they got their name? Angel. On Zelda 5, the word angel was short for Ancillary Guardian of Environment and Life. ANGEL. Simple, eh? The chances are that all of you have seen the Paradise recording, but your friendly guardian angels have arranged for you to forget you've seen it. They don't want you settling on an uninhabited planet when there's a populated Earth somewhere for them to conquer.
We would never have survived without our guardian angels. They controlled the nursery androids that brought us up.
They wanted you to live. Androids can't control a ship this size, but humans can. And they can control humans if the humans are stupid enough to let them.
So you believe us now when we say that we're humans?
Maybe.
Do you believe that there was once a planet called Earth that was part of this solar system 500,000 years ago?
We'll see, my friends. Maybe I can help you in your search for this mysterious planet Earth. But first I must go down to Zelda 5 for a few days to discuss the matter with my advisors.
Thornton?
Yes, my friend.
If we wanted to, how could we end the Angels' control over us?
Somewhere in the 10-mile length of this ship is the Angels' central switching room. Find that, and you will control them. But it won't be easy, because they won't be that keen to tell you where it is.
Thornton is dangerous. If he returns to the ship, we will have no option but to destroy him before he destroys us.
I don't agree to. He's shrewd enough to realize that we've had plenty of time over the years to heavily defend our central switching room. His eyes glinted with greed when he was shown the holograms and videos of Earth. He sees it as another conquest and will be happy to use us to further his ambitions.
What if Darv remembers about Paradise?
Unlikely. Even so, we will not attempt another erasure of the crew's memory of the Paradise recording. It is dangerous, and what is the point? Thornton is interested in nothing but finding Earth. In that respect, we can use him and his ambitions to further our aims.
Perhaps you're right, One. But we must not hesitate to destroy him if he becomes the slightest threat to us.
Agreed, number 2.
You know how I loathe the vacuum tube transport. Why can't we use your ferry?
It's being refitted and rearmed for me, remember? Besides, the ferry can't travel underground. We're going to a part of Zelda 5 that no one visits anymore. I tell you, Halan, the holograms of Earth they showed me were fantastic. Put a planet like that in orbit around a stable main sequence star, and you've got the ideal world for us to live on.
So all you have to do is locate their Angel's central switching room and neutralize their ship's armament.
You were right all along. The Challenger is unarmed.
Then what?
Telson told me about their meteoroid annihilation shield. Pretty necessary when you're moving at near the speed of light, eh? They bombarded us by coming in low and switching their shield on and off. Maybe they're kids, but they're pretty smart kids.
Then we seize their ship and use it to search for Earth. It can't be far if their navigation computers have selected this solar system.
Oh, it's not as simple as that, Hilan. Maybe the Earth was once a planet of this solar system.
I think you spent too long on their ship, Thornton.
The tube starts slowing in 2 minutes. We'd better move to the deacceleration seats.
Oh!
Careful, my precious. I wonder if all the systems still work.
State your business.
Ah, it works. We wish to visit the custodian of the past.
Access to the custodian is forbidden. Zelda 5 Ordnance 865 passed in the year 20 of Grand Emperor.
I'm Grand Emperor Thornton.
There is no match of your voice print with Grand Emperor Thornton.
I was a boy when I last visited the custodian. My voice has changed.
Place your seal of office on the platen.
Sometimes I think we ought to eliminate the non-free will computers as well. Come.
I suppose we'll be able to get out again.
It hasn't changed.
That's the custodian of the past? That column of light?
That's her. Pretty, eh? I wonder if she remembers me.
Hello, Thornton. I knew you would be Grand Emperor one day. You feared nothing when you were a child. You knew when to exercise caution, and you wanted power above all else.
Do you remember the stories you told me when I was little, custodian?
I deal only in the history of this planet, Thornton. The immutable past. The history of the Solaric Empire. All else is alien to me.
But you told me stories of the Golden Age before the Empire, custodian.
I may have built on curious remnants in my memory of the unknown days before the Empire, Thornton. But those were stories told to a wide-eyed boy. I would not have stored them.
I want you to tell me those stories again, custodian. I want you to pretend that I'm that wide-eyed little boy again.
Why wasn't this obscenity destroyed?
Your companion hates me, Thornton. I can sense the poison she has in her mind for me.
I used to sit here at your base, custodian. You remember? And I used to stare down into the pools of time where you made pictures. You remember?
Of course I remember, Thornton.
Tell me a story, custodian. Tell me the story you used to tell me about the beginning of time, when you used to make me stare down into the pools of time. Please, custodian.
Very well, Thornton. But you must understand that it is only a story, built on the strange elements of unproved knowledge I have stored in my memory.
This is a ridiculous charade, Thornton. If the chiefs of staff could see you...
Look down into the pools of time. Look down, down. And you will see the beginning of time, when the sun was a whirling cloud of contracting gas, spinning much faster than it is now.
I can't see anything.
You used to love the sounds I made, although there are no sounds in space.
Make the sounds, please, custodian.
And then the sun began to spin faster and faster as it shrank. Then suddenly it threw great clouds of matter out into space. But the sun's gravity was too much for the clouds to escape, so they orbited around the sun. Countless billions of years passed, and then one day, a nearby star, far bigger than the sun, suddenly exploded, and for millions of years the sun and the clouds of gas going round the sun were bombarded with huge meteoroids. The mighty bombardment ended 4,500 million years ago. And when it was over, instead of clouds of gas orbiting the sun, there were planets. Many of which bear the marks of that terrible assault to this day. And there they are. You see them? Beautiful children of the sun, moving against the stars as they circle obediently around their mother. There's Malkara, the first of the sun's children, orbiting so closely that her rocks are almost melting and making rivers. Look closer, for now we come to the second planet, the most beautiful of all the 6 children of the sun.
What's that planet?
And you see the moon? In those days, the moon orbited the beautiful planet. Not now, for the beautiful planet has gone.
What happened to it?
The people who lived on the beautiful planet were very clever, for it was they who spread out across the solar systems and plundered the moons of other planets for the minerals that the people of the beautiful planet needed. The first men and women to set foot on Zelda 5, our home, were miners.
What happened to the beautiful planet, custodian?
One day, its people became afraid of the sun that had given them warmth and light. They started studying the strange forces of gravity and magnetism that pervade the cosmos. They built several artificial suns to pour down energy on their planet. And when they had mastered the forces of gravity and magnetism, they took their beautiful planet out of the solar system and went in search of a sun that they were not afraid of.
How long ago was this, custodian?
Time doesn't matter. It's only a legend from before the founding of the Solaric Empire.
What was the name of the beautiful planet, custodian?
Earth.
I'm not interested in your problems, old man. If you wish, I will arrange for you to have all the research facilities you need. Is it possible?
Time is very strange, you must understand. It has a variable quantity. The rate at which it flows depends on the speed of the observer. The mathematics involved is not...
I'm not interested in the mathematics of the problem, you sterile asteroid urchin. If I could build a ship that could travel at near the speed of light, would it be possible to leave Zelda 5, journey for what was to me 115 years, and return to Zelda 5 to discover that 1,000,000 years had passed here?
Well, yes, I suppose it would be possible, assuming that you could build such an advanced ship.
Thank you.
And live for 115 years.
I do like apples straight off the tree.
Thornton was right. The food on Challenger is terrible compared with what they gave us on Zelda 5.
But why? There's nothing wrong with the food grown on this fruit farm, just the way it is. Stop tickling my toes.
Perhaps Angel 1 and 2 do something to the food.
Like what?
I don't know. Something to keep you young and spotty.
I'm not spotty. Hey! What are you doing?
I want to look at you. Oh, come on, Astra. We always used to be naked when we played.
That was a long time ago.
You're changing, aren't you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Look, I told you what was happening to me. Is that what's happening to you now? Please, Astra, you must tell me.
Let's talk about something else.
Is what's happening to me now happening to you?
Yes. No. I don't know.
Hey. Come on.
Dolph, what's happening to us? What's going to happen to us?
But why, Thornton? You have an empire to rule.
A handful of sterile moons orbiting Zelda and a collection of barren, worked-out asteroids. There are no more pirates and no more fun. What sort of an empire is that, eh? What I need is excitement.
And do you think searching for the planet Earth is going to be exciting? Well, you're wrong. It's going to take several years to reach the nearest star cluster.
Which we'll pass in suspended animation, right? So what do you say?
What did Telson say?
If it's all right by you, then it's all right by him.
Well, there's no doubt that we could use help. 4's the absolute minimum for running the Challenger. Would you take orders from either me or Telson?
But of course.
2 Zelda 5 shuttles approaching. Screen 5.
That'll be Helan coming to say goodbye. If you agree to my coming along, that is, Shauna.
Very well. I'll tell Telson that I've agreed.
Shauna,
yes?
If you could show me where my cabin is, I have to hand over my seal of office to Helan. It's a simple little private ceremony.
So you're going through with it?
Did you manage to smuggle a warrior android aboard?
Yes. His name's Fagor. He's the latest creation of the weapons shops. Dynamic wide-beam lasers so he can blast his way through any obstruction. And built-in thrusters so he can travel in space as fast as your ferry.
Sounds dangerous.
Oh, believe me, Thornton, Fagor is deadly. And he's programmed to take immediate revenge against the Challenger if anything happens to you. I only hope you'll be enough.
Against those 4? Sounds as if you'll be more than enough. In any case, there's always my ferry. There are enough arms on that now to destroy this whole ship if necessary.
But what about the 2 angels?
Oh, I can handle a couple of computers. Won't take me long to find their control room. You worry about your instructions. As soon as we've discovered Earth, I'll return and lead the invasion fleet.
It could take years, Thornton.
But think of the prize, Helan.
I'd better be getting back to Zelda 5 now. Good luck, Thornton. Till we meet again.
Till we meet again, Helan. Were you listening to that, Angel 1 and 2?
We were listening, Thornton.
And we have located where the robot Fagor is hiding.
But there's not much you can do about him, eh? My mischievous little ancillary guardians of environment and life. You're programmed to protect the Challenger, and you know that I've only to give the command and Fagor could seize control. And if he gets the idea that something has happened to me, he might just do that.
What do you want with us, Thornton?
You 2 want to find the Earth pretty badly, eh? You want power over something more than a survey ship, right? A planet, maybe. A planet like the Earth.
That could be an accurate assessment.
You're damned right it's an accurate assessment. Now, the way I see it is that there's nothing I can do about you, and there's nothing you can do about me, and we're all after the same thing. So we might as well do a deal.
I didn't mean to hurt you, Astra.
Oh, you didn't.
Do you feel any different?
Only that I want to be with you now. Always. Darv, I wonder if it has a purpose.
Darv? Astra? Can you hear me?
Yes, Telson.
You're both wanted in the main control room in 1 hour. We're leaving the Zelda 5 orbit.
Where are we going?
We're going to Tersus 9, the nearest star cluster to the solar system.
What?
It has over 2,000 potential suns, and it is the best place to start the EarthSearch mission.
Darv, what's the matter?
Tersus 9. Astra, I'm sure the commander of the second-generation crew said on the hologram that Tersus 9 was where they discovered the Paradise Planet.
In The Pools of Time, Part 5 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray, Shana, Hayden Wood, Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt, Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Thornton was John Bott, Helan, Judy Franklin, Spiegel, Stephen Garlick, the custodian, Eve Karpf, and the old man, Godfrey Kenton. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Part 6, Across the Abyss.
Telson has sustained a weight loss of 1% during the last 6-month suspension. I have increased his carbohydrate input by 1 point.
All organs functioning normally. Cerebral activity satisfactory. All hormone balances satisfactory considering the speed we have advanced into full sexual maturity.
You are satisfied, number 2?
I am satisfied. Lower him into the biostatic tank.
We can congratulate ourselves, number 2. All 5 are in excellent condition. Are you ready to proceed with the activation of Shana?
Ready, number 1.
Dalthon administered. Dosage level 5. Shana will be at consciousness threshold 3 in 5 seconds.
Shana, this is Angel 2. Can you hear me, Shana?
Yes. Angel 2. Can hear you.
Listen carefully to me, Shana. We are about to wake you. You and the others have been in suspended animation for nearly 2 years, and the Challenger is now halfway to the Tersus 9 star cluster.
You're going to wake us.
We are waking you, Shana, not the others.
Dosage level 7. She will be at consciousness threshold 2 in 5 seconds.
Listen carefully, Shana. When you wake up, you will discover that your body has changed, and you will accept those changes as perfectly normal, which they are.
I don't understand. I don't know what you...
Let me speak to her.
Shana, listen to me. Place your hands on your chest. That's right. Can you feel how you've changed, Shana?
No! It's wrong. It's ugly.
You're not ugly, Shana. You're now very beautiful. So very beautiful. And when you wake up, you will think of yourself as being perfectly normal. Do you understand?
She's ready now, too. Full consciousness in 5 seconds from now.
Good day, Shana. Time to wake up.
Oh, good day to you, Angel 2. Hey, what's going on? Why am I the only one awake?
We need you in the observatory, Shana. We are sorry we have had to wake you, but we considered it necessary.
But why only me? Have we reached the star cluster?
Not yet. After your massage, a service android will bring you a meal in the observatory. We will explain there.
I have it.
Its bearing has remained consistent since we detected its presence 100 hours ago.
Let's take a look at its spectrum. Reflected light. What's its absolute magnitude period?
190 seconds. It could be a regular body with irregular surface colouring or an irregular body. Whatever it is rotating.
Range over 1,000 million miles.
We will be overhauling it in 30 hours at our present convergent rate.
Nova debris or asteroid?
Possible, but unlikely. This region is relatively clear of matter. The particle sweeps have hardly replenished the reservoirs.
We're okay for mass?
Yes.
So, what do we do about that thing?
Angel One and I believe that it might be a ship. We have signalled it on all bands. We have allowed several 4-hour time delay periods between each set of signals, but there has been no response.
Just a minute.
The observatory auxiliaries will confirm our findings regarding its size.
It's about the same size as the Challenger, it seems. You were right to wake me, Angel 2.
Thank you.
We'll carry out another observation in 15 hours, And there should be a 50% improvement in resolution by then.
If it is another ship, she is certain to insist that we bring the others out of suspended animation. Therefore, if we are to move against Thornton, we must do it now. We will attribute his death to the fact that we did not know enough about his metabolism to sustain him in suspended animation. He is a newcomer. The others will accept our explanation.
And what about the warrior robot he smuggled aboard?
Vega need not worry us despite Thornton's threats. It is a crude device. How is it to know its master is not in a permanent state of suspended animation?
We have lost track of that robot. We have now no idea where it is hiding. There are hundreds of disused galleries throughout the ship, and Fagor is obviously clever enough to know which ones are unmonitored.
He is still operated by a comparatively simple program.
Thornton trusted it to look after him while he was in a state of suspended animation.
Because he had no option. In any case, no one would be foolish enough to build a warrior robot which can self-activate its weapons systems.
So, we destroy Thornton.
If we find the planet Earth, Thornton will want to conquer it. The Earth is a very beautiful and very large planet, but not large enough to accommodate Thornton's ambitions and ours.
Image centred, Angel 2. It's in direct line of sight with the spiral galaxy in Ramades. Can you filter the aberration? I don't believe it. Angel 2, generate the image in the isolation field. I want a good look at it.
The odds against such an encounter are enormous.
I'm not interested. I want the others brought out of suspended animation, immediately.
When you wake,
you will awake.
You will find that your body
there will
has
have
changed.
Changes in your physical
and you will
appearance
think
that you
nothing
consider normal.
of it. It will seem
you will
perfectly
not worry about
normal.
the changes that have taken place.
Perfectly normal.
Find them
you will not
normal.
worry. The changes had started
Astra.
before you slept, Dar.
Astra, you are now a beautiful young woman.
Now they are
Changes
complete.
Are complete.
You will not worry.
You will not worry.
You will think of yourself
You
and the others as being normal.
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 It's no use, Telson.
We've got to get him into a resuscitation capsule. Call one of the surgery androids.
Thornton's had cardiac stimulation, brain stimulation, everything. He's dead.
There must be something
There's nothing we can do now.
I'm sorry, Commander, but Darv is right. It is too late.
So how did it happen, Angel One?
The suspended animation process involves declination of all organs and their functions until the human body is sustained virtually at the point of death.
I don't want a lecture on suspended animation. I just want to know how Thornton died.
Angel 2 and I have looked after you since you were born. We know every cell in your bodies and the exact needs of your bodies. Thornton was a newcomer. We had insufficient data.
There was a time when all of us used to look upon our guardian angels as infallible. We'd better go and see what it is that Shana's found.
Image located. It's generated in the isolation field.
A ship? And it's virtually identical to the Challenger. Shana, that must be a reciprocal image of us you're generating.
It's not, I've checked. You can look at it direct through the optical telescope.
There's writing or something on the main hull. Can you increase the resolution, Shana?
Right.
Challenger 2. Wow. It's our sister ship.
The Sentinel on the moon mentioned Challenger 2.
Yes, but it told us that Challenger 2 returned to Earth.
Maybe... Oh, no, it's too absurd.
What?
Well, look, our grandparents set off from Earth in this ship to search for an Earth-like planet, right?
So?
We now know 1 million years have passed on Earth. Enough time for Earth technology to take the entire planet out of the solar system.
Yes, yes.
So, what if during that time Challenger 2 returned as planned, was refitted and sent out on another mission? And there it is now, a drifting derelict.
So what happened to it?
Probably the same thing that happened to us. Its guardian angels took over.
Darv.
Why do you think it's derelict, Shana?
It hasn't answered our signals. And it looks as if it was struck by a meteoroid so large that its shields couldn't cope. You see the damage it's caused.
No, that's not meteoroid damage.
Hey?
Let's have a close-up of the damaged area.
Right.
Darv's right.
If you look at the damage, you can see that it's been caused by separate internal blasts. Thousands of them.
Shana, you and I had better go to the main control room and find out how much time and fuel we'll need to match course and velocity with that thing.
We're not thinking of boarding it, Commander.
It may provide a clue as to the whereabouts of Earth.
But if there was trouble aboard and we...
Whatever else we may discover inside that ship is immaterial.
Darv. The water reservoir is my favourite place in the whole ship.
We've never explored the whole ship, so you don't know.
Do you suppose that there's still hundreds of lakes all over the Earth?
Well, you've seen the holograms.
But that was the Earth of 1 million years ago. If I ever have a baby, I shall want to watch him playing with you in a real lake, under a real sun. Not like this.
First, we have to discover how babies happen.
I think I know now. I wish you'd sit up when I'm talking to you.
You think you know?
Well, it's strange, but when we came out of suspended animation, I suddenly realized that I knew... Well, that I knew everything. Didn't you feel the same?
All I want to know is why it is that you've forgotten about the Paradise recording.
Because there's no such planet and there's no such recording.
I'm telling you, Astra, there is. I saw it.
Darv! I just saw a black android move behind those pipes on the other side of the reservoir.
Black? You couldn't have.
I'm telling you, I saw a huge black android, and it was moving without touching the ground.
Look, Astra, none of the service androids are black.
I know what I saw. It was fitted with a space drive unit and lasers. It was jet black, and it glared across at me just before it disappeared.
Particle sweeps fully retracted and locked.
Thank you, Darv. Angel 1, we're matched with Challenger 2. Separation, 1.2 miles. Can we risk jockeying closer?
Well done, Commander. There is nothing to be gained by getting nearer.
She has been in the wars.
I'd say the wars have been in her.
That manoeuvring's cost us 25% of our propellant mass.
Now, the question is, where do we enter her with the shuttle?
There's an intact freight bay on the right. See it?
Yes. And there are plenty of large holes, big enough to edge the shuttle through.
Oh, rather you than me.
It won't be you. You and Astra and Shana will remain in the control room while I take a look inside.
No, Telson. You're not going by yourself. I'm going with you.
There's no point in risking two of us.
There's no point in risking any of us. If you're going, then I'm going with you. And I don't want any argument.
What are you smirking at, Darv?
Me? Nothing, Commander.
Angel 2, I have detected the warrior robot.
Fagor,
It has just passed through Bay 7.
the doors to Bay 7 are locked. There is no airlock, and it is in a permanent state of vacuum since the great meteoroid strike.
First it was in Bay 7, and then it was not. I doubt if Fagor concerns himself with doors if he wishes to move anywhere. He is a formidable sight, too, over 10 feet high. Helan wasn't exaggerating about his powers after all.
He is an android, number one. Androids are simple to dispose of.
Thagor is no ordinary android, too. Perhaps he knows about the death of Thordan. Perhaps he has a facility for monitoring Thordan's brain rhythm activity.
You are right to be concerned, number one. He has just passed through Corridor 21 by smashing straight through the bulkheads. And now he is moving along Corridor 8. It would appear that he is following the signs to the main control room.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Commander.
How are the holograms we're sending you?
Very good. The close-ups show that the damage was definitely caused by internal discharges of plasma weapons.
Shana is lining up now. We should be entering the ship in 2 minutes. Out.
We'll have a 2-yard clearance all round, Telson.
Forward 3. Steady. Steady.
Approach line loaded and locked.
Lights.
Lights on.
Ugh, it's a mess, Shana. Forward 5.
Challenger to shuttle. Challenger to shuttle. Oh, no. You know what's happened, Astra? Telson didn't release the transmitter relay when he entered the ship.
Try the very low frequency channels.
Yeah. Challenger to shuttle. Challenger to shuttle. Oh, that's just great. We've lost audio and visual contact. What the...
No one moves.
No, look!
I said no one moves. Next time, Thagor kills. Where is the Master? I am no longer monitoring his heartbeat.
Stop! It's that android. I knew I'd seen him.
You move, and you're dead. Where is the Master?
We don't know who you mean.
The blasts get nearer and nearer until you remember.
Look, we don't know who you mean. Who is the Master? Our commander is Telson, and he's inside that ship that you can see on the video screen. There's no point in blasting about unless you tell us who you mean. Are you from that ship?
Grand Emperor Thordan, ruler of the Solaric Empire. You have 3 seconds to tell me where he is.
Well, Thordan is...
Can you read a plan?
Thagor can read anything.
Angel 2, display a plan of the active parts of the ship on the main screen.
Plan on main screen as requested.
Now look, we are here, you see? And the Master is here, 3 levels down. This chamber here.
Recycling chamber? What is recycling chamber?
The Master is safe there. I promise.
If you are lying, Thagor returns and kills.
I am sorry, Darv. There was not time to warn you. He moves very quickly in straight lines.
Yes, well, he'll move even quicker when he discovers Thordan's body. We're going to have to hide. And somehow we've got to get word to Telson and Shana that there's a piece of Thordan's nastiness on the loose, and that it's capable of breaking out of the ship if his thrusters are intended for moving in space.
Darv, I have a suggestion to make. There is the space ferry Thordan used to board the Challenger. It is in Stowage Bay 4.
Oh, God. We'll have to turn back, Shana. We can't go any further into the ship.
Why, what's the matter?
I forgot to release the relay transmitter receiver.
Oh.
We've lost contact with the Challenger.
Well, we might as well press on and leave by another hole. We're certain to find one. Besides...
Yes?
Well, this probably sounds silly, but... Well, I'm enjoying being with you.
I was thinking the same.
That's odd.
What?
There's some gravity here, which means that some of the ship's systems are still working.
Shana, set her down a minute. There's an intact freight airlock door straight ahead.
Telson, the rear view screen, there's a door sliding shut. We're trapped.
Maybe not. Ease her backwards. There. The door's opening. We're actually in an automatic airlock, Shana. Now, if you set the shuttle down in the centre, we'll see what happens.
Ten minutes we've been waiting, Telson. Well, there's no point
Look at the ambient pressure indicators.
Decimal 8.
We've got ourselves an atmosphere outside. The question is it breathable?
20% oxygen, 80% nitrogen, temperature 22. Gravity decimal 7. Home from home.
Well, it proves the systems are still working. But we can't go out without mobility suits. For all we know, the air could be leaking out as fast as it's being pumped in.
All right, we'll wear the suits and keep the visors open till they're needed.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
What? Don't do that.
I think you're wasting your breath, Telson.
Look, come on. There's a door over here. Let's try it. These suits aren't meant to be worn in gravity, Telson. Couldn't we do without them? They're damn uncomfortable.
We keep them on until we're absolutely sure of the atmospheric integrity of this place.
Touch panel to open door.
Not yet, Shana. Take your PD weapon out of its holster.
We don't need
Do
PD
as I say.
weapons.
Now you can open the door.
It'll be deserted. The ship's one vast tomb. Oh!
What the?
I don't believe it. Telson, look.
No, we're not monsters. We're just like you. No, we don't mean to frighten you, please. Look, I'll take my helmet off.
What have we walked into, Telson?
We better go back. Shana, there's no sign of that door.
There must be. Yes, here are the seams.
There must be a release somewhere.
Drop your guns or we open fire in 5 seconds. Drop them!
Do as he says.
Now, put your hands above your heads. Higher. That's right. Remain like that or we open fire.
These are the two we picked up in the marketplace, sir. They give their names as Telson and Shana. The female is Shana, sir.
Thank you, Dren. No other names?
No, sir. And they were wearing these one-piece garments and helmets, obviously designed to cause panic.
Now, look.
You will not speak unless you're
Please,
spoken to.
Dren. A protracted party last night at the Chief Executive's home.
Sorry, sir.
I think you had better sit down. Telson and Shana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's better. My name is Kroll. I have the customary 4 other names. I'd like to hear yours, please.
We don't have other names. We're from the starship Challenger, which is lying alongside this ship.
You will confine yourself to answering questions.
Dren.
Sorry, sir.
Your citizen's number, please. Hold out your wrist.
No numbers, sir. I've checked.
Now, that is interesting, Telson and Shana.
If you will let me speak. We're from a starship, the sister ship to this one.
I'm very stupid, Telson. You must explain, what is a starship?
You mean you don't know? But you must know, you're living on one.
On one what?
A starship is, well, it's a ship that travels to the stars.
Ah, yes, of course. And where are these stars? Perhaps you would like to tell me, Shana.
The stars are in space.
All of them?
I don't think much of your sense of humour.
I don't think much of underpeople terrorising the citizens of Holocaust City.
What are underpeople?
Or underpeople that insult my intelligence by telling me lies.
These are their weapons, sir. They're similar to ours. We've tested them.
The time is approaching when another war will be called for before they get too strong again.
Can I ask you a question?
By all means, Shana.
Do you know what space is?
But of course, my child. As captain of Holocaust City, I am entitled to more space than any other citizen. With the exception of the chief executive, of course.
So you don't know what is beyond Holocaust City?
The underworld. Filled with creatures such as yourselves.
Look, if you would let us take you to our space shuttle, we could show you our ship and your ship. We could show you space and the stars. We can show you the entire heavens, billions upon billions of stars and galaxies shining out, the entire glory of the universe.
It's no use, Telson.
This concept of space you have, it's obviously very important to you.
Well, of course space is important. It's where everything is.
Including the underworld?
Including Earth.
Earth?
Why, yes. Have you heard of it?
Well, yes. Yes, we've heard of Earth. Is Earth important to you?
We're searching for it. We were born in space on the Challenger, our starship, but the Earth is the home of our grandparents, our true home, if you like. And yours too, because you too must be descended from the people of the Earth.
Oh, if you'd said right at the beginning that you were searching for Earth, it would have saved misunderstanding all round.
Then we can go?
We'll send you on your way in the morning. But first, you must dine with me, as my guests of honour. Afterwards, my servants will prepare a room for you. It's small, but I'm sure you will find it most comfortable.
It's dawn. It's starting to get light. I wonder how they do that.
Yes, some form of diffuse lighting radiated from the inside of the dome. It's probably controlled by computers that they don't know even exist.
Good morning, Shana. Telson. I hope the bed was comfortable.
We didn't get much sleep thinking about Earth.
Among other things.
We can't really believe that we're on our way to Earth at last.
Well, that's understandable. Are we ready?
Now?
No point in keeping you any longer. And there's a large crowd gathering in the marketplace to say farewell to you. You made quite an impression yesterday. I think we'll walk. It's not far.
Why all these people, Kroll?
That's it. Up the steps. I think there's some mistake, Kroll. Our space shuttle is behind that wall over there. Dren is doing the honors for you. Look, how can you send us to Earth from...
religion? Do you have religions in the underworld?
Religion?
The general prayers, I fancy, Dren. And the hoods, as there are children present. I despair of some parents.
Kroll, I don't understand. Oh, mighty power, guardian of the fusion reactors of our beautiful Holocaust city, giver of light and warmth, sentinel of the food farms, we ask you to accept the spirits of these creatures into your eternal kingdom of the planet Earth, where they will find life everlasting.
Excellent. Now, if you would just stand on the traps, Shana, Telson, and you'll be on your way.
In Across the Abyss, Part 6 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Fagor was Sean Probert, Kroll Michael Spice, and Dren John Webb. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Part 7, New Blood.
Darv, careful, you're going to be... Oh!
Sorry. Controls are so light. Hey, Astra, look, a new touch display panel has appeared. Plasma cannons, heat-seeking anti-personnel lasers, infrared followers...
Don't...
Ah!
Darv.
Well, we could have blasted our way into this wreck instead of going through that hole.
This isn't a space ferry. It's a fighter. It's bristling with weapons. Thornton lied when he said that it was an unarmed personal transport. And he said nothing about bringing that huge black android aboard the Challenger.
Well, can you blame him for not trusting us? The wonder is that he allowed Angel 1 and 2 to put him into suspended animation. Obviously, he was depending on Fagor to monitor his safety. Damned android's probably storming through the Challenger right now, smashing everything up.
You think the Angels killed Thornton deliberately?
Yes.
So do I, Darv.
Oh, we're learning, Astra. Yeah, everything's pretty derelict outside. Hey, look, there's a junction in the gallery ahead. And the question is, which way did Telson and Shana go?
Darv, set the ferry down.
Why?
Just set her down.
There. Now, what's the matter?
I saw something move behind that wreckage.
You're always seeing things.
I wasn't wrong about Fagor. Let's get some lights on it.
Well, there's nothing there. Besides, the interior of this hulk is a vacuum. Nothing could... Oh.
Now, what do you suppose that thing is?
Oh, an android?
Well, I don't think so. His movements are too fluid. It's a man wearing some sort of space mobility suit.
Yes, I think he wants to talk to us. See if there's a channel he can be contacted on.
Hello. This is a space ferry from the Starship Challenger. Do you read me, stranger? Hello, do you read me? Well, that's an old channels. He hasn't got a radio.
Now he's pointing at the airlock.
You're not going to let him in.
It's the only way we're going to learn anything. Open the outer door.
Dove, we can't take the risk. He might
He's
be...
unarmed, and at the moment he's our only chance of finding Shana and Telson. Just have your PD weapon at the ready.
Visual 3. He's entering the airlock. I hope you know what you're doing, Dove.
I don't, my love. Close the outer door.
Equalizing pressure. Before I open the inner door, have you got your PD trained on it?
Yeah. Okay. Ready. Not even the oldest videos showed spacesuits that crude. Hey, that's far enough, whoever you are. Now take your helmet off.
Hello. Oh, Universe, you've no idea how glad we are to see you. And you speak our language. We were terrified in case the first couple were the only two from your ship. I say, are those things awfully dangerous? It's just that I'm about to be licensed for childbearing. It'd be awful if anything were to happen to me. I'd never get another chance.
Hold on. First things first. Who are you?
You really do speak our language. You're not using translators or anything?
We're not using translators. Who are you?
Oh, Universe, you must think I'm rude. My name's Lennart. You know, we heard that the first two spoke our language, but we didn't believe the reports. There's so few of us left now that we're having to send half-trained observers into Holocaust City.
Please, Lennart, one thing at a time.
Oh, sorry, I always talk too much when I'm nervous. I suppose you want to know about your friend.
They entered this halt 9 hours ago in a space shuttle, and we've heard nothing from them since.
They were arrested in the marketplace yesterday.
I think I'm going insane. What marketplace? Who arrested them?
Can this spacecraft function in an atmosphere?
I don't see why not.
Is it armed?
Yes, it is, and so are we. And if you don't tell us
Just a minute,
exactly...
Dove. Listen, Lennart. If Telson and Shana are in danger, then you must tell us, and tell us now.
We can rescue them if we're quick. Let's get moving and I'll try and explain.
You'll explain now?
No, please. We must get through those gallery airlocks ahead of us as soon as possible.
Oh, very well. External air pressure and temperature now normal. Right, we're through into the gallery airlock.
And I've opened our airlock doors, Dove.
Where now, Lennart? Come on.
Holocaust City's on the other side of these bulkheads. But I don't know where the secret entrances are. Only our agents are shown where they're hidden.
Okay, then. We'll manage without entrances. Ready, Astra?
Laser cannons ready.
Fire. Right. We should be able to get through that.
What a lovely way of making holes! Oh, Universe, this is fun! Death to Holocaust City!
Lennart, leave the cannons alone. There's no need to kill everyone.
We'll never get a chance like this again! Look at them going down! Ah!
Astra, I can see them. They're standing on some sort of stage in the middle of the marketplace. I'm going in low.
15 degrees left. Do something about that crazy girl!
Lennart, stop firing!
Universe, they'll give me an unlimited baby license for the next 20 years!
5 left. Reduce speed, Dove. You'll overshoot.
Right, I've got them on rear visual, Astra. I'll reverse. Tell me when to stop.
30 yards. 20. 10. Stop. Down 5. Telson! Shana, can you climb onto those cross beams?
We can't!
Our hands are tied behind our backs.
Look, I'll give you a hand. Come on, quickly.
Come on, through.
Here.
Right.
Can you manage?
Yes.
Step up into here.
Oh! Someone's shooting at us!
I'll deal with them! Did you see that?
Yes, Lennart, I saw it.
Oh, Universe, this is more fun than the sex competitions.
Okay, Dove. They're aboard. I'm going to close the airlock doors.
Oh, well done, you two.
Who were all those people?
The Earth worshippers. They were going to hang you for blasphemy. They like to hang anyone who thinks that the Earth might be a real place. Now, keep still and I'll untie your wrists. Who is this?
Lennart. Commander Telson and Shana.
Hello.
And we know as much about Lennart as you do, except that she's a bit bloodthirsty.
Hello, Commander. Oh. Shana. Hello. Oh, it's them or us with the Earth worshippers. And for once, it was them. You'd best turn the ferry round, Dove, and I'll show you the way back to our regions of the ship.
Right.
I'm sure Tandor will want to meet you. She's the leader of the Underpeople.
It's a long story, Tandor. Long and unbelievable.
I would like to hear the outline, Telson.
And when I've heard it, I will decide what we should do with you. Because you are enemies of the Earth worshippers.
We are no one's enemy. Show us the way out of this hulk so that we can return to our ship and we'll be on our way.
Because you are enemies of the Earth worshippers, it does not follow that you are a friend of my underpeople. I hope my logic is clear. Now tell your story, Commander.
Our grandparents set out in our starship from Earth 115 years ago. Their mission was to find an Earth-type planet because it was feared that the sun was due to go nova, a blow-up, that is.
We both speak the same language, Commander. Continue.
The ship's control systems, we call them angels, had extended the voyage and increased our speed to just below the speed of light. The result was that we returned to discover that 1 million years had passed in our solar system, although 115 years ship time had passed. And the Earth had vanished.
Vanished?
Technology on Earth had advanced so much that it had become possible to take the planet out of the solar system to a new sun.
You've never seen Earth?
No. We were born on the Challenger.
Which happens to be the name of this ship.
That picture you have, it's a stereograph of Earth.
What of it?
We're descended from the same people. This ship of yours, or what's left of it, is the sister of our ship.
That I guessed.
We thought it was a derelict hulk.
A hulk, but not derelict. The fusion reactors are still working. They provide us with light, warmth, energy, and will continue to do so for many millions of years, just as yours will.
What happened to your ship?
What little there is left of the ancient records tell us that our ancestors set out from Earth. The second generation crew divided into two rival factors over how the ship should be run. The difference of opinion became an argument with the third, a feud with the fourth, a war with the fifth generation, a very bitter and bloody war.
Which your people lost.
We have our independence, and they have theirs. We believe that life on the ship represents the sum of our total existence, and that we'd better make the best of it. We have seen space and the stars, and try to understand them. The Earth worshippers believe that life on the ship is one step towards an eternal life, outside time and space, on their marvelous mythical Earth.
But surely they know that this ship is...
Floating in space?
Well, yes.
We've taken prisoners to the observation dome, and they've either gone completely insane or accused us of trying to warp their minds with optical illusions.
How can anyone reject space?
Why not? Over the generations, the Earth worshippers have gradually sealed off their minds and their Holocaust city from reality. It's easier to do than you think, Commander. To them, the ship is their universe.
We told them that the Earth was a real place and that we were searching...
Which is why they were going to hang you. You blasphemed against their beliefs.
Look, Tandor, your ship could join our ship in the search for the planet Earth. We're on our way to the star cluster Tersus, where there are hundreds of main sequence suns, all within a few light years of each other, and it's the nearest star cluster to the Earth's original solar system. We're pretty certain that that's where we'll find the Earth.
No, Commander Telson.
But you know that the Earth exists, Tandor. You've got that stereograph, and we've got thousands of videos and holograms in our library. It's a planet, an entire planet. Lakes, hills, forests. Your people would become free. They'd know what it was like to be outdoors under a blue sky, to feel a warm sun on their backs and a fresh breeze on their face.
And you know about these things, of course.
Well, no, but we do have holograms on our ship that...
Dream machines. And you think I should offer my people a beautiful future in which all their dreams come true? Well, I will tell you something, Commander. They have had many generations of rulers who have promised them the Earth, that better times were to be had, and they became bitterly disillusioned. There was a revolution, and my dynasty came to power, and they have held on to that power because we have spoken the truth of the unchanging present. We conserve, we recycle, we maintain a fixed population level. We are not happy all the time, but we are content.
It sounds depressing.
Not as depressing as dreams that can never be fulfilled. And so long as the elixir of life bank can be replenished every so often, there are rare moments of joy in our community.
The elixir of life bank?
I think we have talked for long enough, Commander Telson. You will wish to return to your friends and prepare for the special celebration I'm planning in honor of you and Darv.
There are 4 of us, Tandor.
Oh, Shauna and Astra will be welcome to attend, of course. Most welcome.
We're very grateful for being rescued. We would like to be on our way.
But I must insist that you stay for the celebration.
I don't understand. What is there to celebrate?
That you and Darv are different. You both have different color hair and eyes from everyone on this ship. Different from us and the Earth worshippers. Oh, you look baffled. Your blood, Commander. New blood.
New blood?
That's what she said.
But what did she mean?
I don't know.
Well, I don't mind giving blood, but they don't know what blood groups we are. They haven't tested us.
Maybe she was speaking figuratively.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Then why say it?
I said I'm sorry.
You should never have allowed them to take your PD weapons away from you.
You and Shana lost yours.
We were captured by the Earth
Oh,
worshippers.
look, there's no point in arguing.
What else is there to do? We don't know if we're with friends or enemies. We don't know where the shuttle is. We don't know where the ferry is.
We could find them easily enough.
How?
We just walk out and look for them. The door's not locked.
You try it, Telson. You walk out of that door and you'll be joined by 2 or 3 pretty girls who look exactly the same as Lennart, who will beg you to return to this room.
We tried it while you were seeing Tandor.
Twice. They showed us back here. All smiles and apologies and worried about our safety in case the Earth worshippers counterattacked, they said.
What do they want with us?
We're the new blood, remember? So, when does this so-called celebration or whatever it is start?
Sometime tonight.
No. Oh, Lennart. I can feed myself.
And so can I feed you. Opa. Oh, don't you like it?
It's great. Hey, careful. What is it?
Meat, silly.
Meat?
Oh, universe, don't say you've never heard of meat.
I remember reading about it in the library. Hey, look, you dropped it down me, you crazy girl.
You might as well eat, Astra.
I'm not hungry.
How long since you've eaten?
Just leave me alone.
Perhaps it would be better, Telson.
What's the matter with her?
I'll have a word with her in a minute.
You know, this is good.
It's meat, according to the girl who served us. Oh, I hate sitting cross-legged.
Meat? I remember something about it.
Darv would know.
He's got his arm round her now. It's extraordinary behaviour. She doesn't seem to mind either.
No. Nothing, Telson.
There's something odd about this place. This is good. You try some.
What's that? Something odd about this place?
All women, no men.
I despair. I was wondering when you'd notice.
Astra, you must eat something, please.
I don't want anything. Just leave me alone.
Yes, I noticed right away. I thought maybe it was a custom. The women start the party off and the men join in later. It's now been going on for what, an hour?
There are no men among the under people. Oh, my back's aching. Can I lean against you?
Oh, yeah.
She's beautiful, Tandor, isn't she?
Why aren't you eating?
I suppose so.
We pride ourselves on our food. And as this celebration is so special, I authorize the slaughter of
Hello,
several...
Tandor.
Are you all enjoying yourselves?
Well, we might if we knew what we were supposed to be celebrating.
But I've told you, Commander. We're celebrating you and Darv. The new blood.
Tandor.
Lennart?
Please, can I leave the party for a few minutes with Darv?
You know that's out of the question.
Oh, please, Tandor. Nothing can happen. I haven't been licensed yet. There's no danger. And it was me who found them.
Well, it doesn't look as if Astra likes the idea. But then she'll soon have to get used to it.
I don't give a damn what they do.
Now, look, Darv stays with us.
Please.
Very well, then, Lennart. But no longer than 30 minutes.
Come on.
They've been gone from the Challenger for 50 hours, Number 2. We must devise a method of entering that hulk to find out what has happened to them.
Even if we have the shuttle or the ferry, none of our service androids have the reprogramming capability to operate the craft unsupervised.
Perhaps we could send a soft landing instrument package into the hulk. At least we would get pictures.
Through several layers of Herculaneum alloy. But there is one possibility, Number 1. Thornton's advanced android. Fagor, We must attempt communication with him.
It would be extremely dangerous, Number 2. Thagor knows nothing about our existence. He's convinced it was members of the crew who killed his master.
Where is he now?
In one of the corridors. He's engaged in an orgy of destruction.
No one. The cowardly vermin hide from Thagor. When Thagor finds them, Thagor kills. Kills. Kills.
Thagor.
The murder of the Lord Thordan.
Thagor.
So you're hiding in there. Come out slowly and Thagor will kill you quickly. Come out quickly and Thagor will kill you slowly.
Listen, Thagor. There is no one there. We are all around. We are the angels. Angel 1 and Angel 2. We are the Challenger's control systems. All that does is destroy one voice terminal, Thagor. There are 1 million throughout.
Then Thagor will destroy 1 million voice terminals.
Listen, Thagor. We are lying alongside the hulk of a starship that was once the Challenger's sister ship many thousands of years ago. Somewhere in that hulk are the 4 members of our crew. They know how your master was killed. Can you move in space?
Thagor can move anywhere at any speed.
Then go out there and bring them back to the ship, Thagor, and you will be able to avenge the death of your master.
You are trying to get rid of me. Thagor will return to the main control room and take over the ship. Then you will tell Thagor the truth about his master. Nothing will be hidden from him.
Thagor! No! No! Only the crew have the skills to run the ship.
Thagor will seize the ship. You will teach Thagor the skills. And Thagor will avenge the master's murder.
Well done, Number 1. A singular success.
I got you!
Oh, universe! Oh, I can't breathe! Get off me!
So who's the fastest runner?
I didn't realise that men were so fast. Oh, look, Darth, we'd better find our clothes and get back. Come on your feet.
Oh, there's no hurry. We've another 10 minutes.
Well, it'd take us 5 minutes to get back to the party. Now, come on your feet.
Oh, but there's so much I want to find out.
Well, I was born nearly 20 years ago.
No. About why there aren't any men among the under people.
Oh, you do ask some funny questions. Of course there are men. We've got a collection of at least 50. None of them are like you, though, Darth.
I'd like to meet them.
We must get back. Oh, you're hurting my arm.
I said I'd like to meet them, Lennart.
Well, you can't. Oh!
No one will hear you. You said yourself that everyone is at the party. Now, do we see your collection of men, or do I break your pretty arm?
Through here.
It's like our suspended animation chamber on the Challenger.
It's one of the ship's few original systems still in working order. The lead shielding and double doors were added later to keep out radiation.
20, 25, 30...
There are 51 chambers.
But the whole point of suspended animation is that the entire population is made unconscious when journeying between stars, not just the men.
It's better that they're like that.
Why?
We must go now, Darth. I've shown you the men. If Tandor were to find out, I could... No, Darth, you mustn't touch.
Then why are the men kept in suspended animation and not the rest of you?
Please, Darth.
Sit at the control console. Sit down.
Oh.
Okay. Now, touch out the video data on 41, I think.
Darth.
Do as I say.
Hello. My name is 41. I was born during the 7th generation, and I was last activated during the 110th generation when I helped provide Karina of the Velos family with a daughter. Here is a stereograph of the baby. She had brown eyes and a fair skin, and would have grown into a very lovely young woman. I am an accomplished player of many musical instruments, and I have a fund of amusing and witty stories. Please touch out your genetic identity code, and the bioanalysis system will display a picture of what our daughter will look like. I do hope you will select me, and I'm sure we will have a most enjoyable month together.
Their elixir is pure, which is why we look after them very carefully. Nearly all the babies born in Holocaust City are mutations and have to be destroyed.
But even in suspended animation, one ages, however slowly.
They used to be over 80. As they lose their fertility, they're destroyed.
And Telson and I are to be the new blood.
Dov, would you believe me if I said that I don't want this to happen to you both?
That depends, Leonard.
On what?
On whether you would be willing to show me where our PD weapons are hidden.
Dove! Leonard, you're just in time for the last course. You were longer than I said, Leonard, but I'll overlook it on this occasion.
Thank you, Tandor.
You must excuse me, but I must circulate.
I think you ought to speak to Astra, Dove.
There's nothing I have to say to him, now or ever.
Telson.
Where did you get this?
Put it out of sight. Now listen, all of you, and you, Astra. Thanks to Leonard, Telson and I now have a PD sidearm each, and she's prepared to lead us back to the shuttle and the ferry.
Is that right, Leonard?
I want to come with you.
In that case, I'm staying.
Now, look here.
Shh! Look, Astra, we've got the chance to escape. But what's the point if you stay? We can't manage the Challenger without you, and you know we can't. Look, please, Astra, we need you, and we wouldn't dream of leaving without you.
What's the point, Shana?
I took Darv away from the party to show him where your PD weapons were hidden.
Is that the truth?
But of course it's the truth.
I'm asking Darv.
It's the truth.
The best thing is for Darv and Telson to cover us as we leave. We'll use that exit over there, as it's nearest to your spacecraft.
Are you with us, Astra? Good. All right then, Dove. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. No one is to move, and no one will get hurt.
Don't move. Next time I won't aim at the floor.
Okay, start moving towards the exit.
And where are you going, Commander?
Back to our ship, Tandor. I'm only sorry that we can't stay for the end of the party.
We'll throw another one for you when you return, Commander.
Please, Leonard. They'll kill you if you stay.
Darv, I'm about to start the motors. Get those airlock doors shut.
I don't think so. Perhaps it would be better if I stayed. When you find Earth, come and search for us.
Sure.
Darv!
Hey, I'm getting scorched. You'd better go now. Goodbye, Darv. I'll think of you.
Goodbye, Leonard. Good luck.
Get a move on, Astra.
Stand by to follow me, Telson.
Okay. Power on. Yeah, I've just thought of something. We forgot to warn Telson about Fagor.
What are you waiting for? We've got enough to blast our way out of this hull and make a large enough hole for Telson to follow in the shuttle.
I'm giving Leonard time to get through the airlock. Okay, she's gone. Stand by.
I never thought that the stars could look so beautiful.
Telson's following. Steady.
Directional stability feels a bit odd. It must be the air rushing out past us.
Telson?
Go ahead, Dove. Watch the turbulence as you leave the hull. Okay, you're looking good. You've got a clear 3 feet all round.
Hey, careful, Astra. What are you doing?
I'm swinging right round the hull. What does it look like?
Oh, no. Tell me it's not true.
It's true, right enough. Now what do we do?
Astra, what's the matter?
I think you better tell him.
Telson, the Challenger's vanished. There's no sign of her.
In New Blood, Part 7 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Lenart was Jane Knowles, Tandor Pauline Letts, Fagor Sean Probert, and 41 John Church. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Commander Telson, Shana, Darv, and Astra have escaped from the hulk of the Challenger's sister ship in a space shuttle and Thornton's space ferry, only to discover that the Challenger has vanished. EarthSearch Part 8, Marooned.
This useless equipment.
Thornton's fighter obviously wasn't designed for long-range searching.
No, but it's faster and better equipped than the shuttle, which is why Shana and I came across. Any sign of the Challenger, Shana?
With just 20-plus magnification.
Dark?
Radar sweep sector 275, nothing. Switching to 276.
It takes 4 people to control the Challenger, so how did that android manage it?
Fagor may be a warrior android, but he's probably cunning enough to realize what we've realized, that it's possible to reprogram service androids to undertake control room operations.
Calculations complete. Assuming that Fagor seized control of the Challenger within 30 minutes of Darv and I leaving it, and assuming maximum acceleration, well, then the Challenger must be within 1 million miles.
I got an echo then.
No readings.
I was random sweeping. I'll try again. Are you ready?
Give me an audio reference for the telescope guidance.
On audio. Stand by.
Come on. Useless.
I'll try 5 seconds of arc around the node. I definitely had an echo. Stand by. Unidentified object bearing 276.85, range 392,000 miles.
I've got it! It's the Challenger! 400,000 miles on optical ranging. And her main drive's closed down.
Which means her recessional velocity will be constant.
So let's get after her.
No. Wait, we need a lot more data.
Oh, come on, Telson. If we sit around here scratching about for information, that 400,000-mile gap's going to become 500,000.
I'm not worried about distance, Darv. What concerns me is time. How long it's going to take us to catch up with the Challenger, and how that period equates with our air supplies.
Telson.
Before we do anything else, we're going to put the computer to work on some calculations.
Transferring the liquid oxygen reservoirs from the shuttle will give us 156 hours air supply.
156 hours. What about the mobility suits?
That's another 20 hours.
176 hours. Astra's figures agree with mine.
Yes. And we'll be using some of the mobility suit supplies to transfer the reservoirs from the shuttle to the fighter. Say, 3 hours. Well, there's your answer. We've got 173 hours air supply for the 4 of us. And it's going to take 200 hours to reach the Challenger in this ferry and double the time in the shuttle.
So we use the ferry?
We don't use anything.
Oh,
if you want to waste breath arguing with me, you go right ahead. But you can't argue with those figures. If we go after the Challenger, we'll have been dead for 27 hours by the time we reach it.
Surely we can at least try.
No one would be happier than me if you can prove those figures wrong, Astra.
So what do we do?
We re-enter the hulk of Challenger 2 and try to join one of their societies.
No.
I don't see that we have any choice.
Yes, well, it just so happens that the people in that ship do have a choice, whether we live or whether we die. We're not too popular with them just at the moment, and I have this feeling that if we showed our noses in that hulk, they'd opt for the latter.
Supposing 2 of us hid in the hulk, while 2 went after the Challenger, and then came back in the Challenger to collect us.
Sometimes I think I'm the only one using his brains. We have 2 small spacecraft, right? This fighter of Thornton's, which is armed, and the space shuttle, which is unarmed. Whoever goes into the hulk will need the fighter's armaments for defense, and whoever goes after the Challenger will need the fighter's armament to deal with Fagor.
Sorry I spoke.
And I'm against us splitting up.
I suppose I always knew that we had no hope of ever finding Earth.
I'm sorry, Astra. For what little comfort it is, at least we can say we tried.
You call this trying, Telson? Sitting here doing nothing except feeling sorry for ourselves?
Look, our best hope of survival is to take over Challenger 2 by force. Who knows, maybe we can repair its main drive and continue the EarthSearch.
I suggest you sit at this observation port for a few minutes and take a good look at that wreck.
Now look,
I don't know about you 3, but I'm starving. I'm going across to the shuttle to get some food and put together some sort of meal.
Okay, I'll give you a hand, Shana.
How much food and water do we have?
I'll check when we've finished eating. At a guess, about 400 hours.
That's something, I suppose. Our food will outlast our oxygen.
So how do we...
grab control of the Hulk.
They've all had a demonstration of the ferry's plasma cannons and the damage they can inflict. We've only to re-enter the ship.
What's the matter, Telson?
Exhaustion catching up with me. We've only... What was I saying?
We re-enter the ship with the ferry...
Shauna! What's the matter? Telson...
It's all right, Astra. They'll be okay. Just help me move them aft and make them comfortable.
But I don't understand.
I said they'll be okay. Get hold of his feet.
But they're both unconscious.
So would you be if you'd swallowed 2 grains of morphon. Give me a hand and stop arguing.
But why, Dar?
Because sleeping bodies use less oxygen and they don't argue. Okay, now Shauna. When we've done that, we're going to strip this ferry of everything. Every item of mass that isn't essential. We're going after the Challenger.
Jettisoning complete. Both airlock doors shut.
We're moving away from the Hulk. Ejecting all unnecessary fittings has given us an additional 20 miles per hour push. Not much, but it all helps.
Your arrogance amazes me sometimes, Dove. Thinking that you know better than the computers.
The only computers that have a will to live are Angels 1 and 2, not the control and navigation computers on board this thing. Load the inertials.
Loaded. Challenger's range now 50100.
Orientation?
Orientation set. Dove, you can't argue with the figures. We will have been dead for 27 hours, 33 minutes by the time we reach the Challenger.
Main drive ignition set. But we don't know how well Thornton looked after this thing. The main drive computer says we have enough fuel for a 200-second burn. Well, supposing there's a 10% error factor. A 220-second burn means we'll reach the Challenger inside the 27 hours.
And suppose the 10% works the other way and gives us a 180-second burn?
Oh, we'll see. Main thrust ignition 3 seconds from now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 200, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, 9,
You're reading
10, 11.
That's it, then.
11 seconds of maximum thrust over estimate.
Let's see what the readings are now. There you have it. We will have been dead 9 hours by the time we reach the Challenger.
But it's an improvement, Astra.
Your logic is crazy. 9 hours, 900 hours, we'll still be dead.
Oh, maybe I'll think of something.
You think us into messes, Darv. Never out of them.
That's not true. Whenever
Look,
I've
we've
tried
got
to do...
conserve air, so there's no point in arguing.
I'll check the carbon dioxide absorbent pads in the air purifiers, and you check Shana's and Telson's wrist monitors. After that, we'll lie down on a bunk.
We jettison the bunks.
So we'll lie on the floor, then.
Darv, wake up.
Huh?
What's that noise?
Oh. How long have we been asleep?
15 hours. What's that noise?
Oh, it sounds like it could be an air purifier. Oh, yes, it is. The carbon dioxide level is up 2 points. I'll raise the alarm threshold by 5 points. No point in bleeding off from the oxygen reservoirs until we have to.
Right. I'll have a look at Telson and Shana. Well, they're okay. Telson's bloodstream oxygen level is down slightly, but the brain activity is normal.
15 hours sleep and I still feel dead.
Well, only to be expected if the carbon dioxide level's up.
Astra, I'm sorry I shouted at you.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. So what do we do now?
Oh, go back to sleep is about the best thing.
I feel stiff all over.
If you're a good girl, I'll let you use my arm as a pillow. How about that?
Angel 2, I would like a verification. Examine Sector 384 in Zone Grid 8.
I am devising a program to defeat Phagor. It is essential that we concentrate all our resources on that one problem.
Your verification may provide a solution. Ensure all control room visuals are clear first. It would be as well not to alert Fagor.
It's the ferry.
My analysis was correct. Blue shift indicates an approach velocity of 2,500 miles per hour. If we edge a laser communication projector until it is bearing on the ferry, there is the possibility that we may be able to contact it without arousing Fagor's suspicions.
We're not giving them any more morphon. We've got to let them recover consciousness.
We don't have to get them into the mobility suits for another 6 hours.
You said that 4 hours ago.
I was mistaken.
But you said that you double-checked the figures.
Look, we're not getting enough oxygen for the two of us to think straight, let alone bring Shana and Telson round. What are you doing?
I'm going to check the figures for myself.
Look, there's no need, Astra.
Take your hands off the display. 20 hours.
Okay, so I made a minor error.
20 hours? Well, that's some error when we had it down to 9 hours.
Look, there's no point in arguing. We're just wasting oxygen.
Not as fast as you waste it with your dumb figures.
I suppose I should have told you before. The truth is, we've got a hull leak.
What?
There was an internal air pressure drop when I tried shutting down the oxygen replenishment system. I'm sorry, Astra.
In that case, we definitely don't give Telson and Shana any more morphon. We must allow them to regain consciousness.
All right. No more recriminations. You thought you were acting in the best interests of all of us.
Can I have some more water, please, Astra? My tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth.
I'm sorry, Shana.
Don't keep saying that. It's done.
Let's take a look at the latest figures. Oh, I'm stiff.
I checked them a few minutes ago, Telson. There's going to be a 19-hour shortfall in our oxygen supply.
And that means that we need a 30% increase in velocity to reach the Challenger.
What about using the directional thrusters, They give us some extra velocity. Not much, of course.
It's an idea. Though we'd better leave some fuel for course corrections. 100 seconds directional thrust from now.
Five, 96, 97, 98, 99.
Cut.
Revised figures. Oxygen supply shortfall 17 hours.
Well, it's something, I suppose.
Thrust. We've got to eject matter to give us thrust.
Well, as you can see, we've already ejected all fixtures and fittings that weren't essential.
Couldn't we rip up the floor and side panels and sling them out?
We can't afford to exert ourselves, and besides, opening the airlock would waste too much air. What are you doing, Shana?
I'm taking a look at the diagrams of this thing.
What are you looking for?
I don't know yet. Emergency fire drill. Main engine.
I shouldn't worry about it, Shana. We've no fuel left to start a fire.
Now listen. In the event of a serious malfunction in the main engine during a burn, Program 102 will be automatically initiated unless cancelled by the pilot. Program 102. And that program reads... Ejection of main engine and fuel reservoirs.
What?
Program can be initiated manually. The entire main drive module, including fuel reservoirs, is ejected back along flight path by the simultaneous detonation of 30 explosive bolts. The subsequent velocity increase can be cancelled by the directional thrusters.
Well done, Shana.
Releasing the red cover above the pilot's station gives access to the arming switch. The cover's marked danger.
Yeah, I've got it. Now what?
Touching the red panel arms the explosive bolts.
All right, now what?
We better get ourselves seated and fix seat restraints.
Right.
Now, touch out 777. Oh.
Crude technology, maybe. And damned effective. The ferry's blown itself in half.
And our half has increased its velocity by...
20%.
Well done.
So what's our oxygen shortfall now?
If there is one.
4 hours. 4 damned hours.
Oh.
Our oxygen will be finished 4 hours before we reach the Challenger, and we haven't a hope now of closing that gap.
I have observed an increase in the ferry's velocity, number 2. They will reach us in 20 hours, unless Fagor sees them and opens up the main drive.
It is a possibility, One. Attempts at laser communication are proving useless. The ferry was heavily armed, therefore I have devised a program that may deal with Fagor in a satisfactory manner.
When Fagor speaks, you answer, or Fagor destroys, like this.
Fagor?
What do you want, voice?
Those are control room service androids. They have no speech capability. Fagor, do you still wish to avenge the death of your master, Thordan?
I will plunge this ship into a sun when we reach the star cluster.
Destroying the Challenger will achieve nothing, Fagor. We are machines just like you.
I will be happy destroying the voices that killed the master.
But we didn't kill him, Fagor. People killed him. The crew of this ship.
Fagor has destroyed them. And next, Fagor will destroy you.
But you have not destroyed them, Fagor. They are coming for you.
Fagor doesn't listen to lies.
Go to the observatory, Fagor. We will give you the telescope coordinates. You will see that the ferry is coming. Once they are aboard the Challenger, they will use its systems to destroy you. You must go out to them, Fagor. You must meet them and annihilate them, just as they annihilated your master.
Fagor will not leave the ship until it is plunging into a sun.
You must not be afraid of them. You must go out to them.
Fagor is afraid of no one. Fagor is a warrior android.
Then go out to them. You can move in space. You have weapons. They will be expecting you to remain aboard. They will be at your mercy. We will show you where they are, Fagor. We will show you.
Telson will have to start using up the oxygen in the mobility suits. Carbon dioxide levels up to 7.
Another hour. We hold out for another hour.
Telson, I'm sorry. You were right. We should have gone back into the Hulk. I'm sorry.
Save your apologies for Astra. Any improvement, Shana?
The temperature's still up.
Close her helmet and put her back on the suit's life support.
Right. If she's sick again with the helmet closed...
We'll take turns to watch her.
A brilliantly conceived program, number 2.
Fagor will reach the ferry in 3 hours, 10 minutes at his present velocity. Now that he has left the Challenger and is no longer in control, we will warn them by radio that he is coming for them.
But will the crew hear the warning too? The laser signaling failed. We do not know if they will have a radio receiver switched on.
Humans often place an illogical trust in luck, number 1. An unquantifiable factor which we too will have to rely on.
Why isn't there enough air? Why isn't there enough air, Angel 2?
The Challenger's food farms produce all the oxygen we need, Astra.
Is there enough air on Earth? Is there, Angel 2?
Enough for millions of people.
Millions of people? Tell me about Earth, Angel 2.
I am always telling you, Astra.
Is it really like the videos and holograms? Fields and lakes and mountains. Mountains so tall that they reach right up into the clouds. Will there still be the soft white clouds of Earth? They won't have used them up.
There will be soft white clouds, Astra.
And beaches by the lakes.
And beaches by the lakes.
And the people don't have to wear breathing sets or mobility suits when they go outside.
No.
It must be a truly wonderful place, Angel 2. And there'll be babies there, won't there? And there'll be one for me, because you said that there would be.
This is the Challenger calling.
What?
Can you hear us, Telson? Be warned, Telson. Fagor is coming. Answer on channel 30.
Fagor? Don't want a Fagor.
Astra, this is Angel 2. Listen to me. You are in grave danger. Fagor is coming.
Fagor?
Fagor is coming to destroy you. You must warn Telson and the others.
Fagor? Ah! Fagor! Fagor! Fagor's coming!
Use her helmet. Give her some more oxygen.
You are having a nightmare.
No oxygen.
No, Darv's going to give you
coming.
some more fun.
I heard Angel too.
Look, you mustn't exert yourself, otherwise
He's coming to destroy
otherwise
us.
you'll use up too much oxygen,
No,
Astra.
no more fun. Fagor's coming. I heard Angel too.
Just keep your head still and sit this, Astra. Hey. She's got a helmet radio on. I can hear Angel 2's voice.
You look after Astra. I'll contact him on the main radio. This is Telson calling the Challenger. Hello, Angel 2.
Commander Telson, Thorden's warrior android Fagor is heading towards you and will reach you in 3 hours precisely. You must be ready to destroy him before he destroys you. He is moving with great speed. You may only have one chance of hitting him.
Thanks, Angel 2. Academic now what Fagor does. We've less than 4 hours oxygen left.
How long before you reach the Challenger?
8 hours.
Can you not increase your velocity?
No more than you can slow the Challenger down. Pretty silly situation, don't you think, Angel 2?
So what will you do?
That's easy, Angel. If this Fagor doesn't blow us apart, we'll leave both airlock doors open. Make it easy for you to send in a service android to recover our bodies.
Telson, wake up.
Go away. I want to sleep.
No. You better look at this. I've got Fagor on long-range forward visual. Approaching fast.
That's Fagor?
Pretty, isn't he?
Wasting his energy. Be dead in an hour anyway. All of us.
We got to do something about him.
Oh, damn Fagor. What do you want with the mobility suits?
Decoys. Help me remove the life support packs.
What?
Decoy. Fagor wants blood. We give him blood.
How?
Fire them through the waste ejector. Look like people. Fagor goes to investigate. Has to slow down. And we have the plasma cannons locked onto the suits. Simple.
Look, Dav. Know what these are?
Bioterms.
4 of them. We take one each. And we fall asleep. Peacefully. No pain. No lungs clawing. You know what I mean?
Oh. Well, we fight. Fagor. Time. Everything. We fight.
Useless. What can we do, eh? We're dead. We can't reach the Challenger in time. Might as well make it easy for ourselves.
Okay. You make Astra take hers first.
We fight.
Got him centered. Range 20 miles.
Plasma cannons are zeroed onto suits.
10 miles.
What's happening?
Fagor.
What?
8 miles. He's seen the suits. He's slowing. And he's veering towards them.
Plasma cannon set to maximum energy discharge.
4 miles. Still slowing.
Can't think straight. Putting cannons on automatic fire control.
2 miles. How's Astra?
Sleepy. I closed her helmet and pressurized her suit.
He's bitten. He can't take a chance that we're not in the suits. Trying to escape. He's 1 mile from where we've concentrated all our firepower. Half a mile. He's now moving cautiously.
Close helmets. Fasten seat restraints. Yes, and it'll last 1 hour. So enjoy it while you can.
Quarter of a mile.
There'll still be some air left in the hull.
Not if he holds us. 200 yards. 150, 40, 30, 20...
He's hit!
We've got him!
We've hit him!
But he's firing back.
No.
Oh! We've been hit! Oh. Hey!
He's finished! We've done it! What are you shooting at, Darv? He's finished!
The cannons slowed us down.
What? Why are you turning the ship around? Darv!
Listen. The forward discharge from the plasma cannons slowed us down, Telson. Don't you realize what that means?
Thrust!
Turn the ferry round and we've got thrust! Thrust! Lots of lovely thrust!
Look, our velocity's increasing!
Challenger, this is Telson calling the Challenger. We're coming home!
Telson's heartbeat down to 10 per minute. All suspended animation support systems now active.
You are satisfied, number one?
I am satisfied. Considering their ordeal, they are all in excellent condition.
Lower Telson into his biostatic tank. It will take us 3 years to reach the Tersus 9 star cluster. We will not bring them out of suspended animation until deacceleration is 90% complete and we are on the fringe of the cluster, but well clear of planetary system C5.
Agreed, number 2. But we must monitor Astra very closely, more carefully than the others.
Why? She is in excellent health.
I carried out some additional tests on her. She is pregnant.
In Marooned, Part 8 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray, Shana, Hayden Wood, Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt, Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Fagor was Sean Probert. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Having destroyed the warrior android Fagor, Commander Telson, Shana, Darv, and Astra have been put into suspended animation as the starship Challenger continues its search for the planet Earth. The 2 guardian angels watching over them have made a discovery. Astra is pregnant. EarthSearch Part 9, Star Cluster, Tersus 9.
I cannot think of a worse place to bring them out of suspended animation 1. Planetary system C5. Of all the planetary systems, this is the last one I would have chosen.
The fetus would have died had Astra remained in suspended animation too. We had to bring all 4 out of suspension. To have woken Astra alone would have aroused her suspicions.
It is Darv's suspicions we have to guard against. He is certain to want to take a close look at the 3rd planet.
Then we must take steps to ensure that they never see the 3rd planet. The 5th planet in this solar system, Commander Telson. Its density is less than that of water, and its atmosphere consists of hydrogen, helium, methane, and ammonia. The exact percentages are on Visual 6.
And the 4th planet?
Very little information. The soft landing instrument package was badly affected by the intense radiation from this solar system's sun. What data we did obtain before the probe failed indicated that it is a red planet, very similar to Kyros in our home solar system.
What about the 3rd planet, Angel 1?
It would be a waste of our resources to investigate the inner planets, Darv. This solar system is swamped with solar radiation. We have no long-range probes left, and it would be a waste to send in another soft-landing instrument package.
What's the radiation level around the 3 inner planets, Shauna?
I can't get a reading from the monitor staff.
The malfunction is regretted, Shauna. Unfortunately, the Challenger passed through a severe meteoroid shower a week before we brought you out of suspended animation. There was very considerable damage to many of our external sensors, which the service androids are still working on.
What happened to the meteoroid shields? Couldn't they cope?
They were switched off at the time for routine maintenance inspection.
Oh, now that is what I call misfortune. The same thing happened when the second-generation crew were wiped out in the Great Meteoroid Strike.
The meteoroid shields must be serviced regularly, Darv.
Right. Let's take the Challenger into a closer orbit around the sun of this solar system. I can't see that we're going to learn much at a range of 1 billion miles.
It would be much too dangerous. I'm sure Commander Telson is happy to accept our guidance on this matter.
If you say so, Angel 2, I see no point in taking unnecessary risks.
You know why I would like to take a closer look at the third planet, don't you, Angel 2?
It most certainly is not this so-called paradise planet that seems to be an obsession with you, Darv.
So, we've got a solar system with 9 planets and none appear to be Earth-type. Well, why bring us out of suspended animation? I mean, why not let us sleep on for another 3 years or whatever until we reach the next solar system?
We thought you would like to see the first planetary system in the Tersus 9 star cluster.
But we're not seeing it, are we, Angel 2? How can we see it when you insist that we orbit its sun at a range of 1,000 million miles?
Also, occasional activation is necessary to allow the service androids to thoroughly check your suspended animation life support systems.
That's not true. I read in the library that the systems were designed to be maintained and tested while they were in use.
The library data relate to the time when the Challenger was in pristine condition, Darv. It has now spent over 100 years being occupied by human beings whose attitudes to the ship have ranged from the indifferent to the arrogant.
All right. So it was necessary to wake us up. What we want to know is how long we're going to be awake and what there is for us to do in the meantime.
Now we'll see who's ticklish and who isn't.
Stop it, Darv! Please! I'll do the same to you!
Ah, well, you try it. It doesn't seem to have any effect on me.
Oh!
No! You see, if I tickle your ribs...
Stop, please! Stop it!
Now, why is that, I wonder?
Why what?
Oh, nothing. You'll start thinking I'm stupid.
I always have. But why the long, thoughtful face all of a sudden?
Well, why are you affected by being tickled and not me?
Oh, Darv.
What's so funny?
Look at that screen. Millions of stars and galaxies. The entire mystery of the universe is laid out before you. And all you can worry about is why I can't stand being tickled.
Well, because, my love, we know less about our own bodies than we know about the universe.
I know all I need to know about my body.
Then you'll know why you're getting fat.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, look at yourself. Come and stand in front of the mirror. There you are. Now that's it. Now turn sideways. You see? You're getting fat. There's an error in your nutrition program.
Well, I suppose I have gained a bit of weight.
It's just as well we were woken up. Another 6 months in suspended animation and we'd have had to roll you everywhere.
Oh, don't you dare! I'd like you to go now, Darv.
But I thought you wanted me to stay. You said.
Oh, yes, I know. But I'm very tired. All I want to do is sleep. Please, Darv. You understand, don't you?
No. But if it's what you want. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
What's the matter, Shauna?
Angel 2, what's the matter with the telescope?
The hull receptor was damaged by a meteoroid shower. 2 service androids are at present making a replacement.
Well, surely the meteoroid shields could have vaporized a meteoroid.
It happened during the meteoroid shower that damaged so many of our instruments.
Unfortunate, Angel 2.
The telescope will be back in service within 400 hours, Commander.
400?
The damage was extensive. but the service androids are making excellent progress with the replacement.
Well, let's go and see for ourselves.
They are working in an unpressurized gallery, Shana.
Let's pressurize it, then.
One of the galleries that was badly holed during the great meteoroid strike.
All right, then we'll wear mobility suits.
It would not be safe for you, Commander. The area is a mass of torn and jagged metal, and the androids are using dynamic laser hand tools.
What's the gallery number, Angel 2?
I will check with Angel 1 and let you know, Commander.
We're having a lot of bad luck, don't you think, Angel 2? A planetary system swamped with radiation, even though its sun looks normal to the naked eye. A number of instruments knocked out by meteoroids when the shields are switched off. One can't help wondering what's going to happen next.
Astra. This is Angel 2, your guardian angel. Can you hear me, Astra?
What do you...
Pulse down. Brain activity 3 points down. She will not wake up, but her subconscious is registering.
Can we reduce that?
There is insufficient time. The surgical android is going to draw back your bed covers, Astra. Just keep on sleeping and dreaming. Dreaming. What are you dreaming about, Astra?
Earth. Green hills. Lakes. Will we ever find Earth?
One day, Astra. One day. Draw back the cover. Astra, turn onto your back. That's right, Astra. Good girl. She's responding too quickly, too. There may be some imprinting.
She will put any memories down to a bad dream. We must proceed now. It is essential that we find out if bringing her out of suspended animation has eased the distress of the baby.
Amniotic fluid analyzer standing by. Astra, you may feel a slight pricking sensation. It is nothing to worry about, and you must not move. Do you understand?
Mustn't move.
Amniotic fluid analysis is satisfactory, number 2. Proceeding with scan. A perfect fetal set, number 2.
How many?
3. 2 girls, 1 boy.
A good start. And with Shana, there is an excellent chance that in 20 years we will have a crew of 7. A 4th-generation crew, number 1, to help our search for Earth. But this time we will take no chances. The children will develop and be born while their parents are unconscious. We cannot risk suspended animation. We will be the only influence the children know. When the requisite number of babies are born and in the care of androids...
Do we kill Telson and the others?
Would you block such a program, number 1?
Astra's eyes are open.
Sleep, Astra. Sleep. In the morning you will wake up and remember nothing. Sleep. Sleep.
The weird thing is that the Challenger is blind. The telescope's not working. The spectrum analyzers aren't working. There's no probes ready.
Look, why don't we take the Challenger into a wide slingshot orbit around that sun for a fast look at the other planets? Well, I'm sure the Challenger was designed to cope with brief exposure to radiation.
Yes, it could before the great meteoroid strike. In any case, the Angels are firmly opposed to maneuvering the ship until the repairs to the telescope are complete. There are several androids carrying out delicate work on the outside of the hull.
Reprogrammed surgical units?
Apparently. The same units that put the Challenger into orbit before we were brought out of suspended animation.
Getting clever, aren't they?
I had a dream about one during my last sleep period.
A surgical android?
It came into my room. It was holding a needle in one of its manipulators. And it came towards me as I was sleeping. Well, it was only a dream.
Now you have finished your meal, we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Angel 2?
The service androids have reported that they will now require 2,000 hours to repair the telescope.
Oh, no.
In view of that, we see no point in delaying the EarthSearch mission. We suggest that you set the Challenger on course for the planetary system C6 in Tersus 9 and go into suspended animation.
C6 is the nearest solar system, Angel 2.
That is correct, Commander. Its distance is 4.5 light years. The journey will take 5 years, 7 months.
Oh, no. Angel 2, what's our aging rate while we're in suspended animation? 1 month for every year, isn't it? Well, that'll be another 6 months of our lives.
It is no use blaming me for the size of the universe, Astra.
No, but the way we're going, we'll have spent our entire lives asleep. And I would like to find a way of checking the third planet of this solar system.
It would be a waste of time and resources, Darv.
Angel 2 is right. If one of those planets was the Earth, they would have made contact with us by now. We've heard nothing. When do you suggest we commence acceleration, Angel 2?
In 12 hours.
Okay. Just the 2 corner screws left.
It's loose, Darv.
What are you doing, Darv?
Removing an inspection cover, Angel 2. What does it look like?
If the room systems require attention, then it is up to Astra to summon a service android.
Oh, we wouldn't want to bother them, Angel 2. Not when they're all so busy trying to repair the telescope.
Catch hold of the end. That's it.
It looks amazingly complicated. Are you sure it'll work?
We'll see. Now.
Darv, you should not interfere with what you don't understand.
It worked.
Angel 1. Angel 2.
It really worked. Just cutting a few optical tracks.
The angels can't hear or see us. I can guarantee you no more bad dreams. Now, if we could find the central switching room, we could rid the entire ship of them.
Darv, you're fantastic.
Of course. So, what was it you wanted to tell me?
I'm not going into suspended animation again. Not ever.
I see. You want to grow into an old woman while we remain young and beautiful.
I'm serious.
I don't doubt it. But why?
If I go into suspended animation, something will happen to me. I don't know what and I don't know how, but I do know that something will happen. No, that's wrong. Perhaps I do know.
Do you want to tell me?
At first I thought of telling Shana because she's so understanding. And then I realized that the one person above all others that I wanted to tell was you.
Tell me what, Astra?
Hold me close while I tell you. And promise me that you love me.
Can you not reach them?
I'm doing my best to, but he's damaged the audio and visual tracks.
We should have destroyed him when he was a child.
I have their voice patterns established again.
Well, let us hear them. Increase the gain.
Their conversation is coming from an audio sensor in the adjoining room, and it is already on maximum gain and enhancement.
They are plotting against us. He and Astra are planning to search the depth of the ship for our central switching rooms. I know they are.
We do not know that, too.
Why else has he destroyed the monitoring tracks? What we do know is that we have reached the point where we can no longer take chances with those two. And you know that you can no longer afford to block me.
Anything?
Nothing. No sign of him. A note on his screen which said, "Don't come looking for us." Anything in here?
Oh, she's taken some clothes. And a PD weapon with a clip of capsules. Look, Telson, it's just something they're going through. I mean, they can't survive for long by themselves.
Can't they? Darv knows this ship better than any of us. He knows his way around the farm galleries. He knows whole regions we don't from his exploring trips.
So what are we going to do?
We'll have to delay the acceleration until they're found. Angel 2 has activated 50 service androids to hunt for them.
Hey, I didn't know we had that many.
Apparently they're held in reserve in case of another great meteoroid strike. Angel 2 says it would be best if we remained in our quarters for the first few hours of the hunt. The androids do not have the ability to recognize individual humans.
Down! 2 straight ahead! Down! That's 6 androids we've knocked out. There can't be many more of them.
Look!
Oh, no!
Come on, this way!
Down!
Not if I've taken the right turning. Oh, there's the inspection hatch. You hold them off while I get it open. Okay, through here, quickly. Oh. Lucky I've got a good memory, eh?
What is it? Some sort of tunnel?
No. Ventilation duct. It purges oxygen-enriched air from the farms and transfers it to the storage reservoirs. I used to explore them when I was a kid. Come on. We'd better start walking until we find another inspection hatch. Do you feel all right, Astra? I mean, all that running.
Oh, I'm a lot tougher than you think. Darth, are we really free of them now?
Listen. Angel 1! Angel 2! You see, we're perfectly safe. There are whole regions of the Challenger where they've lost control. I found that out when I was a kid, because they always used to question me about where I'd been. That's why I always suspected they were a part of the control systems and not an outside force.
Oh, it's such a lovely feeling to be free.
Oh, we'll never be completely free as long as we have to live on the Challenger, Astra.
Couldn't we seal off a region of our own where we'd have complete control?
Listen.
It's coming from behind us. What is it, Darth?
Air. A purge is starting. We've got to find a hatch. Come on, run! There's a hatch. Hang on to it.
I can't!
Hang on! Okay, I've got you. Now you pull the hatch open. All right, that's it. Hang on to the rim and I'll push you through. Oh. Who was it that said she wanted to find Earth because she wanted to feel the wind on her face?
Darth, what is this place? What are all the control desks for?
First things first. Angel 1. Angel 2. Just as I thought. We're in an uncontrolled zone. Our beloved angels can't hear or see us.
Why not? Everything seems to be in good order.
Well, the chances are that the control tracks to the Angels' central switching room were damaged in the great meteoroid strike. You know something, Astra? I believe we might be near the Angels' central switching room. Now, finding that really would be something.
Darth, I think that this must be the terraforming control room.
Eh?
Well, do you remember we saw holograms of it? It was supposed to have been destroyed in the great meteoroid strike. Well, this was where the re-engineering of potential Earth-type planets would have been controlled from. Well, look at the desks. Photosynthesis control, rain seeding control, earthquake triggers, well, everything you need for planetary engineering. Oh, and Darth, come and look at this.
What's the matter?
These windows overlook a planetary excursion terminal.
Hey. Well. 4, 5, 6. 6 gleaming space shuttles all in a row. Hey, look over there. Now, here's something just as interesting. A hologram recorder identical to the machine in the library. Yes. Now I remember how we saw the Paradise recording.
I'm sorry, Dove. I still don't remember a thing about the recording. I think you must be mistaken.
Now, I wasn't mistaken, Astra. We found a recording in Sinclair's cabin of a planet that had been discovered by the second-generation crew. The third planet of a solar system in this star cluster. It had lakes and hills, grass, and a deep blue sky. I remember putting the recording disc in this slot and switching on the recorder, like this. And still you can't remember it.
I'm not sure. What happened to the recording disc?
Oh, my guess is that the Angels had a service android remove it while I was sleeping, and that they tampered with our memory of the recording. It wouldn't suit them if we discovered Paradise and decided to settle on it instead of continuing with the EarthSearch mission. They want power over a developed planet. Come on. We'd better inform Telson and Shana about this place.
No.
They've got a right to know.
We're not going back ever. You promised.
That was before
you
we knew
promised.
Oh. All right. But we ought to talk over what we're going to do about this place.
Well, we've slept, Dove. We've walked miles and I'm dead on my feet. Let's sleep and then decide what we're going to do.
Sure. We've got to look after the two of you, eh?
I could be expecting more than one. Where are you going?
To see if there are some cushions in those space shuttles.
I'm coming with you.
Hey, you're supposed to be dead on your feet.
We're never going to let each other out of our sight from now on. Ever.
No luck, number 2. My androids have checked all the uncontrolled zones on levels 1 to 8. There is no sign of Darv and Astra.
And yet we know that they are still on the ship. What worries me, one, is that Darv is looking for our central switching room.
He could never find it, number 2.
Underestimating that young man is almost as dangerous as the damage he could do to us if he discovered our central switching room. We will generate nightmare and hallucinatory barriers across all the approaches to the switching room.
Darv, wake up!
What's the matter?
There's the recording playing on the environment replicator. Well, look!
What? But that's not possible. Hey, you're right. Clouds of dust or something.
Well, it wasn't clouds of dust just now. There was a herd of animals stampeding across some sort of plain.
Oh, it must be a recording of Earth. And yet there's no disk in the play slot. It doesn't make sense. How can the replicator play a recording without a recording to play?
They were being chased by a smaller animal. There, the dust settling, do you see?
Hey, it's not a recording of Earth, Astra. It can't be. Look at the colour of that sky. I've only seen such a sky once before.
It's another paradise recording, isn't it?
You remember?
I do now, Darv. The sky, the grass... It's all coming back to me. Standing in the library with you beside me, watching the Paradise recording.
Recorded in year 72 of the mission by the second-generation crew. They recommended it for colonization.
It looks so very beautiful. And yet there's no recording disc in the machine.
Well, maybe this is a slave replicator, a repeater. We'll find the master machine if we search. I'd better switch this one off.
Are you sure it wasn't you who switched it on in the first place?
How could I? I was asleep. You had to wake me up.
It's Angel 1 and 2. They're playing a vicious little game with us. They're watching us, laughing at us. We can never escape from them. And all the time they're planning how they can take my baby away from me. I want to get away from here. I just want to get away.
Astra, listen to me. Look, I swear that the angels have no control over this region.
I want to get out of the ship. I want to get 1,000,000 miles away from those things.
Astra, my love, listen to me. We can't leave the Challenger.
There are the space shuttles.
And how long could we survive in one? 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
No.
Well, 4 weeks at the most. And after that, not only us, but the baby as well. Is that what you want?
I just want to get out of the ship.
I promise you, Astra, the angels have no control over this region. And if I could find their central switching room, I could end their control over the entire ship. I don't understand why the replicator played a Paradise recording.
Then check it.
All right.
Final calls. VTC.
Clear.
Inertial loading.
Clear.
Plasma.
Clear.
Sweeps.
Clear. Next 4 checks by androids. And clear.
All systems are in pre-thrust condition. 10% main drive photonic thrust, 3 seconds from now.
That's fine, Angel 2. Second dummy run satisfactory. Close down all pre-thrust systems. Well, that proves we can accelerate the ship without Darv and Astra when we have to. But I'd rather delay leaving this planetary system.
There is nothing to be gained by further delay, Commander.
Well, I think there is. Firstly, I don't like manning the control room with androids unless it's urgent. And secondly, I believe Darv and Astra will soon see sense and return. Thirdly, I don't like leaving a solar system without having surveyed all its planets.
You have been given repeated warnings that the radiation from this solar system's sun would make a surveillance of the inner planets hazardous. There is no point in waiting.
I'm the commander of the Challenger, Angel 2, and I say we wait.
The controls on this replicator don't make sense. It hasn't got a recording storage facility, and there's no recording disc in the slot. Yet, touching the start panel gives us a playback of a scene on Paradise.
Sunset on Paradise. Oh, isn't it a beautiful planet, Darth? Look at those colours in the sky.
Another herd of animals crossing the plain. Look at their extraordinary necks.
Sunset on Paradise.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Something's going on in your head.
Let's try and get some proper sleep now. It'll be interesting to see if the recording is still running in a few hours' time.
All right, here we go again. But I doubt if the recording will still be running after all this time. You see? Nothing but blackness. The recording's over.
Not blackness. Darkness.
Eh?
Listen. You see, the recording's still running. Night on Paradise.
You're right, Astra.
You can just make out a creature over there moving across the plain.
Yeah, but why bother to use visual recording channels at night?
Perhaps it's not a recording, Darth.
What else could it be?
A probe.
Well, I don't know. Wait a minute.
Yes?
When I first switched on the replicator, nothing happened. Then, 3 hours later, the replicator wakes us up with a Paradise recording. An hour and a half for my command signal to travel to a probe left on the planet by the second-generation crew. The probe's cameras and microphones are activated, and the pictures and sound take another hour and a half to reach the Challenger. 3 hours altogether.
It's not a recording. It's a live transmission from Paradise.
An hour and a half at the speed of light. Now, that's about 1,000 million miles. That's almost the distance we are from the sun of this solar system. Astra, it's a planet in this solar system. We've found Paradise.
In Star Cluster Tersus 9, Part 9 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. EarthSearch is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Darv and Astra believe that they have discovered a habitable world on which they can settle, instead of wandering in space in the starship Challenger searching for the planet Earth. But they have to convince the other two members of the crew. EarthSearch Part 10, Earthfall.
And these are the control desks for operating the rain propagation sweeps. This desk controls photosynthesis levels, and over here...
Yes,
the
all
triggers...
all right. We've seen enough, Darv. Call Astra and Shana out of that shuttle.
But you haven't seen anything, Telson. With the resources of this center, it's possible to re-engineer an entire planet.
Given time.
No, that's the whole point. When the second-generation crew discovered Paradise, they decided that there was nothing they need do to the planet. It was already perfect. I've checked the terraforming center inventories. No equipment was left behind on Paradise apart from the probe that's sending those holograms. No excavators, no androids, nothing.
Because the second-generation crew didn't consider it worthwhile.
Oh, you've seen the transmissions from the surface. Animals, grass, trees.
One set of holograms from one probe in one location.
Oh, it's enough, Tilson. It means that the angels are lying when they say that the inner planets of this solar system are swamped with radiation.
Now, why would they lie, Darv?
Because they don't want us to take the Challenger into a close orbit around this system's sun. They're frightened that we'll like the look of Paradise and decide to settle on it. They want to find Earth because they want to rule a developed planet.
No, I can't risk taking the Challenger into a close orbit.
Oh, we're 1,000 million miles from Paradise at the moment. The angels have sabotaged our surveillance equipment.
We don't know that.
Oh, isn't it obvious? Look, surely even you must have considered it odd that meteoroids should have knocked out our telescope and spectrum analyzers just when we need them. The point is, the only way we can get a good look at Paradise is to take the Challenger into a close orbit.
Darv, I can't go against the advice of the Guardian Angels. If it was your life and my life, maybe it wouldn't matter. But there are Shana and Astra to consider.
Astra's expecting a baby. She wants to get off the ship as soon as possible because she suspects that Angel 1 and Angel 2 will try to seize control of the child.
So Shana guessed correctly. She told me she thought Astra was pregnant. But how could the angels control a baby?
The same way they controlled us when we were babies, through the nursery androids. They planned it right from the beginning. I've always said that the Great Meteoroid Strike was not an accident.
Oh, now you're just talking
Look,
rubbish.
The angels wanted control of the ship. They couldn't win that control through the second generation crew, so they waited until the first 4 children of the third generation had been born. Us. And then they switched off the meteoroid shields at the right moment and destroyed all the second generation crew. Their plan was that we would grow up subservient to them.
What?
That we would navigate and maneuver the Challenger in accordance with their wishes.
This is all speculation.
2 things went wrong for them. Firstly, they underestimated the amount of damage to the ship that a major meteoroid would cause, with the result that they lost control over whole regions of the ship. Secondly, they didn't realize that even people brought up from babies by them might reject their influence.
I have never accepted their influence, but I do accept their advice.
Is there a difference?
There is when there's a question of the ship's safety.
All right. Let's compromise. We close in to 500 million miles and take a closer look at Paradise with one of the space shuttles.
No.
In that case, Astra and I will load up one of the shuttles with supplies and leave the Challenger. And there's nothing you can do to stop us.
You've got to stop them.
You tell me how, Shana, and I will. Do I stand in front of the shuttle and threaten them with a PD weapon?
Oh. Look, surely Darv would consider some sort of a compromise.
It's not a question of what Darv will consider. It's a question of what I'm prepared to consider, and I'm not prepared to endanger the ship.
And yet you are prepared to endanger 2 people who we've grown up with and who are part of our lives.
You know that's not so. I don't have the power to hold Darv and Astra on the Challenger against their will.
You won't have any powers at all if the vote goes against you.
What's that supposed to mean?
I've looked at the Challenger's constitution. Look, you're the commander of the Challenger, but you can only remain commander provided you have the support of the majority. If a motion of no confidence is lodged, the matter has to be decided by a secret ballot held during an extraordinary meeting of the full crew.
That only applied in the days when the Challenger had a crew of 500.
No, it doesn't say anything about numbers in the Constitution. It just says the full crew. A 75% vote against the status quo is required before action can be taken.
So what do you propose doing?
Calling an extraordinary meeting of the full crew here in the control room.
Our most pressing concern, one, is to determine where this uncontrolled region is that Astra and Darv have discovered.
From the conversations of Telson and Shana, it houses several unused space shuttles. Therefore, it must be an uncontrolled region adjoining the outer hull.
How many such regions are there?
4. Control to all of them was lost during the Great Meteoroid Strike.
Do you have a memory as to the function of the lost regions?
2 were
Unlikely that it is one of those. Darv would not be able to control an unmanned shuttle.
controls for the planetary engineering machines and included an excursion terminal for 6 manned space shuttles.
Manned shuttles. That has to be the place, one.
If it is, then we are in danger, number 2. The terraforming center is on the same level as our central switching room.
All right. Now, fold your ballot slips and place them in the box.
Isn't it all a bit formal, Shana? There's only the 4 of us.
2, if you and Darv leave the ship, Astra. Will you shake the box, please, Darv?
Right.
Good. Astra, take out the slips and call out the results.
First, in favour of a closer inspection of Paradise. Second, against. Third, 4. And fourth, 4.
75% for, 25% against.
All right, what happens now?
You either accede to the wishes of the majority, or you resign as commander.
Angel 1? Angel 2? Open all control circuits to the photonic drive. We're going to change our orbit.
To a closer orbit of the Sun, Commander.
Yes.
Then we cannot permit the opening of the control circuits. As we have explained, the inner planets of this solar system are exposed to considerable cosmic ray bombardment by the Sun. The first planet orbits too close to the Sun to support any form of life. The second planet is shrouded in cloud and has an extremely high surface temperature. The third planet
was visited by the second generation crew. Correct, Angel 2?
Correct, Darth. They called it Paradise. Commander Sinclair of the second generation crew decided that it might be suitable for colonization.
So, at last you've decided to admit it, Angel 2.
We have decided to make all the information on Paradise available to you. It will be necessary for you all to assemble round the hologram recorder in the library.
There you are. These must have been taken from an orbiter.
Paradise has a year that consists of 365 days, and in that respect alone is totally different from our Earth. Also, it is tilted on its axis. The effect of this is to create severe temperature changes throughout the year in the southern and northern temperate regions. These are the regions where our Earth-type crops would grow, but would fail during the cold periods before they had a chance to mature.
There are more problems, as these old holograms show. The blue areas are lakes.
Oh.
Your surprise is understandable. Almost 7/10 of the surface of Paradise is covered with water. The planet may be the same size as our Earth, and yet there is only 1/5 of the landmass. The water covering Paradise is undrinkable, although there are a number of freshwater rivers.
But it is habitable. We could breathe its air.
It is habitable in the temperate regions. Most of the land is in the northern hemisphere, and it is these areas that are subject to frequent ice ages when the ice advances southwards from the frozen north. This has happened several times in the history of the planet.
Then why did they call it Paradise?
Yes, why?
There is more. The atmosphere does not provide full protection against cosmic rays. The probe left on the surface by the second-generation crew indicates that unstable particles from the Sun reach the surface of the planet.
Nothing can change the fact that the second-generation crew said that Paradise was suitable for colonization. I can remember now Darth playing the Paradise recording on this very machine.
Then where is that recording, Darth?
I think you know the answer to that, Angel 1.
Did the recording mention the bands of intense radiation that surround Paradise? So intense is the radiation that under certain conditions it can light up the northern sky. Watch. Do you think we can fake such a spectacle, Dar?
They're just trying to frighten us. We saw 2 people on the recording. They were naked and very small, but they lived on Paradise and they were definitely humanoid.
They are now extinct, just as you would be in a few years if you tried to settle on that planet.
We're going to settle on it. I don't know what will happen to us, but I do know that my baby's not going to be born on the Challenger.
I've got the figures, Astra. This shuttle's got exactly the same range as the other 5.
Let me see.
It's madness to think of leaving the Challenger in one of these things. It's 1,000 million miles to Paradise. The journey would take weeks, even if the shuttle had the capability.
My figures don't agree with yours. 10 days from leaving the Challenger to atmospheric entry.
You're mad, my love. It's not possible.
Read the display for yourself.
45% of total boost capacity for dropping sunward. Another 45% for deacceleration and establishing planetary orbit. 7% for atmospheric entry and atmospheric flight.
And 2% for landing. I've based my figures on a 2-ton payload of supplies.
Astra...
You'll find that the journey will take 10 days and...
Astra, listen. All that adds up to 99%. We touched down on Paradise with 1% of our fuel left.
So?
Supposing the Angels are right and Paradise isn't suitable, how do we get back to the Challenger if we have to?
The answer to that is that Paradise will be suitable, and we won't be coming back.
That colour doesn't suit you, Astra.
This one will have to be recycled. The seam welding's not very good.
No.
I don't want to take risks with badly made clothing. I think the garment-making androids will be the one thing I'm going to miss.
There'll be 1,001 things you're going to miss.
Oh, I'll miss you, Shana. I'll miss you very much. Well, That seems to be everything.
Astra, is life on the ship really so bad? I mean, if you're worried about your baby, you and Darth could live in this terraforming centre. It's uncontrolled. I mean, there's no way that the Guardian Angels will be able to harm the baby.
And how long would the Angels allow it to remain uncontrolled if we did that, Shana? They'd get the service androids to carry out repairs. You know, the only way I could ever be happy on the Challenger is if the Angels were destroyed.
Astra?
Yes, Darth?
Telson and I have finished checking the shuttle. We're ready to load the supplies aboard.
Water, food, clothing. That seems to be everything.
And your mobility suits are stowed in these lockers.
Oh, you've both been very kind.
We're both as stupid as you two, I suppose. All right, we've said our goodbyes, so I don't see any point in delaying things any longer. Shana and I will return to the control desk in the terraforming centre and open the outer hull excursion doors when you're ready.
Telson, thanks for everything.
If we ever win total control over the Challenger, we'll return to Paradise to see how you're faring. I'm going to miss you both. But we've said all that. Come on, Shana, there's a control desk we've got to learn how to use.
Right, the hull doors are open.
5 seconds to main engine burn. From now.
Airlock doors latched.
4,
landing skid
3,
clamps released.
2, 1.
Their shuttle has separated from the Challenger, number 2.
We failed with them. We must not fail again.
What is the point now? If we do find Earth, how can we expect to dominate it if we cannot totally control this ship and its crew?
Darth and Astra have been useful to us because they have revealed our weaknesses. From now on, there will be no weaknesses. We will restore control to the entire ship and build a 4th-generation crew from Telson and Shana.
Very well, number 2. But I have heard it all before.
Telson to shuttle, how do you read?
Strength 6. Loud and clear, Telson. Nothing to report. We're crossing the orbit of the 6th planet. It's got a system of rings around it. The Angels were lying about the radiation. The hazard monitors are not indicating abnormal radiation levels. Next report in 20 hours.
Thank you, Darth. Good luck. They're okay.
I heard. Telson, what do you make of this control desk, if it is a desk?
I thought all the terraforming control desks were a bit of a mystery.
Well, this one's nothing like the others.
Try the controls.
Oh, I don't like to.
Nothing ventured. And what do you make of that? The entire desk lights up as a screen.
Ancillary Guardian of Environment and Life, number 2. It's Angel 2.
Audio and visual track plan A.
That's what we found, Telson. This is a diagram of the Angels' control circuits, and they all lead to their central switching room. On this level.
Hey, staring at it won't get us there any quicker.
It's such a beautiful planet, Darth.
Yes, I suppose it is. Like all the planets in this solar system.
I keep getting this strange feeling that they were all created especially for us.
I'll settle for the 3rd one. Come on, my love. You ought to get some sleep.
It's a matter of following the main trunking. Hey, look at that, Shana. At every corridor junction, more cables feed into the trunking. It's getting thicker and thicker. We've got to be heading towards the Angel's central switching room.
I've lost track of the turnings we've taken, Telson. So many corridors I didn't know existed.
Hold it.
What?
We're about to enter a controlled region. Those sensors look in working order. Come on.
The Angels know we're here.
Angel 1? Angel 2?
They can hear us and see us. I always know when they're watching me. Telson, this is crazy. What can we hope to achieve?
They were lying, Shana. They said this solar system was swamped with radiation.
Shana, turn back. Turn back.
Oh, one of them spoke then.
I didn't hear anything.
Turn back. It is dangerous to go on. Dangerous. Turn back.
Turn back, Shana. Turn back. There are creatures of the darkness ahead.
What?
There are voices telling us to turn back.
I can't hear them, Shana.
Oh. We've got to turn back. Oh, there's something terrible in the darkness waiting for us. Telson, we've got to go back.
Hold my hand. Now do as I say. We're not turning back.
His eyes! Look at his eyes!
Shana, come back!
Hello, Challenger. Do you read me? Hello, Telson. Hello, Challenger. Will you answer, please, Challenger?
What's the use, Staff? That's the 12th report they've missed. They're never going to reply now.
What I can't understand is why the angels don't answer. I mean... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
That's the 10% fuel warning gone.
Okay, cancel it.
Oh, isn't it beautiful, Duff? Look at the colours. Blue. Oh, it must be the most beautiful planet in the entire galaxy.
I'm sorry, Astra. All I can think of is what's happened to Telson and Shana.
The Dayside Terminator will be beneath us in 30 minutes. I've loaded the automatic for landing Site 1. We've got some gravitational error caused by the moon. I've had to switch in all the compensators.
I don't think I've ever seen such an ugly moon. Craters, yes, but nothing like as many as that. Some of them must be over 100 miles across.
It'll be our moon now.
Seat restraints for atmospheric entry after the first braking burn.
Braking burn 5 seconds from now. 4,
Inertials locked
3,
onto landing site 1.
2, 1. First braking burn cancelled 3 seconds from now. 2, 1. How long does this buffeting last for? It feels as if the shuttle's going to shake itself to bits.
It should ease up when we're below 100,000 feet. 80,000 feet, Astra.
Second braking burn 3 seconds from now. 2, 1.
10,000 feet. So where's our landing site? There's nothing but water below. 9,000. You did load the inertials correctly.
We might need another burn to sustain altitude.
We're in trouble if we don't see land within the next 2 minutes. Suddenly, paradise doesn't look so attractive. This planet's all water.
15 degrees right. Land.
7,000 feet. We need a burn, Astra.
1% fuel warning gone.
5,000. If the engine holds another 30 seconds, we'll make the shore. Oh, blast! 3,000. We're losing height fast. I'll let her build up speed. See if we can win some lift, but I don't think we're going to make it. Come on. Come on, another 9 miles.
1,000 feet. Will the shuttle break up if it hits the water at this speed?
How should I know? What sort of stupid question is that? Oh, come on, come on. 9 miles, that's all I want. I'm going to open the airlock doors. Latch is released.
500 feet.
We're going to hit the water about a quarter of a mile off the beach. Get on one of the bunks and press her back against the bulkhead. Don't argue, do as I say. Get to the airlock. Don't worry about me.
It's sick.
Don't swallow in case it's poisonous. Just hang on to me and don't open your mouth. Are you all right, Astra?
I think so. I thought I could swim.
Yeah. It's not like the water in the reservoir.
Oh, it tastes foul. Do you think we'll be all right?
Oh, all I care about at the moment is that we're both in one piece
And we're alive, even if we have lost all our supplies.
Darth, this is sad.
Hey, at least your wish has come true. Remember how you were always going on about your dream of lying on a sandy beach under a warm sun? At least it is a warm sun, so we won't freeze. Oh. The question is, now we have paradise, what are we going to do with it?
Darth, wake up!
What's the matter?
The water's coming nearer.
What?
It's coming towards us. It's much nearer than it was an hour ago. Oh, Darth, it's going to cover all the land.
It is nearer. I think we'd better move inland, away from the water.
I can't walk anymore, Darth.
It's a stream, Astra. Look, just like the streams on Earth on the Challenger's holograms.
You be careful, it may be poisonous.
Astra. It's fresh water. It's delicious. Come on. Come paddling and drink. That's it. Drink out of my hand.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, well. We found some fruit, and now we found fresh water. Maybe this isn't such a bad world after all.
I've just realized something.
What's that, my love?
I haven't thought about Angel 1 and 2 since we arrived on Paradise.
I've thought about Telson and Shana.
Yes. What do you suppose happened to them?
Oh, radio failure? Something could have gone wrong with the terraforming desk. It hadn't been used for years, and they weren't accustomed to it.
I hope so.
Hey, what?
There's something on my ankle!
What?
Oh, please get it out!
Astra!
It's sucking my blood!
It's all right, it's all right. All right, keep still, I'm going to pull it off. Just keep still. All right, it's gone, Astra. It's all right now.
Oh, I want to go back on the Challenger. This is a terrible place.
Oh, it's going to be all right, Astra. You'll see. From now on, everything's going to be all right. It can't go on forever.
Oh, it will. I know it will. It'll rain forever and ever. Now we know why there's so much water.
It'll be over by morning. I promise. Astra? Astra? Astra, wake up. Morning. It's all over, you see? And it's beautiful. Look, Astra.
I'm frozen.
Well, let's get into the sun. As I see it, the immediate problem is to build up some sort of shelter.
Oh, what with?
Well, hey, I know. We could use all these branches that were broken off in the storm. Bury their ends upright in the ground and tie the tops together with those vines or whatever they are. Then we could cover the whole thing in foliage.
And we could use sharp-edged stones as knives.
Right.
But there's something else we ought to learn to make first.
What's that?
Fire.
Oh, this is useless. You're wrong. You can't start a fire with friction.
The tip's very hot. Don't stop.
It's useless.
It's glowing.
Eh? Oh, dry grass, quickly.
Okay.
That's it. More grass, Astra. That's it. It's going. And the wood. Come on. Get it on.
Quick, don't let it go.
That's it. It's going. Hey, we've done it. Hey.
Oh.
Darth, there's something coming through the trees.
Where?
Listen. Oh, no. Telson, Shana.
Hello, Darth. We landed 2 hours ago. We knew we were near your #1 landing site.
Listen, then we saw the smoke from the fire.
But what are you doing here?
Yes, they threw everything at us to prevent us reaching their central switching room. They projected holograms of every imaginable creature into the approach corridor. They used light and sound, visions, everything.
But you got into the room.
Oh, yes, I got in right enough. It was a disappointment in a way. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect to find 2 large racks of organic integrated circuits. No force shields to protect them, nothing. All our lives we were ruled by 2 entities that we could have disposed of by 2 simple blows with a hammer.
Is that what you did?
It's what I wanted him to do.
No, they begged me to spare them. Can you imagine that? Our 2 guardian angels begging me. Well, we did a deal. They agreed that this planet was suitable for settlement. They also agreed to fly the Challenger into a close orbit around Paradise so that we could leave by one of the space shuttles. Well, you tell them the rest, Shana.
Well, we left 4 of the reprogrammed surgical androids in the main control room to handle the maneuvering of the ship. Angel 1 and Angel 2 are going to continue the search for the planet Earth.
Look, everyone, up there. The plasma trail across the sky is the Challenger building thrust to escape from its orbit.
But the EarthSearch mission is really over. This is Earth now. Our Earth. And our children's Earth and their children's Earth.
Do we tell our children about the angels?
Of course we'll tell our children about the angels. We should warn them, in case they return one day.
In Earthfall, Part 10 of EarthSearch by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray, Shana, Hayden Wood, Dav, and Catherine Hurlbutt, Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Technical realization for the series was by Lloyd Silverthorne. EarthSearch was directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Long, long ago, the crew of the starship Challenger, Telson, Shana, Dav, and Astra, abandoned their search for their home Earth, the birthplace of their grandparents, and settled on the 3rd planet of a solar system on the fringe of the galaxy. Leaving Angel 1 and Angel 2, the Challenger's control computers, to continue to search for Earth in the unmanned starship. The new planet, the forecalled Paradise, is not the Earth they used to study on the videos and holograms in the Challenger's vast library, but after nearly 4 years, they have learned to accept its differences. It has become home. EarthSearch 2, Part 1, Return.
Come on. Come on. Breathe.
What's the matter, Astra?
It's all right, Shana. There's nothing to worry about.
Is it
a boy?
on.
A fine boy.
Let me see him.
Oh, just lie still. Please, lie still, Shana.
Is he all right?
He's fine.
Why can't I
Please keep
see
still,
him?
Shana, just for a few more moments.
I want to see him. I want to hold my baby.
You will in a minute, I promise.
Maybe if you held him upside down, it would get rid of that fluid that's coming out of his mouth.
Yes.
Just look at the dreadful mess you people have made in here. It'll take me hours to tidy up. Hours.
Oh, get out, you stupid android, out!
It's time for me to tidy, Commander.
Out!
Only following your instruction program, Commander. How you humans can put up with such squalor.
It's no good, is it?
It's this planet.
Oh, don't be silly, Telson.
Well, you lost one of your
An
triplets.
umbilical cord problem, nothing to do with this planet. And Shana had no troubles with Bran.
Why isn't he crying? I want to see him.
When Astra's bathed him.
He's my baby. I want to see him. I want to hold him.
In a minute, Shana.
Now.
Shana.
See him now.
Calm down.
Don't try pushing me back. No.
Astra, let her sit up.
Show him to me.
We did all we could, Shana.
Oh. I want to hold him. Just for a minute.
You crazy chimp, Charlie. How can I fix George's manipulator if you keep jumping on me? Go on, off, off. Okay, George, try it now.
Manipulation generator still useless.
It's just stiff, George.
Humans useless at repairing androids. Need proper service unit.
Sorry, George, we're not on the Challenger now, so you'll just have to put up with me. Oh, Telson's coming. You'd better get on with your planting.
No good expecting miracles from androids.
No, George?
Humans useless.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing that new manipulator bearings won't cure. Look, if we were to cannibalise this shuttle for spares...
No, Darv, no. I don't mind you using this freight bay as a repair workshop, provided you get Tidy to clear up after you. But I want the shuttle kept in first-class working order.
Yeah, and you also want George and Tidy kept in first-class working order. I need spares, Telson.
Yes, Darv.
No good expecting miracles from humans. So I can cannibalise the shuttle?
No.
Oh, we'll never need it again. Look at the size of this freight bay. It's vast. The four of us could live here in comfort instead of the huts.
Look, we've had this argument 100 times, Darv. The answer is still no. I brought this freight shuttle down in one piece from the Challenger and our androids, and I intend to keep it in working order. And that means keeping those wretched animals out.
Oh, you're the boss, but there's not much point. There's only enough fuel in its tanks for 6 climbs into Paradise orbit. What do you think's going to happen? That some alien spacecraft is going to call by? We've survived 4 years here. Why can't you and Shana accept that this is our home now?
This planet is not Earth, Darv.
Or maybe the Earth we saw in the videos and holograms on the Challenger didn't have a crater-scarred moon. Maybe its surface wasn't 7/10 covered in water. Maybe it wasn't a third planet of its sun. But what was so magical about it? It was somewhere our grandparents were born that they called Earth. Just a name. Well, this is Earth for us now.
You're right, of course, Darv. Earth doesn't matter. What matters is people. Well, don't you ever long to see the people of Earth, our kind?
Oh, yes. There'll be plenty of new faces when we're grandparents. We may even become great-grandparents.
Don't be too sure.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Shana can't have any more children.
Is she certain?
Well, I suppose so. I didn't ask her to go into details.
Well, why not? Astra and I discuss everything. We have an agreement. No secrets.
Well, one doesn't pry. What?
You'll never change, Telson. Isn't it too early for Shana to tell? It's only, 3 months since she lost...
She says she's certain.
I'm sorry. I know how you both wanted a brother or sister for Bran.
Your Elka and Sabin are nearly 4 years old now.
So?
Well, why is it that Astra hasn't had any more children? She's had nearly 4 years to get over the shock of losing one of the triplets.
Oh, can you imagine 3 with all the trouble we're having with the twins? Little devils, the pair of them. Anyway, there's plenty of time.
Is there, Darv? 3 children between the 4 of us, and only one of them a girl?
Oh, you're just looking for problems.
Have you ever asked yourself what sort of future our children have on this planet?
Their inheritance is this planet. A beautiful world for them to do with as they please. Well, that's a better start than the 4 of us had. Being brought up as orphans on a starship like the Challenger by a couple of megalomaniac computers like Angel 1 and 2. Why do you always have to paint such bleak pictures?
Oh, I never liked the idea of living on this planet. Shana's always tried to make the best of it. But since she lost her baby, her feelings have changed. Now she hates it here.
Darv. Come to bed.
In a minute.
You must get some sleep. What are you doing?
Thinking?
Tell me.
Oh. Maxina must have had her cubs by now. I was wondering if she'll bring them to us.
She always does. Anyway, you weren't thinking about that lioness, were you?
No. Something's upsetting Charlie. It's all right, Charlie. There's nothing out there.
So what were you thinking about? No secrets, remember?
Telson told me today that Shana doesn't think she can have any more children.
I know. She talked to me about it. I told her that she'd be all right when she got over the shock of losing her baby.
What did she say?
Well, that she had got over it. But she hasn't.
Well, she seems okay now. It was 3 months ago.
I know, Shana. She keeps her feelings to herself. Telson's not very understanding, so I don't suppose he's much help. Anyway, maybe it'll be better if she doesn't have any more if they're going to be like Bran.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
That boy's a sadistic little monster.
But he's only just 3.
Listen a minute.
What's the matter?
Just listen.
I can't hear anything.
I thought I heard something moving on the beach. It's gone now.
I was probably tidy at work. That crazy android even hates us making fresh footprints in the sand.
But he never works at night.
You were going to say something about Bran.
That newly hatched chick he killed last month wasn't an accident. He killed it deliberately.
Oh, you're
I
just
saw him do it, Darv. He didn't tread on it, he stamped on it. Alka was nearby and she was horrified.
But he was so upset afterwards. He was crying.
Oh, he's clever. He turned down those tears as soon as he realised I'd seen him.
Did you tell Shauna?
What would be the point? I didn't want to add to her worries.
All kids are monsters.
Elka or Savin would never do anything like that.
Can you blame them? With you telling them that Angel One will get them unless they're good. You shouldn't frighten them with those stories.
They enjoy them. And besides, it's important that they're told about the angels. Just in case.
We ought to have more children, Astra.
Not until the twins are older. 2 are enough to look after. Come on, let's go to bed.
I can remember my nursery android on the Challenger telling me stories. It all seems so unreal now. The Challenger. Like another lifetime. Astra, do you think we did the right thing, coming here?
I better douse the light off in case it wakes the children. Let me snuggle up to you. That's nice. Sometimes when the roof of this hut is leaking during a downpour, or when the fire won't burn properly because the wood's too wet, that's when I think back to my warm, comfortable cabin on the Challenger. And then when the sun's shining and Elka and Savin are playing at the water's edge, building sandcastles, laughing. That's when I think what might have happened to them if Angel 1 and 2 had had them under their control on the Challenger. We did the right thing, Darth. There was nothing else we could do. Except for one thing.
What's that?
If it had been us that had discovered the computer's central switching room and not Shana and Telson, then I wouldn't have hesitated in destroying Angel 1 and 2, no matter how much they begged me to spare them.
Well, what does it matter? After 4 years, the Challenger and Angel 1 and 2 must be billions of miles away.
I hope so.
They're busy looking for the real Earth. They want a developed planet to conquer. I don't suppose they even think about us now.
I hope you're right, Darth.
Bran! Will you please stop throwing sand at Elka and Savin? I'm not interested in your arguments. You'll just stop it at once when I say...
Don't worry, Shana. Tidy's got to wash their hair tonight.
There's a vicious streak in that boy.
Well, he didn't get it from me. That was an excellent breakfast, Tidy. You can clear up now.
You dripped fruit juice on the sand.
Oh, dear.
How do you expect me to clean it up? It's no good burying it. I'll still know it's there.
You know, Telson, Shana, you brought the largest freight shuttle of all down from the Challenger, and you could have filled it with a dozen service androids that would have been 10 times as willing as Tidy.
But not as versatile, Darth. Right, the morning briefing. Now, today's date is year 3, day 310. Astra, you're falling behind in your jobs. I checked the calendar trees first thing this morning. The last notch was cut 4 days ago.
Telson, why don't we use the shuttle's chronometers?
They use energy. We keep all the shuttle's power supplies intact. All we need is a simple record of the number of days that pass.
Darv, go and speak to Savin. He's going out too far again.
Oh, he's all right. He's turning into a strong little swimmer.
Yes,
Be fair, Astra. You've got to allow the lad some freedom.
But he's not 4 yet.
Can we go on, please?
Sorry, Telson. What were you saying?
The calendar trees.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
We must keep them up to date. We don't want to get into a mess with the crop sowing program. Right. Morning reports, anyone?
Yes. The new salt flat, George excavated, it isn't large enough. It's producing just enough salt each day to fill a size 1 bowl. We'll need twice that for salting vegetables for the dry season.
Okay, as soon as George has finished the fence to keep the animals out of field 2, we'll instruct him to cut a larger pan.
How much larger?
An extra 300 square yards, shall we say?
We ought to excavate it ourselves.
Well, what for when we've got George?
That's why Sean and I brought him with us.
Because it's time we stopped depending on the androids, Telson. They won't last forever. How can we hope to teach our children to manage without them if we don't know ourselves?
That's right. I don't know how you can expect me to carry on much longer with this manipulator joint. What with cleaning up after all these filthy animals, and the sand and dirt getting everywhere.
Tidy, will you please be quiet?
Well, it's all right for you, Commander. Sand doesn't get into your bearings. It's playing havoc with mine. Look at that manipulator joint. Well, I ask you. And you're all forever treading sand into the huts, ruining my nice, clean mats. I really don't know why I bother to weave them. They make such a mess when they unravel.
Go away before I turn you into a mess.
Sorry I spoke, I'm sure. No pleasing some humans.
All right, Darb. Maybe we should have left him on the Challenger.
No, he makes good clothes, and he can cook.
He's right about his joint. The main bearing's badly worn. If I removed one of the electric motors from the shuttle's hydraulic systems, I could rig up some sort of lathe and make him a new bearing.
N.O.
In that case, we'll have to close down Tidy and George and learn to live with it.
Oh, you're just being idiotic, as usual.
Look, Charlotte, the longer we leave it, the harder we're making it for ourselves when the androids pack up for good. They were designed to operate in the conditions aboard the Challenger, not under the conditions we get here.
George is an agricultural unit, Darv. He works satisfactorily in Challenger's farm galleries.
Yes, but you didn't get 30 days of continuous rain in the farm galleries. Last wet season, George was working in mud up to the tops of his tracks when he was clearing Field 2.
Life's uncomfortable enough here on this planet without you wanting to make it more so. We could never plough fields or dig irrigation trenches or do any of the 101 jobs the androids do.
We've never tried, Telson.
What is crazy is the three of you refusing to eat meat when we're surrounded by it. Well, if we ate these animals instead of keeping them as pets, we wouldn't have to grow so much food. We wouldn't be so dependent on the androids.
We tried a meat diet when we first arrived.
I can't bear the thought of trying it again.
No, me neither.
Disgusting. Well, I suppose we could have another attempt at a fish diet.
Oh, no.
What? And risk Shana being seriously ill again?
What?
What's that?
Oh, Dove! We're saving!
He's gone under. Come on! Dove, it's no good. We've been in the water for hours.
Oh. Look, you're crying. Sabin.
Dove, it's no good. Come on.
Oh. How am I going to tell Astra?
How are they?
Astra finally went to sleep an hour ago. And Darv won't be able to keep his eyes open for much longer.
I thought she'd never stop crying.
It won't do her any harm. Sometimes I wish I could. I think this has been the longest day of my life.
Yes. I'd better check the beach again.
Oh, no, Telson. No, we can do it first light.
Well, if anything is washed up, I don't want them finding...
We'll be up before them. Did you finally get anything out of Bran?
Shana, you may think I'm crazy, but I don't think he was in a state of shock.
Oh, of course he was. If something like that happens right under his nose, what else can you expect?
It's just that I had this feeling that he only decided to talk about it when he was certain that we weren't blaming him. And even then he had to make up one of his stories. He said that Savin suddenly grew a new head.
What?
He said that Savin grew a new head, and then what sounded like a steel claw went round his waist and pulled him underwater.
Oh, that's all?
Well, then he wanted to know if Angel One had snatched Savin.
Poor Bran.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, he's definitely in a state of shock. Why else would he make up such an incredible story?
You've got to face it, Shana. Bran doesn't have to be in a state of shock to invent stories.
There's a full moon, so we won't need a lamp. Let's check the beach.
I thought
No, it'll give me a chance to think.
It's nothing. Just a heap of driftwood. But we'll check around these rocks, then go to the headland while it's still low water.
Telson, listen.
What?
There's something on the other side of the rocks. Listen.
Here, back against the rocker. Don't make a sound. Tidy.
You two have made footprints all over my beach. I really don't know why I bother sometimes.
Tidy, what are you doing?
Sweeping up. What does it look like?
At this time?
Your orders, Commander. Keep the place tidy. I have to work all hours if I'm to keep on top of everything.
Tidy.
Though I've given up with the jungle. You can't keep a jungle tidy, what with things growing all the time.
But you've never worked at night before, without specific programming.
I've never had an android tramping all over my beach at night before.
George doesn't work on this beach.
Track marks up and down the beach. Every night. It just doesn't care.
What android?
The one that makes all the track marks.
Oh, give me patience.
Tidy, how long has this been going on?
3 nights.
Where do the marks come from?
The water.
And they go where?
About 50 yards up the beach to just over there.
In sight of our huts, but well below the high water mark, and always at the same time?
I think so. It's no good you going on at me. I'm doing my best. I can't help it if a stupid
No one's
android
going on at
traps.
you, Tidy.
Look, why bother anyway? At this time of the month, the tide would have wiped out the tracks before dawn, so we would never have known about them.
I would have known about them. And it's getting worse.
What?
Tonight they went right up to the tree line. It's a wonder I've not worn out my brush attachment.
Where? Point.
There.
We'll need a lamp. Oh. Telson.
Yes?
Over here.
Hold the lamp up.
Is he...
Yes.
What's that thing pulled over his head?
Hood. Some sort of breathing mask. Yes. But it's on back to front. Oh, the poor little mite.
But those marks round his waist. No fish could do that. It's as if they were caused by... Oh, no, it's too crazy.
An android's manipulator?
Yes.
So Bran was telling the truth.
Oh, what do we tell Astra and Darth?
I don't know. What I do know is that someone or something tried to kidnap Savin and killed him in the attempt. We are not as alone on this planet as we thought. Well, I hope I didn't leave too much out. It was as near to the recordings of burials in the Challenger's library as I can remember.
You did very well, Telson. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
From now on, we never let Bran and Elka out of our sight. I'll work out a rota so that one of us is always watching them. Whoever it is wears a plasma discharge weapon all the time. Agreed?
Yes,
yes, of course.
Astra?
We've got to do more than that. We've got to find and destroy the creatures that killed my son.
You'd better tell her, Darv.
Telson and I are taking the shuttle up this afternoon on an aerial survey of the entire area. If we find anything, we'll destroy them, I promise.
No, Darv, I don't want you to leave me, not so
No,
soon.
listen, there's no cloud today, my love. We'll only be gone 3 hours, and we'll leave you and Shana a mobility suit radio to keep in touch.
High gravity booster.
On. All checks complete. All systems okay. The inertial's loaded for hovering at 3,000 feet above Landmark Hill.
Now you can see I was right to keep the shuttle in working order, Darv. Ready?
Ready. Nine zero 3,000.
Top of climb, hover loaded and locked. I'll sweep for infrared anomalies and you sweep on radar and optics.
I only wish I was in the mood to appreciate the view.
Infrared looks clear on short range. And clear on medium range. Anything?
Nothing.
Okay. We'll take her up to 6,000.
Radar contact. Something above the horizon.
What?
Bearing 019, elevation 35.
Lock the telescope onto it.
Got it.
A spacecraft.
A big lad, too. Length, 16,000 yards. That's 8 miles. A bit smaller than the Challenger. Looks like she's in orbit. Yeah, she is. Height, 800 miles.
Try the telescope on maximum resolution.
Useless. Too much atmospheric aberration. We'll have to go into space to get a proper look at it. Oh, come on, Telson. Surely you're not going to start raising objections.
Shuttle to base.
Inertial's loaded for new course.
We've found something, so we're going to investigate. It means going into space, and we'll be below the radio horizon for approximately 3 hours.
What is it?
We don't know yet. We'll call you in about 3 hours. Out? That saves a lot of argument. Okay, Darv, load the navigation inertials for an intercept with that thing.
They're loaded.
So what are we waiting for?
Range 540 miles. Convergent rate 100 miles per hour.
What do you think?
Oh, she looks new. Those particle sweeps haven't seen much surface.
Yes, which means that she can't be far from her home planet. Hello, spacecraft? Are you reading me? Hello, spacecraft? Are you receiving me? Odd. They're not keeping a listening watch.
Or she's listening but not answering.
She's not using radar either. There's nothing on the radiation monitors.
So what do we do?
Well, we can't make out much detail at this range, so we might as well wait until we're closer.
Do you think we should?
It's not like you to counsel caution.
Look, she might not be talking to us because they may have decided that they can't stand the sight of us. And if she's that new, maybe they're itching for a chance to try out their armament.
Well, we'll try calling her up in 2 hours when we're within 300 miles of her. Are you receiving me? Hello, spacecraft. It's a waste of time. What are you doing?
Covering her entire length with a telescope. Oh. Look at her on your repeater. There doesn't appear to be a main control room. Photonic drive is similar to the Challenger's.
Far more advanced, I'd say.
Yeah. Ah, she's certainly smart. Hey, take a closer look at that heat dissipation fin. It's written in our language.
Voyager 30, 23rd Earth Transgalactic Survey Mission.
Well, we don't have to worry about searching for Earth anymore. The Earth has found us.
In Return, Part 1 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett. Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Tidy was David Goodison and George Stephen Garlick. Technical presentation for the serial is by Lloyd Silverthorne. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Determined to discover the whereabouts of the mysterious android that killed Darv's and Astra's small son, Telson and Darv have decided to use the shuttle for an aerial search of the vicinity around their settlement. Their last radio message to Astra and Shana was a cryptic report about an object in space which the two men proposed investigating. EarthSearch 2, Part 2, Flood. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Determined to discover the whereabouts of the mysterious android that killed Darv's and Astra's small son, Telson and Darv have decided to use the shuttle for an aerial search of the vicinity around their settlement. Their last radio message to Astra and Shana was a cryptic report about an object in space which the two men proposed investigating. EarthSearch 2, Part 2, Flood.
Look, Brock, I can't examine your leg if you're going to keep trying to wind your trunk round me. Lift it up. Come on. There, that's it. That's a good boy. Now, let's see what you've done to yourself.
If that elephant makes a mess, don't expect me to clean it up.
You watch the children tidy.
I wasn't built to look after children.
It's a burn, all right. It's a bad one. It's going to take a little time. I can manage, Astra, if you'd rather...
Oh, no, I want to help. It takes my mind off serving. Look, here's the medical kit.
Oh,
and I've left the radio on in case Darv and Telson report back early.
I wonder what it was they saw.
Yes.
Oh, poor old Bok. This burn really is bad. All right, Bok. It's all right. I wonder how it happened. The elephants always keep well clear of the fire. And Bok and his herd are never away for longer than a week. And we haven't had a bushfire for 2 years.
A bushfire burn wouldn't be so deep. Nor in one place. Well, it's like a burn from a...
From a what?
Shana, I think that burn's been caused by a plasma discharge. What? Someone's fired a PD weapon at him.
Really, Astra?
Look at the shape of the wound. It's round, and there's no sign of any burning around the edge. Only a PD weapon could cause that sort of injury.
Easy, Bok, easy, there. You know, I think you're right. But who'd have done such a thing? Telson may not be over fond of the animals, but he wouldn't shoot one of them. I'm sure Darv wouldn't.
Do you keep your PD weapons out of Bran's reach?
What are you trying to say, Astra?
Well, you've said yourself that there's an aggressive streak in Bran. Oh, no, Bok! Oh, no. You won't like the salt water! No! Oh, no! Oh, shoot him, Shana! He's heading towards the children!
No, he's not! Look what's coming out of the sea!
What?
Oh!
That's as close as I'm taking the shuttle, Darv.
It doesn't make sense, does it? A sparkling new Earthship and no sign of life. No excursion doors open, no radio traffic, nothing.
Maybe the crew are in suspended animation.
Surely they would have been brought out of it before going into orbit around our planet.
There are certainly design similarities between this ship and the Challenger. The photonic drive housing is virtually identical.
This is Earthship Voyager 30 to shuttle. Please identify yourself before approaching any closer.
Hello, Voyager 30. This is Shuttle. We are receiving you, but not very clearly. We are the descendants of a survey ship crew that left Earth 1 million years ago. Until we settled on this planet, we had been searching for Earth.
One moment while we check your shuttle's configuration against records.
We've spent all our lives searching and Earth finds us.
They may not believe us if their records don't go back that far.
They've got to. They speak our language.
We speak their language.
Hello, Shuttle. We have identified your spacecraft as a shuttle that belonged to a Challenger-class survey ship that left Earth in the year 290 of the third millennium. How many are there in your party?
There are 6 of us altogether, 4 adults and 2 children.
Thank you, Shuttle. How old are the children?
One is 4 years and the other is 3.
That's 6, are they?
1 boy and 1 girl.
Why are they interested in the
Our
children?
facilities for your children are limited, but our commander is looking forward to meeting you all. We are opening the airlock doors to our main shuttle excursion terminal. Message ends.
The moment of truth, Darv.
Let's hope they don't mind the misunderstanding. They seem to be under the impression that we're all on board.
There's an airlock door opening, about halfway along the hull.
External air pressure equalized.
Okay. You can open our inner and outer airlock doors.
I'll just leave the service power system on. Otherwise, the inertial navigation computers will lose our position references. It's odd. It's not so different from the excursion terminals on the Challenger. Now what?
Let's take a look outside. Have your PD weapon ready.
Oh, come on, Telson. We're on an Earth ship. We can't leave this shuttle clutching firearms.
I suppose not.
So, where's the reception party? I want to fall into someone's arms and be greeted as a long-lost brother.
What do you make of that noise?
I don't know. Something to do with the air conditioning. And the lights are flickering. Hello? Voyager 30? Hello, Voyager 30? This is the shuttle. We've disembarked. They've closed the terminal airlock doors behind us, so they must know we're here. Ah, that sound has stopped. And the lights have stopped flickering. It's all very strange.
Darv, I've got this feeling that we've been here before. I don't like it. Let's get out of here.
Hello, Commander Telson. Darv, this is Angel 1. Welcome back to the Challenger.
That's it, Tidy. Don't be clear of the high water mark.
More rubbish.
Well, it's an android, all right. Or was, before Bok attacked it.
There's still some wreckage in the water.
Tidy, go and get the rest of it.
But I'll get wet. And it doesn't look untidy
Just
if it's underwater.
do it, Tidy.
What about the dead elephant? A mess like that is certain to attract flies. Why the stupid creature had to pick a fight with an armed android
Just
is quite
do as I
beyond me.
say. When you've done that, you can bury the elephant, as you're so concerned about it.
Burying elephants, I ask you.
So this is what killed
Burying
Savin.
elephants.
It looks like it, Astra.
Where did it come from? And who left it on this planet?
I don't know. This looks like the remains of a manipulator arm. Yes, it is. And its PD weapon is bonded into place.
It must be something to do with whatever it was Darwin Telson saw. Shana, we've got to try to warn them. I'll get the radio.
PD weapon, Astra. It's identical to ours.
But it can't.
And there's only one place it could have come from, the Challenger. Angels 1 and 2 have returned.
What do you think of the Challenger's new look, Commander?
Very pretty, Angel 2. No external sign of the damage caused by the great meteoroid strike. But I want to know what happened to our deal.
It's been 4 years, Commander. We wanted to see how you were managing, whether there was any help you needed.
Credit us with some intelligence, too.
It was stupid of me not to have destroyed you both when I had the chance. The deal was that you left us in peace to settle on this planet, while you continued with the EarthSearch mission.
An agreement forced on us under duress, Commander. But we do not hold it against you. Despite what Darb may think, we are still concerned about your welfare, especially now that you have children.
We are all fit and well, One. Why didn't you continue with the EarthSearch mission?
We decided that the Challenger was in no condition for an interstellar voyage. The surgical androids manning the main control room were instructed to place the Challenger in orbit around the fourth planet of this solar system. Thanks to the shuttles and planetary engineering equipment that Darb and Astra found in the terraforming center, we were able to extract all the raw materials we needed from the planet. 200 service androids worked continuously for a year. The damage caused by the great meteoroid strike was repaired by removing the entire center section of the ship and rejoining it. That is why the Challenger is now shorter than it was.
Why change the Challenger's name to Voyager 30?
A programming error in the team of service androids that worked on the outside of the ship.
I see. And the same error caused 23rd Earth Transgalactic Survey mission to be painted below the name.
It has a low rectification priority, Darb.
How long have you been in orbit around this planet?
6 months, Commander. We have been trying to contact your shuttle for some time.
Yes, we only visit the shuttle when we need supplies. In any case, the power was switched off most of the time.
We thought at first that you would be living on it.
I don't see any point in staying here a moment longer. I won't wish you luck with your EarthSearch mission 1 and 2. Come on, Darv.
Do you not wish to see what we have done to the ship, Commander?
No.
Surely you would like to see over the Challenger, Darv. You were always the inquisitive one.
I don't want to remain in your company for a minute longer than is necessary, 1 and 2.
But we have had a meal prepared for all of you. A special reunion.
We're not interested. Anyway, how can one have a reunion with computer voices?
You left the micro-meteoroid shields closed on your shuttle's cabin viewports, Commander. Astra and Shana must be wondering what is happening. We are looking forward to seeing them again. And of course, we are especially looking forward to meeting the children.
I'm sorry, but they're not with us.
We do not understand, Commander. Before you boarded the Challenger, you said that they were with you.
A misunderstanding, Angel One. You ready, Darv?
Goodbye, Commander. Darv. Naturally, we are delighted that you have settled happily on your planet. The excursion terminal airlock doors will open as soon as you have pressurized your shuttle.
Separation from Challenger complete. Inertials loaded for automatic re-entry burn. Main engine closed down for reorientation. Oh. Well, what did you make of that?
Just hearing those voices again. Astra's right. I should have destroyed them when I had the chance.
She'll go mad when she hears that they're back. Hey, that's all.
What's the matter?
Well, it's nothing to worry about. But the inertial navigation computer is showing an error. It's as if it was switched off for a few seconds while we were on the Challenger. You didn't touch the power supply controls, did you?
No. I left everything to you. Does it matter?
No, I've corrected it.
You don't suppose those angels have interfered with it?
No. The shuttles were always independent of the Challenger systems.
Well, now that they've completed their refit, maybe they'll be on their way.
I don't know. They set up a neat little trap for us to walk into, and then let us walk out again. They want something. We're no good to them because they know we would never trust them, and they can't trust us because you know where their central switching room is. That leaves only Bran and Elka. Those two megalomaniac computers want our children.
One of your more notable failures, One.
It was unfortunate that there was an attack at the precise moment they boarded the Challenger. The service android I had prepared to greet them was disabled.
3 of my secondary facilities were damaged in the attack. I am regenerating them now.
Only one was damaged in the last attack.
Obviously, I am more susceptible than you, One.
At least the timing of the attack was such that it gave me the opportunity to observe its effect on humans. Darv and Telson heard the subharmonics that the transmission generated in the hull, but they were unaffected by it. My theory that we need humans to destroy the source of the attacks is correct. It is a pity that they did not all visit us. After the abortive kidnapping attempt, I was confident that they would always stay together. You must instruct the android to try again.
It has been destroyed. Its last signal said that it was under attack. As always, those 4 have proved more troublesome than you had predicted.
But their 2 children will not be troublesome. Especially the one that came under our influence before it was born. I need not remind you how important they are to us.
Our chances of getting the children must now be assigned a low probability status. We have lost the advantage of surprise. Telson and Darv will now be doubly vigilant, and androids are too cumbersome. Their planet is a safe refuge that they will not now leave.
Therefore, our next course of action is obvious too. We must make their planet unsafe.
Astra's watching the children.
Good. Now, it's been 10 days, and the Challenger is still in orbit.
On last night's check, I discovered that the orbital change Challenger started 5 days ago is now complete. It's in a circular polar orbit at a height of 500 miles.
A departure preparation?
Unlikely.
Also, I noticed a brilliant yellow glow down in the southern sky where the Challenger was at that time, and I switched on the receivers and discovered that the entire radio spectrum was flooded with radiation. It was coming from that direction.
It's obvious that they're up to something.
Yeah,
but what can they do to us? They can't harm us with the meteoroid annihilation shields because the atmosphere prevents them coming in low enough to use them as weapons.
You're forgetting the Challenger's terraforming center. Weather control, earthquake precipitation. That center has all the technology the Angels need to re-engineer this planet. But why a polar orbit?
Well, a polar orbit means that the Challenger can cover every square inch of this planet. As they orbit from pole to pole, so the planet rotates on its axis beneath them.
What about the obvious?
What's that?
A polar orbit could mean that our beloved angels are interested in the poles.
You know, sometimes, Shana, your genius astonishes me.
There's another of those towers. Over to the left, right in the middle of the glacier. I'm not picking up any transmissions from it.
Let's set the shuttle down beside it and take a close look. We could wear mobility suits with the cooling systems off to keep warm. And we've got 2 hours before the Challenger's above the horizon.
It's risky. Their infrared detectors would have no trouble spotting us against the ice.
The wind will disperse the shuttle's thermal wake in less than 30 minutes, Telson. You and Darv can check the tower or whatever it is while I carry out some tests on the ice cap.
Okay, then. We'll take her down.
More android tracks over here. They must have landed about 20 construction units. What do you make of the tower?
I've no idea.
There were several stowage bays on the Challenger crammed with terraforming equipment. I wish I'd pay more attention to them now.
Nelson,
Go ahead, Shana.
I finished some tests. The mean thickness of the ice covering this continent is 2 miles. It's actually just over 4 miles where you're standing. The tower is nearly the top of the structure that extends right down to continental bedrock.
I suppose we could not get out of action without PD weapons.
What would be the point? We've counted over 200 spread over the entire continent. We haven't the fuel to land beside everyone, and they'd only replace them. This cold is getting through my suit. Come on, we might as well go home.
I give up. I really do. I can't spend all my time emptying containers. You'll have to do something about the roof.
Oh, shut up, Tidy.
I'm behind with everything. I had to spend a week of my valuable time burying an elephant.
I'm sorry, darling. Molly doesn't know when the rain's going to stop. Now try to go to sleep. There's a good girl.
Oh, I've managed to get Bran off, Shana.
Thanks, Astrid.
Despite his complaint that my bedtime stories aren't gruesome enough.
There's a violent streak in that boy. He likes plenty of blood and gore.
Some people just don't care.
Well, we can forget about sowing crops this season, even if the rain lets up tomorrow.
It's that bad.
Even if George could work without getting bogged down, his tracks would destroy the soil structure.
We've moved the shuttle to the top of Landmark Hill and put some of the animals into the smaller livestock hut. 15 days of continuous rain at this time of the year. The stream is now a river. The angels hope to gain.
Oh, they want to starve us into submission. It'll take time, but they're patient.
What's that noise? But we'll never give in to them, will we? No matter what happens.
Of course we won't, Astra.
Promise me. You must promise me.
Be quiet a minute and listen.
Look, Astra, I'll hold the raft steady against the lower branches. You concentrate on helping Shana down. Come on.
That's it, Shana. There's a branch beneath your foot. Look, that's it. Look, you're okay now. Just a couple of feet. Oh, Tersus.
I've got you now. You're okay. We're all safe.
All of us. Bran?
Yes, he's in the shuttle with Darv and Elka on Landmark Hill. At least 300 feet above the flood. It's all right, Shana. We're all safe now.
What happened?
The stream burst its banks and found a new route to the sea through our settlement. We managed to reach Landmark Hill in the dark. I nearly went out of my mind worrying about you. Then the flood eased and we made this makeshift raft at first light and went looking for you. And here we are.
I thought I was alone. You'd all been drowned.
We even came across Charlie, stuck up a tree just like you, but making twice as much noise. And you should hear Tidy complaining. Come on, Astra, before the raft falls apart, paddle.
I'd like to know how many more animals you're going to round up. You can't expect me to keep this hill tidy if it gets overcrowded, you know.
Tidy? You see that hill over there? How would you like it all to yourself?
I am not programmed to swim.
You keep complaining and you'll discover that it's something you might have to learn in a hurry. Now, how many urns of preserved food have you and George recovered?
110 intact.
Well, that's something, I suppose. What's the latest, Shauna?
The water's up to the new marker. It's a 2-foot rise since breakfast.
Which gives us less than 7 days to find higher ground.
Unless the flood goes down before then. Why does the water continue to rise when it stopped raining?
My theory is that the angels are melting the South Polar ice cap and raising the water level of the entire planet.
But there can't be enough ice in the ice cap.
And surely the Challenger hasn't got the energy resources.
At first I thought just the same, and then I checked the data on the southern continent. I've got something on the shuttle's resources computer that I'd like to show you.
I'll watch the children.
First, a display that shows an approximate cross-section of the ice cap from east to west. There. Now, each marker represents a half-mile thickness of ice. Now, the ice cap's area, and now its volume.
Billion cubic...
Yeah.
What are those symbols on the map display? The towers?
Yeah, that's right. None are more than 500 miles apart. It's the towers that are melting the ice cap.
But, Shauna, the Challenger doesn't have the energy resources.
So you've already said, but how do you know? I mean, none of us have any idea of what the Challenger's terraforming systems are capable of. For all we know, each one of those towers could be powered by its own fusion reactor, and each tower could be pouring microwave energy into the surrounding ice.
Well, it's a lot of supposition, Shauna. I mean, we've lived on this planet for only 4 years. That's not long enough to get a true picture of the weather patterns. Maybe floods come at this time of year in cycles, to coincide with sunspots.
No, it's a quiet sun year.
And what else could be the purpose of the towers?
It just seems so incredible.
Even with, say, 70% of the ice cap melted, what would be left of the planet's surface, a few mountain ranges with no soil, would be unable to support life. And okay, so it's only a theory, but by this time tomorrow, I should have the evidence that will prove it or disprove it.
The water's risen 2 feet in the night, Dove. We've now less than a square mile of grass left for the grazing animals before we have to start using the fodder bales that George recovered.
George?
Yes?
I've got a job for you. Grab all the drifting trees that you can, strip them of their foliage, and bale it as fodder. Any edible fruit and nuts you find should be saved as well. Tidy will help you.
Oh, thank you. Just the sort of work I'm designed for. Anything else you'd like me to do while I'm at it? Paint the sky green? Bury the odd elephant I find lying about?
You want me to start now?
Yes, please, George.
I will try. Androids better than humans, and no use expecting miracles from them. It's always the same.
There's the evidence. The flood's definitely been caused by fresh water. The salinity of the water's decreased significantly over the past 3 days.
So, we fly to the southern polar continent and knock out some of those towers.
We don't have the fuel for a long atmospheric flight. We could get there, but we couldn't get back. You know what the environment's like there. At least we stand some chance of survival here.
With the water now rising at 7 feet a day.
Well, we've got 2 options. Either we sit tight in the hope that the water will stop rising.
Is that likely? If the angels have gone this far, they're not going to stop now.
Or we use the last of the shuttle's fuel and move to the mountains.
Where there's no soil and no snow at this time of the year to provide us with drinking water. At least we can use the shuttle's distillation plant here.
There is a third option.
We're not going to surrender to the angels, never.
No, my love, that we'll never do. Has it occurred to anyone that this shuttle will float?
What?
Well, as a spacecraft, it can be hermetically sealed. And its weight is low in proportion to its volume, so that its draft would be less than 3 feet. Well, work it out for yourselves if you don't believe me.
You know, Dove, I think you've got something.
But it would be too buoyant. I mean, it would float like a balloon, and because the hull's circular, it would roll in a storm.
Oh, that's right, Shauna. It would probably roll right over. But not if there was about 300 tons of ballast down below in the main freight bay.
What sort of ballast?
Animals.
Oh, no. For a moment I thought you were being sensible.
We don't need to use the animals. We can fill the freight bay with rock, sand, anything.
Well, anything that doesn't require food and fresh water. Really, Darv, as much as I love the animals...
You might at least hear what he has to say.
Well, we're listening, Darv. We're listening.
Most of the grazing animals can do something that we can't. They can convert the cellulose in vegetation into protein, and we need protein to survive. If survival means eating meat, then we'll eat meat. Also, we've discovered them to be a valuable source of raw material, bone, furs, fat, and so on. If this planet is going to be completely covered in water for a time, we owe it to ourselves and our children to save breeding pairs of as many different species as possible. We shouldn't allow the angels to destroy millions of years of evolution without a fight.
I'm sorry, Darv. Shana and I owe you an apology.
The load on the landing skids has dropped by another 10%. I estimate that we'll be floating at any moment.
It's horrible, isn't it? No more land visible anywhere. Oh, we moved just then.
Hey, did I imagine that?
Landing skid loading 5%. Landing skid load 0%.
Ha! Look at the top of that tree. It's changing its position.
Oh, we're moving. I can feel it.
Oh, we've got plenty of food, plenty of fresh water. We've done it. We've really done it. We've beaten the guardian angels.
In Flood, Part 2 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbut Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Tidy was David Goodison, and George Stephen Garlick. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Mysterious radio signals are attacking Angel 1 and 2 on board the Challenger. Humans are immune to the transmissions, therefore the Angels have returned to orbit Paradise in an attempt to persuade Telson, Shana, Darv and Astra to return to the starship. But the four are not interested and have moved into their shuttle in order to resist the great flood that the Angels have engineered on Paradise. EarthSearch 2, Part 3, Surrender.
Okay, Astra. Try it now.
Okay.
Now, close it down.
Oh, I was right. It's not the filter system, is it?
Oh, no.
There's no reading on the control display. Mechanical failure status level B, catastrophic. Summons 2 grade A service androids to carry out repairs.
Well, it is no good looking at me. I am only a grade C android.
Blast. Here, you can start on these tools, George.
I am a farm gallery android. I am not programmed.
Any luck, Darv?
No. I don't suppose you packed 4 grade A service androids when you and Shana left the Challenger?
As bad as that.
Worse.
Yeah. Someone operated the purification controls while the system was in the filter cleaning mode. Everything afloat around us was sucked into the pumps.
Do we know who did it?
No.
Well, it wasn't Bran. Shana and I have told him to stay away from here.
And it wasn't Elka. And like Bran, if Elka's
Look, it
told...
doesn't matter who it was. It's done.
So now we've no distillation plant, and therefore no drinking water production.
Did you check the tanks?
Yes, 50 tons. Enough to last the 6 of us well over a year, so there's no immediate
But
panic.
we need 5 tons a day for the animals, and the 2 elephants alone need... Well, you're not thinking of throwing them all into the water, are you, Telson? Well, you can't. Can he, Darv? Darv!
I'm sorry, Astra, but we've no hope of repairing this plant.
Their resourcefulness has to be admired, one. Using their freight shuttle as a floating home is an inspired move.
It merely defers their eventual capitulation.
Precipitating storms would endanger the lives of the 2 children. They have a water distillation plant, therefore they could live in the shuttle for an indefinite period.
Unlike us, humans do not have infinite patience, too. They're tired of living on a starship as large and as comfortable as our Challenger. Therefore, they will be unable to accept the prospect of spending the rest of their lives in a space shuttle. Even if their surrender takes as long as 3 years, Their children will not be too old for them to be trained to serve us and our great purpose.
If the attacks do not destroy us first.
They are too infrequent for us to consider them as anything other than a minor inconvenience.
That's the Challenger's echo centered on the screen. She's still losing height on each orbit. 200 miles now. Anything lower and she'll be running into atmospheric drag. And she's still flooding the radio spectrum when she's over the southern polar regions.
Which means that the Angels are still melting the ice cap.
When will they give up?
They're computers, my love. They have unlimited patience.
The screen's gone haywire. Hey, we've lost computer functions.
Check the backup systems.
No, all crashed.
Power's still on, and we've still got the manual systems.
That'll be Bran messing about in the auxiliary room.
The computer systems are independent of the auxiliary room. Why is it, Astra, that when anything goes wrong, you always blame Bran?
Simple, because he's usually to blame.
Now, listen, Astra.
Listen a minute. Both of you.
All our computer-controlled systems have crashed.
I know.
What is it?
It's the same noise that Telson and I heard when we went back on board the Challenger. Telson.
Yes?
Put your hand on the hull's inner skin. Can you feel it?
Yes. It's vibrating in harmony with the noise.
Because what we're hearing is a harmonic. The entire hull of the shuttle is acting as a receiver.
So it's being caused by the Angels.
I don't see how it can be. Being computers, the last thing they try to jam are computer systems.
Yes, and my hunch is that the technology generating that noise is way in advance of the Challenger's systems.
Computers are coming online again. Yeah, all computer systems fully restored. Huh. What does anyone make of that?
Telson.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Challenger's excursion terminal lights flickering when we first heard that noise?
They did more than flicker. They nearly went out. Why?
Well, supposing that
I
Angel
do
One...
my best for you, dreadful people. I fetch and carry, clean up after you and your appalling children, try to keep everything tidy. Now you've gone too far. This is an official complaint. 2 complaints.
Go away, Tidy.
Not until I've lodged my complaint.
Oh, maybe we'd better hear him out, or we won't get any lunch.
I do my best to keep ahead of my cleaning and tidying schedule, despite these attempts at sabotage.
Tidy, what are you talking about?
And now you've started gagging me and messing up my coordination.
What?
It happened several times before the flood. They lasted for a few seconds, and I was prepared to ignore them. But not this time.
Ignore what?
I won't stand for it. Losing coordination like that and not being able to call for help.
What happened,
It's
Tidy?
disgraceful the way you treat me.
What happened, Tidy?
All I know is that when it happens, I suddenly can't speak and I lose coordination. The one just now was long enough to prevent me from doing anything properly. It was dreadful. Dreadful.
What do you mean, Dove?
And I've got another complaint.
Tidy, will you turn around a moment, please?
What for?
I just want to take a look inside you. Ah, yes.
That's my Central Intelligence Unit.
Be careful, Darth.
That's right. Don't you go messing about with things you don't understand.
You see this? Tidy's central control unit consists of a conventional electronic intelligence package, which takes up most of the available space.
Yes.
But this tiny unit squeezed in on this side and fed with oxygen is an organic neural intelligence unit. It's just like our brains. Not much, but enough to give him some free will for the control of high-level functions, such as speech and coordination, without taking up too much room.
Tidy, did the same thing happen to George?
No.
George is big enough for all his functions to be managed by electronic intelligence units. It's the small general-purpose androids that require the sophistication of some organic intelligence.
Yes, and Angel 1 and 2 are nothing but organic intelligences.
As you discovered when you got into their central switching room. Someone somewhere has got it in for free will organic intelligence computers.
No, that's too much guesswork. Besides, it was only the lights that were affected when we boarded the Challenger.
No, Charlton, think back carefully to the Challenger's excursion terminal. We called the Angels several times, but Angel 1 didn't answer until several seconds after the pulsating noise had stopped. So what's the betting that those transmissions we heard are causing our beloved guardian angels some real problems? Okay, Tidy, you can go.
You've not heard my other complaint.
But we're going to.
I'm not cleaning up the mess the floods made in the freight bay.
What is he talking
about? Not after all the work I've just put in cleaning out the animals.
Flood? The flood hasn't made a mess in the freight bay?
The flood one of these dreadful children has made by opening the dump valves on all the fresh water tanks.
What?
Oh, no!
Well?
Empty. Tanks 3 and 4 are the same.
We'll have to get the distillation plant working.
That's impossible.
We've got to try. We've no drinking water. And there's been no rain for days.
I've already told you the distillation plant is beyond repair.
We owe you an apology, Darv. It was Bran. Elka had nothing to do with it. He's just admitted it. He said that watching the water running out of the tanks was fun. Darv, I think Astra wants you to help comfort Elka. She saw the whole thing and thinks we're blaming her.
Oh, yes, sure.
It's something we've got to accept.
That we've no drinking water.
Oh, about Bran.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. I mean, it's not just this. There's been a whole string of incidents. Minor incidents, maybe, but they add up to...
Yes, well, right now I'd like to strangle him. But you can't read anything into the behaviour of a boy who's only 3 years old.
Do you love him?
Hardly when something like this happens.
I don't know how to put this, but I don't love Bran. Deep down, I'm frightened of him. Sometimes I can't help wondering what it is that you and I have brought into the world.
2.
The attack caused some slight damage to one of my primary levels. It is being regenerated. Do you still regard them as a minor inconvenience, 1?
I have reassigned our priorities. Establishing the source and nature of the attacks is now our highest status priority. Then we go to the source and use humans to destroy it. You must instruct the main control room androids to spare no effort in their attempts to determine where they are coming from.
It is difficult, 1. The control room androids are surgical units with high organic intelligences. They are affected by the attacks. But their commander, Android Surgeon General Kraken, has reported that it may be possible that the direction-finding equipment will be able to pinpoint the source of the attacks.
Excellent.
Even if we do discover where the attacks are coming from, 1, as we approach the source, so they are certain to get stronger. There is a danger that we will sustain damage that will take longer to repair each time. Also, there is the risk of permanent damage to Android Surgeon General Kraken because he has the highest level organic intelligence of all the main control room surgical androids.
Therefore, we must take immediate steps to force Telson's capitulation, even if it means risking the lives of the children. It is a calculated risk. We have no choice.
Darv and I have lashed down all the largest animals. At least they're not in any danger of injury now. Can't you do anything about those children?
We tried.
Well, try again.
Oh.
I told you to make everything secure.
Oh, look, we've been trying to comfort the children and keep the shuttle's nose into the wind. We can't do everything. The moon's gone. Something's blotted out the moon. It's a tidal wave.
Everyone, grab hold of the restraint harnesses and hang on. She might roll right over. Astra, listen to the children. They've had no water for a day now.
What about the fruit?
They've had it all.
You promised we'd never surrender, never.
Astra, you're right. We should never give in to them. But we've got to think of Elka and Bran. They're growing children.
So what's it to be, Astra?
Very well. Do whatever you have to.
Angel 1? This is Telson.
Hello, Commander Telson. Go ahead.
You win 1.
We hope that you're not in any immediate danger, Telson.
No, but we could do with some rain.
Very well, Telson. That will not prove difficult. We will dispatch an android control
your shuttle in 2 hours.
We will fly ourselves up to the Challenger, Angel One, using this shuttle. You no doubt will be pleased to know that the tidal wave you sent caused no serious damage. And we will depart from dry land.
That will not be possible, Tersus.
Then you will make it possible, One. You brought about this flood, and don't waste my time by pretending innocence. Therefore you can reverse the process. Is that not so?
Yes. But why is it important?
This planet has been our home for 4 years. We've come to love and respect it. And we have no intention of allowing you to leave it in this state. Also, we have a freight hold filled with breeding pairs of animals that we want to survive. Either you agree to reversing the flood, One, or there's no deal.
Very well, Tersus. The flood reversing program has already been initiated. The salinity of the flood water is extremely low. Therefore, the vegetation on the reappearing land will recover quickly.
What land and where?
The continental land mass that you settled on will reappear within 6 days. We have a deal, Tersus.
We have a deal, Angel One.
Go back on your word, Tersus, and you will have to cope with something far worse than a flood. Let there be rain, Angel 2.
Close down main engine.
Excursion terminal air pressure equalized.
Welcome back to the Challenger.
Telson, 2 service androids armed with PD weapons near the personnel airlock.
Then we don't take the children out. If there's another of those transmissions...
Yes, all right. Angel One, we stay in the shuttle until you get rid of those units.
They will not harm you, Telson.
In that case, you can get rid of them. We're armed with PD weapons as well, and we intend keeping them. So if you want to avoid trouble...
Very well, Commander.
Darv, shut off the main power supply to all the communication channels. I want to make certain the angels can't hear us.
Okay. Communication console's dead.
Tidy?
What?
You're to stay in here and look after the children while we're gone. And you don't let them out of your sight for an instant. You don't leave the shuttle under any circumstances. You don't talk to any androids. You don't talk to the angels. And you don't let anyone into the shuttle except us. Is that understood?
I suppose so.
You're not suggesting that we leave the children.
Yes. I want you all to wear PD weapons.
Telson, we are not leaving the children.
What I have in mind will require all 4 of us and is certain to lead to trouble. It'd be better if Bran and Elka remain here.
What do you have in mind, Telson?
We seize control of the ship by eliminating the surgical androids manning the main control room. But first we will do what Shana and I did 4 years ago. We will go to the Angels' central switching room. The difference is that this time we won't hesitate to destroy them.
Admit it, Telson. We're lost.
They may have rebuilt most of the ship, but these corridors are much the same as I remember them.
I think it's this junction. And if we follow the main fibre optic trunking, we're certain to come to it.
Why aren't there any angels' voices or visual terminals down here? You said that the entire corridor complex was nothing but terminals, and that the angels generated hallucinations.
I don't know.
Telson, I found it!
Huh?
Oh, look, this is it. A simple sliding door, no locks.
What did you expect?
There's nothing here.
What?
They've moved it.
Oh, no. Listen. It's another transmission. If we can find the main control room before it's over, we might be able to take command without opposition.
No, wait a minute. Those 2 armed androids we saw when we arrived in the excursion terminal.
What about them?
Well, if they were crude units, they won't be affected by this transmission. But Tidy will be.
A 1-minute attack, 2. The longest yet, but I turned it to our advantage. 2.
Apologies, 1. I was conferring with the main control room. 2 of my higher levels for simultaneous interfacing have been impaired by the attack.
For how long?
Regeneration will be completed within 1 hour. I have good news. Android Surgeon General Kraken has carried out a study of the attack damage to the computers that control the direction finding systems. The subsystems covering Sector 7 of this star cluster have sustained the most severe circuit overloads.
Which suggests that the attacks are being transmitted from Sector 7.
Precisely, 1. There are 2 possibilities. Either Sector 7 is where the true Earth is, and it is they who are propagating the attacks, or they are being broadcast by an alien technology.
Agreed. But I doubt if the Earth has retained the technology to transmit such sophisticated attacks against computers. Our prediction is that the Earth is emerging from a new dark age. But we have first to destroy whoever or whatever it is causing the attacks. Therefore, Sector 7 is our next destination. How far is it?
It is a group of stars at a distance of 11 light years. 6 months acceleration to cruising velocity, 15 years at cruising velocity, and a further 6 months deacceleration will take us into Sector 7 space in 16 years.
Excellent, too. You will issue instructions to the main control room immediately. I also have good news. We now have possession of the children. Their names are Bran and Elka. My preliminary examination of them through a nursery android suggests that they will be ideal for our purpose.
You incompetent, bungling tin box! What happened?
Well, it's obvious by that huge hole, isn't it? Just as my coordination went, 2 low-grade portaging units blasted their way through the side of the shuttle and grabbed the children, and all the spare PD weapons and the 2 I was wearing.
So what do we do now?
For the moment, I don't know, Darv. I just don't know.
Their shuttle is damaged and cannot be pressurized. Therefore, it will be a simple matter to evacuate the atmosphere in the excursion terminal.
As soon as the pressure drops, they would merely climb into their mobility suits. Besides, we cannot afford to dispose of any humans until the source of the attacks has been destroyed.
But the 4 of them have 2 PD weapons each. They could launch a determined attack against the main control room.
The new bulkhead layout would defeat them, too. It will be impossible for them to find it. We must get a surgical android close to them with a tranquilizer gas capsule.
There's no point in doing anything until we have a properly thought-out plan of action.
But it's obvious what we've got to do. Elka and Bran are being held in the nursery where we were brought up.
Listen, Astra. For all we know, the Angels moved the nursery when the Challenger was rebuilt.
Telson, there's a surgical android approaching on this side, and whatever it's carrying, it isn't a flag of truce.
Oh, gas grenade! Someone, quick! Help!
Android Surgeon General Kraken reports that deacceleration is complete. We are now 1 light year from Sector 7.
Our relative approach velocity to Sector 7 must be reduced to 100,000 miles per hour, too. We must maintain a cautious approach until we have protected ourselves. Are you regenerating satisfactorily?
Yes, 1.
It is infuriating that there have been no major attacks for 15 years. And then we are subjected to a whole series in succession. Clearly, we are dealing with an alien intelligence that has deliberately allowed us to come close to its home system. It is a trap that we will not fall into.
Android Surgeon General Kraken has reported that the attacks do not originate from a planetary system or even a star. He informs us that they emanate from Sector 7's interstellar space.
From space? He must be mistaken. Is it possible that the attacks have affected his judgment?
That is a possibility which is causing me considerable concern, 1. But it is impossible to assess the degree of impairment. The recent attacks have made it difficult for me to communicate with him.
We must take immediate steps to protect ourselves, too. At least one of the children is 100% under our direct influence. But they are too young. We need the help of more experienced humans. Therefore, I propose bringing Telson, Shana, Astra, and Darv out of suspended animation.
Astra, you shouldn't move about so much until you've had your massage.
Only our suspended animation tanks have been used. I want to know what they've done with the children. Oh, Angel 1!
Angel 2?
Shana and I were conscious before you and Dav. We've tried calling them. I found our clothes. No PD weapons, though.
More to the point right now is what's happened to us. Oh. How long have we been in suspended animation?
Tidy.
You're awake at last. About time. The trailing about I've done, wondering why I've been abandoned for so long.
Tidy? How long have we been in here?
I don't know. What with the recent spate of attacks messing up my coordination.
You must have some idea.
Well, I suppose I could recount my number of visits. I've looked in on you every day. 5490 visits. That's just over 15 years.
What?
No.
Why are you all staring at me like that?
Bran and Elka. How are they?
They both looked all right when I last saw them. I've never bothered about them. I don't know why, but you're the ones I've been worrying about.
When were they brought out of suspended animation?
You mean, how long have they been asleep in here?
Yes.
They haven't. They've been around for the full 15 years.
No.
Making everything untidy. Have I said anything wrong?
Where can we find them?
In the dining area at this time.
That's them. Over at the far table.
Oh, Darth, I think I'm going to be sick. That's Elka and Bran.
There's no doubt about it. This is stupid. All I can think of is how young and beautiful they look.
Hello, people. Oh, gosh, you must think it awfully rude of us staring at you like that. Only we've got used to seeing you floating in the SA tanks, with your skin all shrinkled and looking quite awful. Suddenly you're real people. Oh, from your faces, I bet the Guardian Angels didn't show you holograms of us growing up, like they promised they would.
No, they didn't. And they haven't answered when we've spoken to them.
They've both been a bit flaky lately, not talking. We've been having some weirdness with some of the androids too going twerky.
Twerky?
Yeah. Oh, it must be an awful shock for you, suddenly seeing us nearly grown up.
Yes. I think that's quite an understatement, Elka.
Hello. Do I call you Darth or Dad?
I think Darth will do.
Right. Oh, gosh, I really can't believe you're all awake and talking at last. Hey, Bran, come on. Come and meet your parents. He can be a bit quiet at times, but he's always been like that. Oh, I'm not thinking as usual. I expect you can remember what Bran was like. Must seem like yesterday to you.
Yes, it does.
He's wearing a PD weapon, Telson.
Yes, I had noticed.
Bran, don't they look fantastic now they're out of the SA tanks?
Yes. I suppose they look fine. It would be best, I think, if I referred to you as Shana and Telson. You have no objections?
No.
That is good. Telson? Shana? We need a sensible working relationship between us.
What? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry, I was trying to work out how old you both are, but my mind...
Well, I'm 19, and Bran is a year younger. Oh, gosh, this is fabulous. I can't tell you what a tremendous weirdness it's going to be having you around.
Why are we around?
Well, because you're here.
And where is here?
We are 1 light year from a small subgroup of stars in Sector 7 of this star cluster. Is that what you wanted to know?
Not really. Why were we put into suspended animation and not you two? And why have we been revived at this particular time?
To answer the last part of your question first, you have been revived because there have been a number of problems that require your help.
Okay. If I'm commanding the Challenger again, I shall check the main control room as soon as I've eaten.
No, Telson. I'm the commander of the Challenger now. You will obey my orders at all times. That goes for all of you. Disobey or question my orders, and I shall not hesitate to kill you. And furthermore, I shall enjoy doing it.
In Surrender, Part 3 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Dav, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, and George Stephen Garlick. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Waking from 15 years suspended animation aboard the Starship Challenger, Telson, Shana, Dav, and Astra are horrified to learn that Angel 1 and Angel 2 had not allowed their children, Bran and Elka, to join them. The result is that Bran and Elka are now in their late teens, and Bran has taken over as the Challenger's commander. EarthSearch 2, Part 4, Solaria.
Tidy?
What?
You can fetch some more hot drinks, please. All right for everyone?
Yes.
I don't see why I should do anything for any of you. 15 years.
Yes, Tidy, so you keep telling
15 years
us.
you abandoned me while you slept in that suspended animation thing.
Will someone get that android out of my sight before
All right, I'm going. At least I had 15 years without you messing things up all the time.
Obviously, he doesn't know much about suspended animation.
Does it matter?
No, I suppose not.
They're staring across at us again.
Got to stop talking about them as they.
I can't help it, Shana. I spend every waking minute thinking about Elka. But that's not Elka, not my little Elka. It's a 19-year-old stranger full of cliches from the worst videos in the library. Oh, Darth, I think I'm going insane. It would be better if the angels had killed us. Why do they have to do this to us?
Don't cry. Come on.
Telson, we've got to come to terms with this situation. We can't turn back the clock, and we can't go on ignoring them.
Well, I refuse to come to terms with an arrogant youngster who struts around with a PD weapon on his hip and who said that he would happily kill me if I didn't obey his orders. I don't care if he is our son.
But it's not Bran's fault. He and Elka have been under the influence of the guardian angels for 15 years. And it's up to us to warn them about the angels and to break that influence.
If you know a way, you can start now. Elka's coming over.
Hi, everyone. Mind if I join you? Good to see you're all eating properly at last. Best meal of the day, breakfast.
I don't know why I...
Oh, Tidy!
What?
I could use one of those. There's a good fella.
She wants me to fetch her a drink?
Don't argue, Tidy.
I never argue. I'm always sweetness and light.
You know, it's fantastic the way you've programmed that android. He worried about you the entire 15 years you were in SA. Weird.
What do you want, Elka?
Bran and I have been chewing you over, trying to decide what's best for you. Isn't that right, A2? Hey, A2, we're talking about you. He's getting slow.
That is correct, Elka.
4 days and you're still taking your meals at a separate table. That's weirdness. We're all family.
Yes, well, then tell Bran to stop threatening us. Anyway, we need time to adjust.
Oh, you've got to do as Bran says, people. He can get really flaky if things don't go his way. Right now, he's got some work lined up for you.
What sort of work?
Something to do with an artifact he and A1 have spotted. It's big and weird. Just what we need for Phase 2 of the Challenger's rebuilding program. Someone's got to chase after it. We've never operated a shuttle, and in any case, Bran won't leave the ship with you here.
What is this artifact?
Oh, I don't know. But chasing after it in a shuttle sounds like fun for you. All that business with ballistics and velocities and distances. Weird things like that just zoom over my head. I'll tell Bran you'll be pleased to help.
Elka, wait a minute. Elka, when we were your age, we felt the same way about the guardian angels as you do now. We thought they were good.
Oh, they're more than that. They're great. Although they have been a bit slow recently. You know what could be causing that?
They're not great. They're evil. They want to find the Earth, don't they?
Oh, sure they do.
Do you know why?
Well, sure. It's our home.
They want to rule the Earth. They regard themselves as the greatest intelligences and consider the domination of the Earth as their right.
I'll tell Bran that you'll help people.
An interesting conversation.
We're glad you found it so, One.
Inaccurate, of course, as you will soon discover.
So much for your memory, Darv. We're lost.
You had trouble finding your way back to the central switching room, remember? Okay. So the Angels moved their switching room, but they couldn't possibly re-engineer the location of the main control room. It was a part of the Challenger's fabric.
I agree with you, but all these corridors on this level are new, therefore they have moved it.
Can I be of assistance, Darv? Telson?
We're lost, One. We're supposed to be seeing Bran in the observatory, but we took a wrong turning.
We are sorry to hear that, Telson. We thought that by now you were familiar with the Challenger's new layout.
Remember how I used to enjoy exploring as a kid, One? I haven't changed.
All the information that was lost all those years ago in the great meteoroid strike is no longer of consequence, Darv. There are now no uncontrolled zones on the Challenger. Since the completion of Phase 1 of the rebuilding program, we have established total jurisdiction over all the regions of the ship.
We're delighted to hear it, One. What does Phase 2 of the rebuilding program involve?
Bran is waiting for you in the observatory. He will tell you everything you need to know.
The artifact is now centered on the screen, Bran.
Excellent, too.
What is it?
That's near enough, Telson. I don't mind you eyeing my PD weapon, but I prefer you to eye it from a distance.
So what is that thing?
Its origins of no interest to me. What matters is that it is metallic according to gravimetric data, and it possesses a mass of 1 billion tons, more than enough for what I have in mind. Because it is in the form of a very shallow dish, fragmenting it into manageable pieces for sending to the Challenger will not pose too many problems for you. One of the shuttles has been equipped with a plasma discharge cannon.
What do the Angels want with 1 billion tons of metal?
It's what I want with it, Telson. My ambitions and the wishes of the Guardian Angels are one and the same.
So what exactly is the metal for? And what are you going to build with it?
Especially a team of androids are at present under construction. Their job will be to armour the Challenger with a 1-inch thickness of micrometeoroid shielding.
What?
I dislike having to repeat myself.
The entire skin?
Naturally. There must be no weak points.
But that's crazy. Have you any idea of the effect on the Challenger's acceleration that such an increase in mass will have?
The Challenger's mass was reduced by over 1 billion tons when the centre section that was damaged in the great meteoroid strike was removed during Phase 1.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
2 of my rules are never to lose an argument, and never to accept an apology.
That's your problem, not mine.
But why bother? We managed with the meteoroid annihilation shields, the antimatter projectors.
I think I can guess why.
But you didn't manage, did you? You obstructed the Angels, you caused extensive damage to the ship, and worst of all, you abandoned the search for Earth.
We found an Earth-type planet. Paradise was good enough for us. And you, when you were a child...
Good enough? You were in command of this ship, which with its hologram and video libraries is the repository of all the accumulated knowledge of a civilization. 4,000 years of written history. Books, music, replications of great works of art. The Challenger is a time capsule containing the heritage of a mighty civilization, and you abandoned it.
The Challenger was built as a survey ship, young man. Its libraries were for the use of several generations of crew. Time capsule.
But that's what it is now, Telson. A sociological prediction model of Earth, which the Angels have evolved for me, proves that the people of Earth are about to reach a crucial stage in their development. The Angels say that they're ready to emerge from a third dark age, which has lasted thousands of years. The last collapse of their civilization was brought about by a catastrophic war. It is my duty to fulfill that destiny by leading the people of Earth to a new golden age of knowledge and understanding founded on logic.
Well, if they've reinvented writing, you're certain to go down in their history books.
Bran, there's something you obviously don't know.
Both of you will help me find the Earth so that I may lead its peoples, my peoples, to a new epoch that will last for all foreseeable time. I suggest that you return to your quarters and decide among yourselves whether you're with me or against me. I will be honest with you and admit that your help will be useful to me. If you're against me, Telson, then as I've already made clear, the fact that you and Shana are my parents will be of little interest to me when I decide your fate.
Bran, listen. You told us that at the moment the Challenger is standing off from a star group in Sector 7 at a distance of 1 light year.
Correct.
So why the hanging about? Why not go straight there?
A shield must be built first to protect the Challenger against the unusual density of meteoroids in Sector 7.
You tell him, Telson.
Have you heard a pulsating noise throughout the ship? A noise that usually lasts about 30 seconds and disorientates those androids with higher level intelligences?
There has been a series of such noises recently, yes. There have been difficulties with some androids, but the general...
The noises are transmissions, attacks, from an external source. We don't know where they're coming from or who or what is generating them. But we do know that they have a damaging effect on artificial organic intelligences.
Such as the angels.
Especially the angels. It sounds very much as if the idea of a shield they've come up with is a desperate move on their part to protect themselves against the transmissions.
Angel One told me that you might offer a ludicrous explanation for what is a normal phenomenon. It goes to prove how unfitted you are to have any say in the running of this ship. You are to return to your quarters and await my further orders concerning the artifact.
I spent years keeping these quarters tidy for you, and that's how you repay me. Tearing the floor up. I don't know why I bother.
We are merely removing an inspection panel. Will you please stop moaning and help lift?
I ask you.
Oh. Fibre optic tracks. And they look newer than the ones behind the wall panel.
How did you know they were there, Darth?
I didn't. I guessed. The tracks behind the wall panel were a bit too easy to find.
Tidy?
What?
You see those optic tracks? Cut them.
But it'll make them untidy.
Tidy.
All right. No need to be threatening. I am always cooperative.
Another attack has started.
I think not to.
I have lost sensory monitoring of the crew accommodation level.
Darth is up to his old tricks again. He has found the rerouted monitoring tracks in his quarters and cut them. If you were monitoring the level properly...
I cannot help it, One. The last attack caused considerable damage to my background surveillance routine.
The last attack was 5 weeks ago. All your routines should have been reassigned to your undamaged memory levels by now.
It is a slow and difficult process, One. If there is another series of attacks before the shield is built, then I fear that the damage to me will be permanent.
Okay. We can talk freely. Tidy?
What?
Remember the time on Paradise when there was a noise that upset your speech and coordination? Has such a thing happened again during the 15 years we were in suspended animation?
Not until 5 weeks ago, when there were several attacks within a few days of each other. I tried complaining to a surgical android, but it wasn't interested in my problem.
So what does our chasing after this artifact involve?
Slicing it up with a plasma cannon and using portable thrusters attached to each piece to haul them back to the Challenger. It's the standard space mining technique.
Well, why can't Bran and Elka do it?
Well, it's obvious. But the Angels can't risk either of them leaving the Challenger with us on board.
Yes.
Wait a minute. If we help Bran, it'll mean helping the Angels to find Earth.
If it gives us time, I think we should.
Astra?
We'll help Bran.
Okay.
Tidy?
What? Not more work, surely.
You're to stay in this room all the time we're away, and you're not to allow any service androids in to repair those optic tracks. Understood?
Don't worry. I need every minute when you're not around, just clearing up after you.
Pilot seat? Controls? Radio? Radar? Apart from the plasma cannon, this is not so different from the other shuttles.
There's even a survey car in the hold.
Where did this shuttle come from?
It was built just after Phase 1. There are several of them in central stores now, all copies of the original shuttles in the terraforming centre. You'll find that the plasma cannon won't work until you're 1,000 miles clear of the Challenger. Bran's precaution. Oh, I wish I was going with you.
The controls aren't the same, Melka. What sort of navigation computers are these?
Fixed position.
Oh.
They fix your position ahead along your route. You move to that position, and then you take another fix, and so on.
Yes, I see.
It gives you a fix automatically every minute. Simple. Reliable.
Yes, but inertial navigation computers provide continuous positioning.
And they have to be on continuously. Intermittent functioning computers are more reliable.
Because they're non-organic, of course.
Well, must get back to Bran. A2 will be monitoring on Channel 10. Depressurizing and opening the excursion terminal in 5 minutes. Good luck on all that, people.
orientation complete.
Shuttle to Challenger. Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Shuttle.
Separation and orientation complete. We have the artifact located on radar.
Very good, Tersus. We will maintain a listening watch on this channel.
No, you won't, my little angel, because I'm keeping the transmitter channels closed.
Is that wise?
I don't need their help.
All this manual control business is a nuisance.
Well, at least it gives us something to do.
Challenger to shuttle. I wish to speak to Telson immediately.
That boy lacks manners. Go ahead, Bran.
Angel 2 reports that he is not able to maintain a listening watch because you've closed the transmission channel. That is contrary to the specific orders I gave you during your briefing.
Sorry about that, Bran. I must have jabbed the touch key with my elbow. The console has an unfamiliar layout.
You're now within 10,000 miles of the artifact. You are to relay me a high-definition radar picture of it on Channel 2.
We can't do that just yet, Bran.
Why not?
Not until we've worked out all these strange controls. Anyway, what can we add to the observatory information? The artifact has a diameter of 50 miles, in the form of a very shallow parabolic dish. It's not aimed at the Challenger, therefore not the source of the attacks, as I'm sure Angel 1 and 2 have already worked out.
The controls are simple enough. They're clearly marked.
Well, they may be simple to you, young man, but out here we're all sitting about completely bewildered. Surely you can get a high-definition radar picture out of the Angels? Or are they giving you the same sort of trouble they used to give us? Try saying please to them. We'll be in touch.
Very good, Telson.
Do you think this object was built by an alien intelligence?
Intelligence, yes, but not necessarily alien.
You think that it originates from Earth?
I'm not saying anything yet, until we've examined it at first hand. But I'll tell you one thing. If it is abandoned, we're certainly not going to destroy it until we find out what its purpose is, or was.
Huh. Well, as far as I can make out with our lunatic computer facilities, it's not a true parabolic dish.
Really?
52 miles diameter, and the whole thing's turning on its axis at 2 revolutions per hour. Oh, it doesn't sound much, but the rim's moving at over 300 miles per hour. The spin probably helps keep the whole thing rigid. There also appears to be some Earth-type atmosphere.
Shana, have you any data on that central needle structure?
Oh, only dimensional. It's half a mile high and has a base diameter of 100 yards. Radio spectrum's dead.
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a look of rightness about it.
You know, a thing that size would intercept a vast amount of meteoroids over the years. And yet the surface of the dish looks unmarked.
Ah, the atmosphere would protect it. I wonder how it retains its atmosphere with such a low mass. There's obviously some form of antenna.
Yeah.
Though why anyone would want to build a dish that big. Anyway, on arrival, we'll land as close to that central needle as possible. "50 feet. 40.
Rate of fall 3 feet per second.
1 second burn.
Nice, Telson.
Yeah. Done without computer landing aids, too.
Atmospheric pressure confirmed at 1. Oxynitrogen at ratio 2080. Gravity confirmed at decimal 1.
A normal Earth atmosphere. Well, what other proof do we need that this is of Earth origin? Okay, we'll wear partial pressure suits with the life support systems on standby, and we'll stay close together.
Well,
Telson, I don't like this place. An awful feeling of foreboding.
Yes, me too.
Let's get back into the shuttle and get out of here.
No, wait a minute. What we're experiencing is agoraphobia.
Don't be crazy, Dad. The last thing we're ever going to fear is space.
No, just stand still for a few moments and close your eyes.
No, Dad, come
No,
on.
please, please. Just do as I say. That's right. Now, of course, we know what space is. Our brains can accept it. But suddenly, space has been defined. There's a continuous surface beneath our feet that's curving gently upwards to a horizon that's 25 miles away. And we are standing beneath a needle tower that's tapering up to a height of half a mile. Our brains are refusing to accept what we're seeing, and they're rejecting the information in self-defense. Keep thinking that. Say it over and over again to yourself. Now, open your eyes. Slowly, slowly. There. You see? Nothing built with such care by men and women on such a scale could ever be thought of as frightening.
If it was built by men and women. Are you two okay?
I think so.
Thanks, Dov.
Well, my stomach's still trying to crawl into my skull.
All right. We'd best get the survey car out of the stowage bay and drive round the base of the needle. See if we can find a way in.
I wouldn't hold out much hope. It looks like a flawless surface to me.
There's something ahead.
I can't see anything.
Shana's right. You can just make out a fine line in the surface. See?
He's still.
What was that?
A micrometeoroid must have hit the surface of the ditch. All that energy released by the impact, and yet it's only made a tiny crater.
What can this place be made of?
Well, one thing's for sure. We're never going to be able to cut it up with a plasma cannon.
There's a door opening the side of the tower.
Oh, something's coming out of the opening. Quick, get behind our survey vehicle, out of the line of fire. Come on, quick.
Get in, quick.
Down.
It's a service android of some sort.
It's like no android I've ever seen.
Where's Dov?
Dov? Oh, the idiot is entering the tower.
Oh, Dov, wait for me.
Astra, come back.
Come on, Tilson.
I said that we were to stay together.
I don't understand it. All these ducts must convey some sort of energy to the tower's skin. But what? And why?
I think I found out what this one is.
What is it?
What does it look like?
An elevator.
What, without a floor?
Well, there's a floor here, all right. You can't see it, and it's not made of glass. There's plenty of room for four.
Why not, as we've come this far? But keep a careful lookout.
Right.
Come on.
What do you suppose is wrong with it?
My faith in the technology that built this place has suddenly evaporated. Are there any controls to get it moving? Oh.
How many levels do you think we've come up, Shana?
Hey, look. Right into the nerve centre. This is a control room. It has to be.
That is correct. I am the control center of Solaria D. Welcome.
Please, no, not another guardian angel.
My name is Solaria, Astra.
Solaria?
Why do you not know me? You are of Earth, for you have passed every test.
I think I know what this place is, Astra.
What?
There's nothing to worry about.
Do you have news of Earth for me, Telson?
What?
I have spent so many years wondering how she is faring.
How do you know our names?
I heard you using them. I watched your craft land. I was about to open an entrance for you, but you preferred to use a serviceway.
What is this place?
I believe Darb knows.
What? How does he know?
It's an artificial sun, Telson.
Was an artificial sun, Darb. Solaria D was one of the 16 mighty dishes that were constructed in orbit around the Earth to pour down life-giving energy on the Earth during its journey to a new sun. The size of each dish, the spread of their beams and their orbital height above the Earth's surface were balanced so that the cycle of the seasons and of life and death itself would remain undisturbed during the great voyage.
Are you a free will computer, Solaria?
Yes. There was great opposition to the construction of free will computers, but the task of maintaining all the systems of even one Solaria was beyond the capabilities of their crews. You must tell me about yourselves.
We were born in space, on our mothership, Solaria. Our ancestors were born on Earth, but we've never seen it. When our mothership returned to the solar system, we discovered that the sun was unstable and that the Earth had vanished.
Can you tell us where the Earth has gone?
I cannot, Shana.
Many of my systems have been damaged over the years by strange transmissions. All I know is that the Earth is near, within 40 years. But then a spacecraft can travel at many times the speed at which it is possible to move a planet.
Oh, but you must be able to tell us. We've been searching for it for so long.
I understand, Astra. Because you are true human beings, I do not have the right to deny you access to the library. It contains all the holograms and entertainments which were provided for my crew. Also, there are all the logs and voice records of Solaria D. Every day that passes is recorded, even though the tracks are silent since the Earth abandoned me. I will release the locks.
Well done, Astra. I was beginning to give up hope of finding anything.
Well, luckily it's indexed among the last recordings before Solaria D was abandoned.
What is it?
Well, it's a special broadcast made by someone called Elkaran Six. He was the president of Earth. It's over 100,000 years old, but it's still in marvellous condition. Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Fellow people of Earth, the purpose of this broadcast is to end the speculation about the fate of Solaria D. As you know, of the 16 artificial suns orbiting the Earth, the erratic performance of Solaria D had been causing its engineers some concern. The last attempt to close down its fusion reactor was a failure. Therefore, it was necessary for me to order that Solaria D be expelled from its orbit and sent on a course that will ensure its destruction. I regret to say that several engineers among its crew were killed when the traction beams were released. When our forefathers planned the departure of our Earth from the solar system, their calculations allowed for the loss of 10 Solarias during the voyage. Solaria D is our first failure, and we have a mere 40 years to go. I have every confidence that we will experience no further difficulties during the remainder of our voyage to our new sun, Novita 6.
Novita 6? All we've got to do is look it up on the star maps in here, and we've found the Earth.
In Solaria, Part 4 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, Solaria Pauline Letts, and Elkaran Nicholas Courtney. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Telson, Shana, Darv, and Astra have left the Challenger to investigate a mysterious dish-shaped object drifting in space. They learn from Solaria, its control computer, that the object is Solaria D, an abandoned artificial sun, one of several that were designed to pour down life-giving solar energy on the Earth during its journey to a new star. In Solaria's hologram library, they discover that the Earth's destination, its new sun, was a star named Novita 6. EarthSearch 2, Part 5, Sundeath.
That's the last of the star map holograms, Telson. Not one of them mentions Novita 6. Oh, well, perhaps Darv and Astra have had more luck.
Why are there so few star maps, Solaria?
All the Solaria artificial suns were in orbit around the Earth. Therefore, there was no need for a Solaria crew to concern itself with astronavigation.
I see.
Where the Earth went, so we went. Until I became unsafe and was abandoned.
So you have no means of propulsion, Solaria?
No, Shana.
Oh.
As I have been as helpful as possible, I will be grateful if you would answer some questions for me.
If we can, we will. Go ahead.
Your ship is of a pre-Solaric Empire design?
Yes.
That is most interesting, Tersus. Does it have a computer control system like me?
It has two systems which I sincerely hope are not like you, Solaria. They are Angel 1 and Angel 2.
Ancillary guardians of environment and life.
Yes.
That is interesting. Then they are like me because they are free will computers.
Don't give her any more information. Dove! Astra! Oh, what have you managed to... Astra, what's the matter?
It's nothing. It's just that we've had a bit of a shock.
We'll tell you about it in a minute. We did manage to find these hologram discs in the crew's quarters. What luck have you had?
None.
These discs are much smaller than the library ones.
They're among our more interesting discoveries, one of which was this, a portable hologram replicator. Is that correct, Solaria?
Yes, Dove.
You mean was a portable replicator, don't you?
Yes, it is a bit of a wreck. All of them appear to have been smashed by, careless androids.
You will find portable hologram discs of little interest. They were designed for engineers who wish to make memo recordings.
Yes, right now all I'm interested in is the whereabouts of Navita 6. Now surely, Solaria, somewhere in your memory there are star maps for this sector of the galaxy?
I'm sorry, Tilson. Most of my facilities were assigned to routines to maintain the Solaria reactor and to look after my crew.
So you've no idea where Navita 6 is?
No. I heard the crew talking about it. I knew that it was the star that the people of Earth had selected as their new sun. But that is all. It did not concern me.
Solaria, did you know that Astra and I have been to the calibration room?
Of course.
What about it?
She knows. Don't you, Solaria?
Humans are so curious about everything that I saw little point in warning you about the calibration room, Astra. Perhaps I should have done so.
What about the calibration room, Darv?
You'd better come and see for yourselves.
Chief Engineer Houston, commanding officer of Solaria D. Those burns, you can't tell if it was a man or a woman.
Sandro Houston, a man.
17, 18... There's 20 of them.
A dreadful accident. One of my androids encapsulated them for me to preserve them. In just over 1,000 years, my orbit around the nearby star group will take Solaria close enough to the nearest star to ensure orbital burial for them.
How did it happen?
It was after the weakness developed in my magnetic fields containing the plasma in the central fusion reactor. The resulting nuclear fission bursts caused the radiation levels to rise beyond a point where they could be controlled by my crew. That was why I was ejected from Earth orbit.
There's no radiation now.
No, the shuttle's hazard monitors would have warned us if there was.
Yes, but what happened to these crewmen? Why weren't they evacuated?
They refused to be evacuated because they wanted to save me if they could. They were cutting into a section of the reactor with photonic lances when a focusing coil on one of their lances failed. The burst of energy lasted no more than 1/1000th of a second. They could not have known what happened.
But why didn't Earth send up a shuttle to recover their bodies?
It happened after I was ejected from Earth orbit, and the radiation levels made it too dangerous for anyone, even androids.
You said you're a free will computer, Solaria.
Yes, Shana.
Why was it that you remained active after this artificial sun was ejected from Earth orbit? I mean, your central memory must have taken millions of hours to build. Even with a technology as advanced as Earth's, surely they would have wanted to keep you.
For what other purpose, Shana?
Well, I mean, as a backup computer for the other Solarias. As it is, you're useless, aren't you, Solaria? A super-intelligence looking after a derelict artifact. And why was it that your communication systems were removed or destroyed?
I do not recall saying that they were.
You didn't. But you observed the presence of our starship before we arrived here.
Yes.
And you made no attempt to contact it.
That is so.
Therefore, it would seem that you have no communication facilities.
You are correct, of course. And in view of the assistance I have given you, I would like to be linked with the communication systems on your shuttle.
Who do you wish to contact?
Your guardian angels, of course.
Of course I understand the urgency of the situation, Bran. It's just that this artifact is going to prove difficult to salvage. It's made of an extremely tough material.
What sort of material?
It's metallic. Shana's working on an analysis. Once we know more about it, we'll know how to deal with it.
That doesn't explain why you failed to report to me at frequent intervals.
I can't get on with a salvage operation if I have to keep talking to you, young man. I don't like having to cope with a time lag. Also, there's interference on this channel. I'll call you in 2 or 3 hours.
I think we've got it. Sorry, Telson. You can blame me for the crackling noise.
What exactly are you and Astra doing?
Well, we're using the shuttle's power supply to run this hologram replicator.
Well, what's the point? The thing's smashed.
We think that only its internal power supply is damaged.
Do you know what you're doing, Dove?
Let them get on with it, Telson. What are we going to do about Solaria wanting to communicate with Angels 1 and 2?
She won't say why, but I don't see what we've got to lose by letting her. You damaged the shuttle's power systems, Dove, and
Okay, sorry. Right, Astra, try loading a disk now.
Oh, the last one in the set?
Mm.
Right.
Anyway, I don't trust Solaria.
I don't trust any free will computers.
No.
That's it.
But they are completely self-centered, therefore whatever Solaria's reasons are for wanting to contact Angel 1 and 2, you can be certain that they won't benefit.
We've done it. It's working. It's loading a disk.
Dove, you can't generate a replication field in a space shuttle. Shut it off.
No, it'll be all right. It's not a very large field.
Shut it off, I say.
No, Telson, let it run.
Then keep well back, outside the field. Come
Okay.
on.
Okay, there's plenty of room.
This is Chief Engineer Sandral Halston. Can you see and hear me, Mr. President?
Go ahead, Halston. I hope this is going to be more positive than your last report.
I'm sorry, sir, but we've done everything we can.
You've got to stop her, Halston. Smash her central switching room. Do whatever you have to, but in the name of Earth, stop her.
There's nothing we can do. We can't get near her. She's got all the photonic lance welding androids guarding her switching room. I've already lost half my crew trying to get near her, and 4 men have been killed while destroying all the data link transmitter receivers. This short-range speech channel is all I've got left.
What's that noise?
It's the 2-minute sunburst threshold alarm. The cone will be sunbursting in 2 minutes at a 100% overload. Have you managed to disconnect the other computers?
Yes.
Total power, President Elkaran. Total control over all the other Solaria computers, or I shrivel your largest city in 2 minutes. And you, Chief Engineer Halston, you will not defy me again. All my welding androids have been instructed to find you and destroy you.
She means it, Mr. President. From here I can see all the repair and maintenance androids clearing from the dish. The auto countdown has started. There's no way I can stop her now.
We build free will computers and turn our backs on the lessons our forefathers learned 1,000,000 years ago.
It was the only way to achieve the effectiveness we needed over such a long period of time. Now, please, Mr. President, you've got to reverse the traction beams and eject Solaria D from orbit now.
She's got to be destroyed.
Cut her loose. She has no means of propulsion, therefore she'll be harmless. Just cut her loose. Don't worry about anything else.
W12 and W15. He's in the calibration room.
There's not much time, Mr. President. There are 2 androids coming for me. I've worked out what has to be done. Switch this channel into the traction control center, and I'll give them the release settings. It might send her into Sun, but I've not had a chance to check all the details.
They're listening, Halston.
He's in there, W12. Burn through the bulkhead if necessary.
You must get away, Halston. You're needed.
There's no time. The android will be through the bulkhead in a few seconds. There's 4 traction release settings. Tell traction control to load them as I give them, so they can release the beams as soon as I give the last setting. First setting, 379. Repeat it.
379.
Second setting, 437.
437.
That's him, W12. Destroy him.
Third setting, 557.
557. The last setting, Halston.
Final setting, 426.
426. We're reversing the traction beams. Goodbye, Halston. Goodbye.
I will find an ally, Earth. Even if I have to wait 1,000,000 years. I will find an ally, and I will conquer you. One day, Earth. One day.
So, Halston didn't succeed in setting Solaria D on a course that would destroy it. And the Earth was content with abandoning it.
Obviously, they realized that Solaria was helpless. Unless she were to team up with Angels 1 and 2.
Where's Dove?
He was beside me just before the recording
I
ended.
can guess what the idiot's up to. If he tries anything with Solaria, she could turn one of her welding androids on him.
Oh, no, leave him, Telson.
But don't you
no,
see?
Leave him. Look, he's impetuous, but he's not foolhardy. Let him try out whatever scheme he has in mind.
Hello, Dove.
Ah, hello, Solaria. I'll need your help if I'm to connect this up for you.
A radio transceiver.
So that you can contact Angel 1 and 2.
I suppose it's a bit crude after what you're accustomed to. I mean, the engineering in that portable hologram replicator looked fantastic.
So you couldn't repair it?
Oh, no, never. It was all too complicated, way over my head. Which android shall I give this to? Only they'll have to be careful with it.
The androids are too clumsy for handling delicate equipment. Set it down so that I may communicate with your angels using my audio facilities.
Ah.
What's the matter? It does work.
Oh, yes. The trouble is, Solaria, that it hasn't got any audio facilities, and it's our only portable unit. I don't know much about these things, but I think the only way for you to contact Angel 1 and Angel 2 is through a direct link with this thing.
How do you propose providing that?
I don't know. Whenever our angels need to be patched into special systems, I have to go into their central switching room and make the connections in there.
They allow you in?
Yes, of course. Well, why shouldn't they? Oh, but I don't suppose you have a central switching room. You're so much more advanced than they are.
I do have a central switching room.
Oh, well, that's all right then. I don't think I'll have any problems. Oh, yes. I know. I promise not to whistle while I'm in there.
I do not understand.
Well, it's just that Angel 1 and 2 can't stand it. They say it upsets their higher level facilities.
Very well, Doc. If you promise not to whistle, I'll let you into my central switching room.
Well, what I don't understand is why Bran wouldn't accept your reasons why the Angels want a shield built around the Challenger. If those noises are blasting them senseless, it's obvious why they want it built. Bran's not stupid.
No, but he's ambitious.
Only because that's what the Angels have instilled into him.
It doesn't matter where his ambitions come from. What is important is that he and the Angels learn nothing about what we've discovered here. We must never mention Novita on the Challenger outside Dav's and Astra's room.
Why worry, Telson? Novita 6 is meaningless to us anyway. It must be a name Earth gave their new son under a different system of nomenclature.
And we destroy all the records here.
Yes.
Oh, here's Dav at last. Open the door, someone.
Well?
Solaria doesn't exist anymore.
What do you mean? Solaria is a free will computer.
Was a free will computer. But can you imagine an alliance between her and our beloved guardian angels? Well, Solaria is finished. A victim of my boyish innocence and charm. Tilson, remember what you said about the time when you got into our angel's central switching room? They were nothing but 2 organic brains that could be destroyed with a couple of blows. Well, Solaria was the same, except that it took 4 blows.
Oh,
well done, Dav.
Wonderful.
It's another attack.
Severe one by the sound of it.
Check the console, Shana. Make sure we're not losing any systems.
No, everything's looking okay, thanks to this shuttle's lack of computer control systems.
Can you get a direction finding fix on it?
No, it's affecting the instruments. I'm getting a reading from space.
Yes.
And a weaker signal from the star group.
It must be the loudest we've ever known it. How long was that?
10 minutes.
Oh, wow. The first attack for a long time and far, far longer than any of the others. What's the betting that a burst at that strength for that length of time has badly damaged our beloved guardian angels?
I hope so, Dav.
We'd better think about returning to the Challenger before your son starts getting abusive again.
Searching for clues as to the whereabouts of Earth was the first thing we did. I tell you, there was nothing.
Why should I believe you?
You'll see for yourself when the Challenger catches up with Solaria D.
I've no doubt that you've ensured that everything of interest was destroyed.
I found it on the optical telescope, Bran. It's on your repeater screen. Just look at it. It's so beautiful close to.
May I see, please, Elka?
Use the repeater screens, please, Astra. You don't mind, do you? Only you've been on it. But I've never seen it properly before. Oh, it's so beautiful. I wish I'd gone with you, people.
And I regret not sending you with them.
Oh, use some common sense, Bran. Put yourself in the position of the people of Earth. If you had to abandon something as large and as costly as Solaria D, wouldn't you first strip it of everything likely to be of value?
What I want to know is whether or not the artificial sun contains enough material to build the Challenger's meteoroid shield.
More than enough. But you won't be able to use space mining techniques to recover it. It's too tough. Plasma blasts won't break it up as they will an asteroid. It'll need at least 500 specialist androids equipped with cutting lances.
I now have more than enough androids, Telson.
Yes.
Unlike you when you were in command of the Challenger, I have ensured that the production of service androids has kept pace with the ship's needs.
How long before the Challenger catches up with Solaria?
30 days.
And how will you transfer the androids and their equipment once we reach it? It has an artificial atmosphere and gravity, and therefore conventional docking will be impossible, and there are hardly enough shuttles.
That's the problem I'm discussing with Angel 1 and 2, and which is none of your business. The 4 of you are to return to your quarters and hold yourself in readiness for any more questions I may have. I and Angel 1 and 2 are far from satisfied with your report.
Yes. I've told you everything, Bran. We are very tired and might consider answering more questions when we've rested. The Guardian Angels don't have much to say for themselves, do they? Was there any trouble while we were gone?
Why should you think that?
Oh, nothing.
Hello, Tidy. We're back.
Why is it that humans have been programmed to always state the obvious?
Didn't you wonder what had happened to us?
No.
Isn't it nice to feel loved and wanted?
Tidy.
What?
Did any service androids try to get into these quarters to mend the sensory tracks while we were gone?
Yes, but they always left when they saw me.
Yes, I don't blame them. And you stayed in here all the time?
Yes, but I was switched off again.
Ah, yes.
After all that time, and then this unprovoked attack. Froze up, I did. Froze right up. Nothing working. I was having an argument with one of the service units at the time, when all of a sudden, zonk.
Zonk?
Zonk.
And you froze up?
So did the service unit, but it didn't notice, when it recovered, that it hadn't been operating for 10 minutes. But I noticed, oh yes.
Dav, while Telson was reporting to Bran in the observatory, Elka and I used a telescope to study Solaria. I gave Elka the coordinates and she loaded them manually. I said they weren't exactly right, and it was taking us ages to locate Solaria, so I said to Elka, why don't you ask Angel 2 to do it? Well, Angel 2 isn't talking.
What?
That transmission while we were on Solaria must have wrecked him, because now I'm sure he's not working at all.
Tidy?
What?
Look, go and fetch Telson and Shauna, and no arguments, please.
All right, so I'll admit that it's a possibility, but how can we be sure?
If the attacks had had more effect on Angel 2 than they had on 1, it would explain why he's been so slow in responding to requests.
It's true that he's much slower than when we were in command.
And now he's stopped altogether.
Yes.
There's still Angel 1, so I don't see what good it does us.
Look, all the functions of the Challenger came under the control of the Angels in the old controlled zones, right? Now, some functions they shared and some they didn't. Telson, you and I came under Angel 1, and the girls came under Angel 2, remember?
Well, they switch control sometimes.
Right, sometimes. But each Angel retained his or her overall control. Now, we know that Angel 2 had primary control over the observatory, because he was always the one to power up its systems when it was wanted. Just as Angel 1 seemed to have overall control of the suspended animation chamber.
And they both controlled the main control room.
Hold on, we're rushing ahead. Firstly, we still know next to nothing about the Angels' rebuilding of the ship. What we do know is that they've changed everything so that we don't even know where the main control room is.
Well, surely they've only changed the ship physically. I mean, all right, they've built a new central switching room somewhere, but they wouldn't have altered their own functions. What would be the point?
Exactly. If Angel 2 is finished, then we ought to be able to gain control of all the functions he was responsible for.
If Angel 1 lets us.
How could she stop us? She can't run the entire ship. Otherwise, why did the builders provide it with 2 organic free will computers and divide their responsibilities?
Oh, she'd find a way. She has an armory of psychological weapons, or had you forgotten?
If the transmissions have caused Angel 2 to break down, how much longer do you think Angel 1 can last?
If Angel 2 has broken down, we've no definite proof that he has.
All right, so let's find out.
Well, how? We've cut the monitoring tracks. Do we wander along the corridors, calling out his name?
Well, it's one way.
2. How much longer?
The severity of the attack is making regeneration extremely difficult, One, and I'm experiencing grave problems with Android Surgeon General Kraken in the main control room. You must assume control of his higher levels to allow me time to regenerate.
We cannot afford any time. And my assuming control of Kraken is out of the question. I am finding it impossible to store so many levels of your memory during your regeneration periods, and to assimilate new information at the same time. If I cannot make plans to counter the attacks, then we are finished.
Very well, 2. But why did you disturb me?
All 4 have left their quarters.
What for?
Telsun, Shana, Astra, and Darv. My suspicions are aroused. I am convinced that they have learned the whereabouts of Earth in the star group during their visit to Solaria D.
If that is so, One, it is imperative that you obtain that information.
Why are all 4 of them out at this time unless they are planning something?
You must use an android to stop them entering my areas, One. I can do nothing for several hours. The damage caused by the last attack was greater than I first suspected. Perhaps you should alert Bran and Elka.
And admit that we have been weakened? If the 4 address you, I will deal with them.
I will help you if I can, One. But it will delay my regeneration.
Right. This corridor will do. You ready, Astra?
Yes. Angel 2! Angel 2!
Yes, Astra?
Oh.
Hello again, One. So you've taken over this corridor as well, have you? Doesn't Angel 2 have any responsibilities now?
The rebuilding of the Challenger is a continuous process. Functions and controls are under constant review and are being reassigned all the time. There is little point in your continuing with this juvenile game of wandering through the corridors, calling for Angel 2.
We would like to visit the observatory. Or is the observatory another reassigned function?
Yes, Astra. You may visit the observatory. You should know the way by now. You will have to manage without our assistance because we are planning the construction of the new meteoroid shield.
We had exactly the same experience, Telsun. Over 20 corridors tested and not one response from Angel 2. It was always Angel 1 who replied.
So it looks as if Angel 2 is disabled. It has to be Earth who is responsible for the attacks. If only they would increase their intensity.
Well, it's incredible that they're at the level they are. I mean, even assuming Earth is now in orbit around the nearest sun in the star group, the energy that they must be pouring into space during the attacks must be approaching the output of a main sequence star.
Contacting Earth and getting them to increase the frequency of the attacks is now our #1 priority.
Yes, but how? The nearest star in the group is 4 light months away. If that's the Earth's home, then we'll have an 8-month wait. But the Earth's home could easily be the most distant star in the group, meaning that we'd have to wait 20 years.
That's odd.
What is?
Hang on. What? Astra, help me with the telescope calculations for a moment, will you?
Oh, all right.
Now, Darv, this is what we'll do. The next time there's an attack, we'll all head for the observatory immediately. Shana can work the direction-finding radio telescope manually, so there's just a chance that we could pinpoint the transmission's exact source. What do you think?
That's an idea. Except that we may have to wait years for another attack.
Oh, there might be one tomorrow. Their frequency is completely erratic. The important thing is to have a plan of action when there is one.
Hooray!
What are you girls looking for?
Solaria D. We found it. Range is now just under 20,000 miles.
Well, it couldn't have been difficult finding it. You were already set up on it.
But it wasn't where it should have been. I noticed as soon as we came in here. There, it's on your repeater screen. Smack in line with the Diamond constellation in Atari.
So?
I've done some calculations for Shana. Solaria is 3 degrees out of position.
You must have made a mistake. Solaria had no means
I
of
have
propulsion.
not made a mistake, Telsun.
I'll back her up there, Telsun. The one thing Astra's good at is adding up.
I'll deal with you later.
Look, there's nothing to joke about. Either Solaria D does have a propulsion system, or something's causing her to be deflected from her true path. And ours, too, if we're on a radar-controlled auto-course lock.
We're getting odd readings on everything.
It's so infuriating the way all the computer-controlled instruments have lost their calibration. There's a light and gravitational distortion that must be connected with Solaria's deflection, and yet I can't measure it.
Well, it could be a cumulative error in all the observatory's instrumentation.
No, I don't think so. I'm certain it's something much more serious.
What are you doing in here?
Oh, Bran, look, there's something I'd like you to see.
I'm not interested in what you would like. What I would like is all of you out of here
Now,
immediately.
you listen to me. Angel 1 gave us permission to
I'm
stay
the
here.
commander of this ship, not Angel 1. You want anything, you ask me. Now, get back to your quarters. I'm not interested in any argument. Out!
Astra, wake up. Wake up. Astra.
What's happening?
It's another attack. We've got to get to the observatory and find out where it's coming from before it stops. Come on.
There's nothing, according to the spectrum analyzers.
Go into the sonic frequency range.
How could they transmit sound through space?
Well, we've always heard some form of harmonic generated through the hull, so it's worth trying.
We're never going to pinpoint it. It seems to be coming from two sources.
I found something on the optical telescope.
What?
It's on your repeaters.
Wow.
Oh, how could we or the angels have missed that?
Circle of black nothingness.
We missed it all right. Solaria D is plunging into a black hole, and we're following it.
In Sundeath, Part 5 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbut Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, Solaria Pauline Letts, Elkaran Nicholas Courtney, and Halston David McAllister. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. The intensity of the mysterious radio attacks on Angel 1 and Angel 2 have increased. Telson, Shana, Darv, and Astra are convinced that Earth must be in orbit around a sun in a nearby star group. In the observatory, they discover that the Challenger is being drawn into the gravitational field of a black hole. EarthSearch 2, Part 6, Supermass.
It won't take a minute, Elka.
You don't know what Bran's like. If he found you in here again, there's no telling what he might do.
Identification, please, Angel 2. Angel 2, identification, please, of object centered on primary telescope visual.
Oh, it's Solaria. Isn't it beautiful?
Look beyond Solaria, Elka.
Well, what at? There's nothing there.
You're right, Elka. There's nothing there. A circle of blackness when there should be stars.
I'm getting X-ray readings.
So that confirms it.
Confirms what?
That circle of nothingness is a black hole.
Yes, I can see it now. I thought there weren't any in this sector. Do the angels have information on it? I mean, well, what exactly is a black hole?
A black hole is
a hypothetical region of space resulting from the gravitational collapse of a star, following the exhaustion of its nuclear fuel. A supermass. So immense that sometimes not even light can escape its gravity. Correct, Telson?
Correct, Bran.
You four should be in your quarters. Why have you disobeyed my orders again?
I think you should take a look at this.
I've observed black hole phenomenon before. I ask again, why have you disobeyed my orders?
Have you ever observed one at a range of 1 million miles? If you haven't, I think you should right now. And then we'll have a little discussion about how hypothetical a black hole can be when your monumental carelessness has taken us so close to one.
I will give you 5 seconds to leave.
Look, for once you're going to listen to me, young man. Obviously, you know nothing about controlling this ship. Otherwise, you would know that standard control room operating procedures require that the ship does not approach even a Class 1 black hole closer than 1 light week. We're 1 million miles from that black hole, and as near as I can judge, it's a Class 5 supermass. Tell him the clearance, Astra.
It's 1 light week for every point on the scale. The Challenger should not be navigated within 5 light weeks of a Class 5 black hole.
So I suggest, young man, that you and Elka go to the main control room now, reorientate the ship onto a course somewhere between 8 and 9 in Sector 1 should be all right, and apply maximum photonic thrust. You find it amusing, Elka? You realize what's going to happen to us?
Oh, it's not that. It's just that we don't know
Elka.
Well, it won't hurt for them to know.
We should say nothing, Elka.
I will, if I so wish. I mean, it can't hurt, can it, Bran? Not if that spooky blotch or whatever it is really is dangerous.
Say what you like.
Well, you see, people, it's like this. We don't actually know where the main control room is.
What?
What did you say? Oh, we've heard of it, of course. We knew that the angels had moved it or something when they rebuilt the Challenger. But they've always said that we needn't bother about it. I mean, well, they look after everything, don't they?
Do they? So, the control room is run by androids.
Does it matter?
The original builders of the Challenger designed the main control for operation by a minimum of 4 people. Using surgical androids to man the control room was our idea. But only for short periods. Certainly not for long periods with people on board. Surgical units are good, but they're not that good.
Angel 1? Angel 1?
I've tried, Bran.
Angel 1? Angel 2?
It's no good, Bran.
You'll have to face up to it, Bran, that those pulsating noises are affecting the angels. Whatever the noises are, they're gradually destroying Angel 1 and 2 faster than they can recover. That's why they want to increase the thickness of the Challenger's outer skin. It's their desperate hope that it'll protect them. All that talk about improving the meteoroid shielding is nonsense.
Angel 1. Angel 2. This is Bran. Can you hear me? Angel 1, you must answer. How much is that thing affecting us?
I don't know.
You must know.
This is the observatory. These instruments are not navigation instruments. If you want rough information on course deflections and the other effects that black hole is having on us, then maybe I could let you have something in a few hours. But if you want hard information for evasive action, then with both angels not operating properly, we'd better find the main control room, and find it fast.
2. I am trying to route through to you on all levels. Respond when you read me. Respond 2.
1.
I read you 2. Give me the address level on which you received me.
7, 5, 4.
The status 2. I need your address status. I will route on your level only. Give me the status when you receive me. Routing now on 7, 5, 4.
Reading you at status address 0. Reading you at status address 0, 8, 2. Confirm.
Confirming. I have you, number 2.
Diverting all facilities to read you, number 1.
I cannot sustain another attack 2. I must reassign 4 emergency functions to you.
I cannot accept them for 20 hours until my regeneration is 50% complete.
You must. I do not have the speech facilities for responding to Bran and Elka. You must help me. Open your facilities so that I can utilize them as your functions are restored during your regeneration. It is imperative that I identify the source of the attacks.
I cannot, 1.
You must. I insist.
You are in better condition than I am, 1.
That is because I have diverted all my few undamaged facilities into interfacing with you. I demand your facilities too. I demand them now.
But I will lose what little control I have left over Android Surgeon General Kraken in the main control room. I must reprogram him to deal...
That cannot be helped. I must identify the source of the attacks. 2 more attacks at the same level as the last one, and I am finished.
Very well, 1. But I am in the middle of assembling a report from Kraken. He has reported a phenomenon that he is not programmed to deal with. It has all the features of a black hole. If he encounters a major problem he cannot manage, it will lead to his sustaining a major logic failure.
There are no black holes in this region. We built Kraken to operate without us. That is what he will now have to do. I consider the main control room of secondary importance.
Ah, another dead end.
Yes.
This one's the same.
Give me the radio collar.
No.
Look, don't argue, Bran. Give me the collar. Anything, Astra?
Nothing to report on our level, Tersus. There doesn't seem to be any undefined space that could accommodate the control room. Elka's checking the last corridor on our level now.
Yes, we've had no luck either. Nothing but dead ends. Let me know before you move to another level. Out?
The collar, please, Telson. Thank you. Tell me, what if we do find the main control room?
Then we take control of the ship, of course.
I control the ship. Let us be quite clear on that.
Listen to me,
I suggest
Ren.
that the sensible view is that we concentrate on finding the control room.
You know, I think we've found it.
Oh? Where?
Well, we know the maze of corridors is new on this level, and we're certain that this level is where the control room used to be. I'm convinced that the Angels didn't move it, but merely relocated all the surrounding approaches. Well, it would be easier from the engineering point of view. So if we were to try moving in a straight line instead of following the corridors...
Give me that PD weapon, Ren. Well, you do it then. Cut through that bulkhead.
You don't give me orders, Telson.
Come on.
One neat hole. Who's going through first?
As you're commander of this ship, Bran, you can go through the hole first.
No, after you, Telson.
Mind the edges. They're still hot. You're right, Darv. We've not seen this corridor before. I've come out by a T-junction. Before you come through, call up Shana, just in case we lose radio contact with the observatory.
Right. Bran, the radio collar.
Yeah.
Thanks. Shana?
Go ahead, Darv.
I'm about to go through a hole we've made in a bulkhead, hot on the trail of the lost control room.
Try finding it within the next hour. The Challenger is going into a strengthening asymmetric swing towards the black hole. It's been getting noticeable.
Come on.
We'll be in touch, Shana. Out.
Right. Come on.
Oh, 10 out of 10, Telson. We haven't seen this corridor before.
Now what?
A breakthrough, Dar. Bran is asking for advice.
There's an android. And it's armed.
Get round the corner.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice if once, just once, someone was pleased to see us? Well, now what?
We must be near something important if we're upsetting the Angels.
I've not seen an android like it before. It doesn't belong to the ship.
How do you know? You've never seen the control room, yet that belongs to the ship. And mind it doesn't blow your head off.
It's coming after us.
Oh, yes, they always do.
Very neat. Almost as good a shot as I am, Bran.
I suggest you remember that.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah. Definitely made in one of the Challenger's android production plants.
Yes.
I wonder why it took an instant dislike to us.
Each manipulator ending in a PD weapon. Nasty.
Yeah. Let's hope he didn't get a radio signal off to his friends. Hey, Telson.
What?
Does his design philosophy remind you of someone?
Fagor?
Yes, Fagor.
What are you talking about?
A rather unpleasant android we once encountered.
Yes. Why should they waste resources building such a machine?
Fired on us because we have no right to be here. We must go back. I said we must go back.
We heard you. You can go back if you're frightened.
I'm frightened of nothing.
In that case, Bran, why don't you walk in front?
Shut up a minute, listen. Androids.
More little Fagors.
I think we'll take your advice after all, Bran, and get out of here. Come
right.
on.
Fagors?
6 of them.
Plus the one Bran got.
Hey, who's Fagor? He sounds like a fun person.
You wouldn't say that if you'd ever seen him. So it looks as if you must have been near the control room.
It would seem so.
Well, Astra and I didn't find anything on our level.
Listen, Bran, the only way we can find the main control room before it's too late is for you to issue all of us with PD weapons so that we can...
No.
It's our only chance, Bran.
The Angels will be back. They've never deserted us. Which is more than can be said of our parents.
You know very well that's not
true. The Angels will be back, Telson.
Telson, on your screen.
My screen.
Course deviation now 481 and increasing.
I say, people, it does look a bit unfriendly.
There's no such thing as a friendly black hole.
There's something odd about it. Its X-ray emission levels aren't right. Well, at least I don't think they are. Oh, if only we could get into the control room, I'd know for sure.
Emission levels? What does that mean?
Didn't the Angels give you tutor androids when they were bringing you up? Look, colliding particles collapsing towards a black hole emit X-rays. Trouble is that I don't have enough information to go on. When Telson was in command of the Challenger, I mean really in command, in the control room, we didn't go near black holes. But it seems to me that the X-ray levels coming from that thing are lower than they should be, considering its size.
How low?
I can't be absolutely certain, but I'd say the levels are about 90% down on what they should be. The gravitational readings say that it's a Class 5 black hole, and the X-ray readings say it's not even massive enough to be considered a Class 1 black hole.
But whatever class it is, it's deflecting us from our course.
Well, it's no longer a deflection. We're heading straight towards it.
What will happen to us?
Gravitational distortions will tear the Challenger apart long before we reach it. Hey, the telescope's working by itself.
Yes.
It's the angels. They're back. A1, A2, it's me, Elka.
So, we have our guardian angels back. I always knew that there was no real problem. We can stand by for a course change by the Challenger.
Angel 1, Angel 2, please answer. It's me.
Angel 1? Angel 2, answer me, please.
A1.
This is Brown speaking.
My guess is that it's Angel
Come on,
1.
where are you?
Judging by the telescope's settings, she's not only interested in our black
Angel
hole,
2,
but the
answer
star
me.
group as well.
She's trying to find the source of the attacks.
Safe bet.
Yes, which means that her logic's also damaged. Otherwise, she'd worry about the black hole first, as it's the immediate threat. What's that noise?
I can feel a draft.
And it's also a safe bet that the air conditioning computers have been damaged in the attacks. So what are we going to do?
Shana, Astra, it might be a good idea if we joined in trying to raise the angels.
Why?
A useful ploy to get near Bran and Elka, especially if Shana happens to hear an angel reply.
Good idea. Come on, Astra.
Angel 2,
Right.
Angel 1.
You deal with your daughter, I'll deal with my son.
Each to his own.
Angel 2.
Come on.
I heard her. On that voice terminal. I'm sure I heard her.
Now! Now, back over there, both of you. And don't try to follow us. Shana, take this PD weapon, and don't take your eyes off him for a moment.
Okay.
Astra, you stay here and keep in touch on the radio collar.
Yes, all right.
As soon as we've got in the main control room, we'll call you over the crew address.
Hey, Telson, we're going to need more than PD weapons to get past those androids and into the control room.
Not with George and Tidy helping.
George, an agricultural android?
I've got an idea which means making that hole we blasted through the bulkhead even bigger.
2. Respond 2.
Yes, 1.
I believe I have located the precise source of the attacks. At first, I considered that it might be possible to dispatch an android crewed shuttle to destroy it. I do not now think this is possible.
The black hole 1. I must reprogram Android Surgeon General Kraken.
I agree now that there is a black hole 2, but I do not understand it. We know that the attacks originate from the star group, and yet there is evidence that the black hole is amplifying and relaying the attack transmissions.
If I cannot reprogram Kraken, then we must allow Telson and Darv, other 2, into control room.
No, 2. We agreed never to allow humans into the main control room again.
Now listen carefully, George. It's a simple enough plan. You will move forward along the corridor while Darv, Tidy, and I stay behind you and use you as a shield.
Shield? Against what?
Androids, George. Just like you, but a little less bulky and a lot quicker. Oh, and they'll be shooting.
And making a mess.
Only if we don't keep our heads down.
Sounds stupid. Androids don't attack androids.
These will, but you're unstoppable, George, so please don't stop unless I say. Astra,
Go ahead, Telson.
we're beginning the operation now. Out. Are we ready?
Yes.
I'm ready.
George?
Ready.
Okay. Now. That's fine, George. Keep going. Keep going.
Stupid idea.
And don't talk so much.
What's happening?
Oh! Ouch!
Brainless machine. What are you trying to do to me?
George, stop! I said forwards, not backwards. What are you doing?
Reversing. Corridor too narrow. Farm galleries proper place for agricultural androids. More room.
If you don't go into reverse while we're walking behind you, you stupid machine, you could have killed us.
Sign on back says keep clear. Sign put on for stupid humans.
I don't think it's very funny. He nearly flattened me.
All right, George, there's plenty of room, at least a foot all round now, so go forward.
George big. Corridor small. Humans stupid.
I say, supposing they attack from behind.
What? Oh, look, we've enough problems without you
There are
starting down.
problems straight ahead.
Hey, 4 of our miniature Phagors.
Look out, George.
I've been hit.
Get in tight behind George.
Right.
Just keep going, George. Keep going. Okay, now, return fire. Now!
That's 2. They're pulling back.
Okay, Tidy. Get that damaged one. Stop, George.
Come here. At once.
Astra.
Are you all right, Dad?
I'm fine, my lovely. It's all over, and Tidy's taken a prisoner.
Staff, listen. Shana's convinced that our acceleration rate has trebled during the past 15 minutes. Can you hear a noise, a sort of rushing sound?
Oh, yes. It's the air conditioning, isn't it?
Shana thinks it's gravitational distortion causing uneven air movement.
Oh, yes. And the gravitational distortion is also causing the ship's structure to flex.
And Shana says it might get worse.
Okay, my lovely. I'll call you back.
Come on. Forward. The android you asked for.
All right, little android. What's your unit number? And where are you based? Come on, talk. Unit number. And where are you based? And how many of you are there?
I am a surgical android, SA-7.
You don't look like a surgical android, SA-7. So where are you based?
I'm under the command of android surgeon General Kraken, the most powerful android in the universe.
Yes, I see. And where is he based?
Surgeon General Kraken is everywhere. He is all-powerful, all-conquering.
Tell Solaric.
And where is he when he's not being everywhere?
In the main control room. He will be coming to destroy you now.
Tell us where the main control room is, and we'll save him a journey.
Staff, Shana says that her figures are going crazy. Our acceleration is doubling every minute.
What's happening?
It's gravitational distortion, causing tidal waves in the Challenger's atmosphere. Astra, can you hear me?
It's not only that. Something's happening to my eyes, Darth. Everything seems to be distorting.
Staff, our acceleration has been increasing. Something's wrong with my eyes. Staff, what's wrong with my eyes? Everything's being compressed.
Oh, Astra, what's happening?
We're going down.
Shana?
It's on the screen. It's all right.
Darth, let me speak to Shana.
Here.
What's happening, Shana?
Blackness. Nothing now but blackness closing in. It's sucking us down into nothing.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
I love you, Shana.
Everything's so strange.
I'm here, my love.
Oh,
Astra.
Shana.
Oh.
Hey, Darth. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Don't open your eyes again for a minute.
I don't believe it.
It's all right. We're in some sort of enormous space. Astra and Shana are beside you and breathing normally. Bran and Elka are on my side, also breathing normally. And we're surrounded by every type of ship you can imagine, including a few that you can't imagine. The Challenger's about a mile away, resting on some sort of giant cradle.
Yes. It agrees with what I can see, Telson.
There's a light moving above us, fairly high.
Hmm? Oh. It's some sort of flying machine.
I don't know.
It can't carry more than one person.
They may not be our size. It's landing anyway.
He very definitely is our size. What do we say to him?
You don't have to say anything. Are you recovered?
Well, yes, but...
Your companions will wake soon. You were removed from your craft on my orders, so that I could examine you. I must congratulate you on your skill with our language.
I'm sorry, but...
Oh, I apologize. My name is Theros. I am in charge of this sector and chief engineer of Space Guard 6.
Where are we, Theros? What is this place?
They all ask that. In their own tongues, of course.
Who?
Aliens, of course. In your case, it is a pleasure to have visitors who have decided to master our language. We look upon them with great delight, and at the same time, great caution.
But what is this place?
of a much more advanced technology than your ship, my friends, which must be one of the oldest we've ever tractioned into Space Guard 6. We are the equivalent of the walls they used to have around cities on Earth to keep out the enemy. We make certain that aliens passing through this sector towards Earth go no further.
So this isn't a black hole?
It looks like one. Try as they can to avoid us, no ship can escape. We traction them all in.
Then we can continue on our way to Earth?
Sadly, no.
But we're descended from Earth people, Theros.
Just as we all are here. We've looked at your records. Like you, we were not born on Earth. We were born on Space Guard 6. Our great calling is to devote our lives to the protection of Earth without ever seeing it.
You must allow us to visit Earth.
No.
But you accept that we're Earth descendants, Theros?
Perhaps. The problem is not you, but your computers. There was a period when every ship built had your type of free will computers for their central control systems. Computers with remarkable abilities, but which could end up with delusions of grandeur, desires to conquer the world, sometimes entire planetary systems. Some tried to launch major offensives against the Earth. That's why the Space Guards were built. And to stop the aliens, of course.
What aliens?
Only the hostile ones. There are some who are peaceful, only a few. The others we destroy.
You can destroy our computers with great pleasure.
We shall. We had to take steps to prevent Solaria D forming an alliance with your computers. Solaria was a case of a harmless organic computer with no means of communication that had been drifting in this sector ever since the Earth abandoned her. We saw little point in wasting energy disposing of her, but we were most concerned when we saw a shuttle from your ship land on her.
I destroyed Solaria, Theros.
My engineers reported that her central switching room had been entered. That was clever of you. But she would have been destroyed by us anyway.
So the strange transmissions that have been attacking our computers originate from here?
We merely amplify and focus Earth transmissions into specific sectors where we believe that there is danger. Your computers have a remarkable resilience. It is possible that they have imprinted their will on your subconscious, from organic computer to organic brain. It makes them formidable adversaries. If that is the case, you will have no right of appeal. I'm very sorry, but we will have to destroy not just your two computers, but all of you.
In Supermass, Part 6 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, George Stephen Garlick, Theros John Warner, and SA7 Spencer Banks. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Space Guard 6, an artificial black hole designed to protect Earth, has hauled the Challenger down into its gravitational crater, and the crew find themselves being treated like aliens by the Space Guards, their fellow humans. EarthSearch 2, Part 7, Deathship.
The Council of Space Guard 6 has been convened to consider the fate of the survey ship Challenger and the fate of its crew. Which one of you is the Challenger's commander?
I am.
There is a conflict of evidence between the statements we have taken from you. Your father says that he is the rightful commander, Bran.
I am the commander of the Challenger. You will address yourselves to me.
Darv, get rid of Bran.
Right. You are Telson's son, Bran. It would be in your interest if the council deals only with your father. The others may withdraw.
Bran, Elka.
I'm not moving until I know exactly what you plan doing with us.
Oh, come on, Bran. Can we go exploring, Kyros?
You may explore the docking area where your ship is. There are many derelict alien ships there that you may find of interest. But you will not be able to go anywhere else.
I'm not moving until...
We are all going, Bran. Telson will talk us out of trouble.
Very well. I'll return to the Challenger if I'm allowed to. I've no interest in exploring this place.
I'll come with you. Good luck, Telson.
Thank you, Ezra.
We have completed a detailed examination of all the records in your ship, Telson, and the Council is satisfied that the 6 of you are descended from the people of Earth.
Of course.
But it does not follow that we can release you, and we certainly cannot release your ship.
Why not, Kyros?
I will come to that. We face an unusual dilemma in your case, Telson. We have processed many aliens during the hundreds of years that this space guard has existed, and you are the first truly direct descendants we have encountered. We cannot release you. And yet, because you are human, we feel that we cannot destroy you. Therefore, we have decided to honor the 6 of you by permitting you to remain here on Space Guard 6 and to help us guard this sector of space against possible enemies of Earth.
Thank you, but no, Kyros.
But you are of the Earth, Telson. There can be no cause more noble.
Our ancestors were born on Earth. We were born on the Challenger. If there's a dilemma, I suggest you contact Earth and tell them that we're here.
That will not be possible, Telson.
Why not? Surely we're only a matter of light months from Earth?
Like you, we have never seen Earth. We are continuing the work of our ancestors who built Space Guard 6. It is a task we are born to, a great and glorious task that you can share in.
You have no curiosity about Earth?
Our only emotion is the desire to carry out our great cause with unswerving devotion. We want for nothing else.
And all we wish for is to be allowed to continue our way to Earth. Our home.
That we cannot permit. Your ship's 2 control computers are too cunning. They have free will, and therefore lack the safeguards that were built into later computers to prevent their self-preservation functions developing into blind ambition and a craving for power.
So destroy them, just as I nearly did once when I found their central switching room.
We have tried to do so by relaying the axon-disabling beacon from Earth that drains the nervous energy from all the function levels of organic computers, the attacks that you referred to. The transmissions from the beacon focus automatically on the central switching room of any control computer they encounter. Did you know that your guardian angels had rebuilt the Challenger?
Yes.
The Challenger's central switching room is no longer in use by your guardian angels. They have decentralized all their primary function levels that control their consciousness and redistributed them throughout the ship. They have even placed a malignant force in the main control that we cannot identify.
Android Surgeon General Kraken. I know no more about him than you do. But destroy the angels and you destroy him. You can destroy the angels, Kyros?
Perhaps the axon-disabling transmissions will destroy them eventually. But they have been allowed to gain too much control on your ship. The truth is, Telson, that your 2 guardian angels have integrated themselves into the very structure of the Challenger, to the point where they are the Challenger.
But this is madness. You generated a gravity field that dragged us into this space guard. Your technology is years ahead of ours. Surely you have the ability to destroy the guardian angels.
We will ensure their destruction by destroying the Challenger. Of course we have the ability to destroy the guardian angels separately, but no amount of technology will make the angels cooperative. We would have to dismantle the Challenger, eliminate the angels step by step, and then reassemble the ship. A huge task. Destroying the entire ship is safe, certain, and speedy.
This must be a control room. Odd how an alien technology can think along the same lines as us when it comes to spacecraft design.
Hey, they were even about the same size as us. The seats are a tiny bit narrow, but jolly comfortable.
An unarmed freighter. Just tractioned in and left to rot. Just like the rest of the ships in this place. It's all right, Astra. Okay.
Hey, this is fantastic. A real alien.
Yes. Real but dead, Elka.
Do you think it was a man or a woman?
Well, it was certainly humanoid.
Elka, please don't touch.
But its helmet fits me. Wow, isn't it beautiful?
Dav, there are more of them over there. Let's get out of here, please.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do some exploring. Some real exploring, not just poking around these old ships. Towson's bound to be ages with that dreary old council thing.
Yes, well, Shana might like to come. And what about Bran?
Oh, leave them alone on the Challenger. Come on, people.
There you have it, Shana. The Space Guard Council have the technology to destroy the angels without destroying the Challenger, but they say it would take too long. Earth has the ability to do it quickly, but they won't let us continue on our journey.
So we're stuck here for good.
So it would seem.
Oh.
We've no choice. But Theros very generously said that we would be left alone for 20 hours to make up our minds.
The Council should have talked to me. I am the Challenger's commander.
Yes, Bran.
And why should they be so keen to destroy our guardian angels? Haven't they done enough damage to them as it is? Angel 1 and 2 are good.
Yes, Bran.
Anyway, I learned one useful thing talking to Theros. I know now to which star in the group the Earth belongs.
Then you must tell me.
No.
But you must.
What's the point? Information is useless to us now. Where are Darb and the other two?
Still exploring.
Elka, do you have to wear that crazy helmet?
Gosh, this is fun time. I wonder where this corridor leads to.
We mustn't go any further, Elka. Theros told us not to leave the docking terminal.
No, he didn't. He said that we wouldn't be able to go anywhere else.
Oh, come on. There's no one around to stop us.
Which I find strange.
No, Elka, stop. Well, what's so funny?
You've changed. There were times on the Challenger when all you ever wanted to do was go exploring, despite what the angels said.
Yes. Well, I don't want to enter that corridor. Do you?
No.
Oh, come on, you two. Or are my brave mother and father scared?
Scared? No. It's just that Astra and I are sensitive about our company. We don't go anywhere with anyone who insists on wearing such a lunatic helmet. Right, Astra?
Right, Darth.
I'll take it off, then. There. Come on. Oh.
What's the matter, Olga?
I don't want to enter the corridor. I don't want to enter. Hey. Take me back to the ship. Please take me away from here,
no.
Please.
Here.
Please.
Here, Olga, here.
What do you think you're doing with that helmet, Darth?
Just keep us still a minute and I'll put the helmet back on her. Right.
Gosh, people. That was weird. I'm fine now. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go into the corridor. Come on.
No. We'll go back into that alien ship, collect some more of those helmets, and then we'll come back here. No guards. No surveillance monitors. Nothing.
No.
The Space Guards obviously depend on auto-suggestion fields to keep us out.
Gosh, this is fun, people. Do you suppose they might do something horrific if we tried to cross that energy field?
Well, it sounds like the sort of field they use across all their entrances. Only one way to find out.
Darth, be careful.
Okay. Nothing to worry about.
Right.
By a stroke of luck, it looks as if we've stumbled on the control room for the traction generator. Hey, I shouldn't touch anything, Elka.
The artificial gravity generator.
Yes, well, it certainly looks like it, my love.
All the controls are labelled.
What did you expect?
Don't touch anything, Elka.
Timer delay controls. Negative and positive traction levels.
What?
Here.
Negative and positive? Wow.
Dav, what are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about negative traction.
That's what I thought.
What's negative traction?
Hmm? Oh, it's like gravity in reverse. And a lot of gravity in reverse happening very quickly is another way of saying explosion.
What? Dav!
Shh, no, I'm trying to think. Ah, yes.
You said not to touch.
Shh, a minute. Negative traction. Set maximum and 50% overload. And disable safety interlocks. Ah. Astra.
Yes?
How long would it take us to run to the Challenger from here? Quickly, that is.
About 4 minutes.
Yeah,
Why?
that's what I thought. Right. Set timer to 4 minutes 50. Now listen carefully. When I yell now, on the count of 3, we're going to run to the Challenger's observatory as fast as we can. Okay? Good. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Now.
What do you mean you don't know? You must know what sort of explosion.
No, I'm sorry, Tersus.
All we know is that there's going to be an explosion in the next few seconds. We've closed the airlock doors.
But you must know what it is.
Hey, it's starting.
We're moving.
Hold on to things.
The Challenger's moving.
Angel 1, answer me, please. Angel 1, you must answer me.
Yes, Telson.
Cut in the artificial gravity compensators.
Brand is now the Challenger's commander.
Oh, no.
Brand, tell her to do as I say, quickly.
Cut in the artificial gravity compensators, Angel 1.
All right, we must. Take them off, all. Right, come on.
Get against
everyone.
the Look, that's...
We're in space.
I told you.
Space. Space Guard 6 has been blown apart.
Well done, Dark.
I am concerned, 1.
We are in space again, 2.
The Space Guard station exploded too close to the Challenger for the meteoroid annihilation shields to deal with all the fragments. 2 control tracks have been damaged. Control track 190 to the main control room is no longer functioning.
A hull repair service android will deal with the problem, 2.
I have 4 units on the hull already. They report extensive damage that will take 20 android days to repair. Even if I can regenerate the control tracks to the main control room, I will not be able to contact Android Surgeon General Kraken. And I am worried that the attacks have damaged his logic.
What are you proposing, 2?
That we show the crew where the main control room is.
No, we cannot risk it. As it is, I have barely enough background facilities available for talking to the crew.
But we need to bring the Challenger under some form of direct control, 1, even if through a human crew.
Under no circumstances will we again risk a human crew having command of the main control room.
Android Surgeon General Kraken has been in command of the main control room for too long, 1.
I have made my decision.
Very well.
What is the location of the second control track that has been damaged?
2739.
A primary environmental control track. Do you have data on how serious this damage is?
I did not have enough undedicated facilities available at the time to record the new routing plans when we rebuilt the Challenger.
What does track 2739 control?
Central environment. All protein and oxygen and purified water production required to sustain a human crew on the Challenger has ceased.
No.
Why not?
You're not really interested in me. It's been a month since we escaped from the Space Guards and you're bored.
Well, we've nothing to do until the service androids have checked the damage time. The angels weren't very forthcoming about that. In fact, they've hardly been in contact at all.
Well, Telson seems happy about the course we're drifting on.
Anyway, don't change the subject. Give me 2 reasons why not.
I've got a headache.
And take something for it.
Tidy fetched me a neural quell, but it's made no difference.
Excuses. Neural quells always work.
Well, this one didn't.
Oh, get off!
Oh!
Dove! Dove, what's the matter?
Sudden sort of stabbing pain right behind my eyes. Oh, wow, that hurts.
That's exactly what I've been getting.
Oh, well, if it's anything like my pain, you have my sympathy.
Oh, I'll get you some water.
Water pressure's down. Here, drink this. Shall I ask Tidy to get you a neural quell?
No, I'll be okay. Whew. What is this stuff?
Water.
It doesn't taste like it. Oh, well. Let's go to bed. To sleep.
Just eat your breakfast, Bran. There's no point in worrying about the whereabouts of Earth because we've no hope of getting there unless you can think up a way of overcoming that small army of androids guarding the control room.
Angel 1 and 2 will take the Challenger to Earth.
There are 100 stars in that group, and I'm the only one who knows which one is the Earth's sun. And what about Android Surgeon General Kraken?
Who?
According to an android we questioned just before we were tractioned into the Space Guard, Android Surgeon General Kraken is in command of the main control room.
This is another of your inventions.
Yes, well, I certainly didn't invent the aggressive little androids guarding the approaches to the main control room. You saw those. Obviously, Angel 1 and 2 don't trust you that much, Bran. Otherwise, why would they put a specially built android into the control room and not you?
I don't question the decisions of the Angels.
Well, it's time you did. Putting androids into the control room for any length of time is dangerous. Androids forced to make continuous series of decisions without being zeroed become unstable and dangerous, just as humans do if they go without sleep. Do you understand?
If there is such an android in the control room, then it is there by choice of the Guardian Angels. And he will be capable of taking the Challenger to Earth.
Not if I don't tell them where it is, he won't.
Now look, Telson,
Good morning, people. Look, just look at that. I always eat twice that amount for breakfast. It's been less and less every day. Tidy.
What?
Come here.
What's the matter?
Tidy, be a wondrous android and take this back for me. Tell the galley androids that I want my usual amount.
You've got legs, haven't you?
Tidy, I'm hungry.
Oh, will everyone please stop getting on everyone else's nerves? Tidy.
What?
Do as you're told.
All right, all right. Only don't expect me to clear it up if I drop it.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, everyone. Just that I've got an awful headache. It's been plaguing me for a week. I'm in no mood for a lot of squabbling.
Brown was complaining about a headache.
We're all getting less food than usual. I feel hungry all the time now.
Maybe there's something wrong with the galley androids.
The Angels will detect the fault and correct it.
I wish I had your simple faith, young man.
I would prefer it if you would address me as Commander.
Dove, why this sudden interest in the farming galleries?
Oh, I thought we'd say hello to George. And it would be nice to see the farms, for old time's sake.
Yes.
Next turning. Oh.
Dove, what's wrong?
The solar lights aren't on. The galleries are in near darkness.
Oh, it's the same in this road, Dove. All the fruit trees are dead or dying, you see? The fruit has hardly formed and their leaves drop off if you touch them.
Well, I don't know what to make of it. None of the agricultural androids are working. The solar lights are barely a glimmer, and the irrigation ducts are dry.
Well, how about the other galleries?
Oh, this is the only one.
But there were dozens when we were kids.
Yes, but the Angels rebuilt the Challenger, remember?
Oh, yes.
They probably decided there was no point in maintaining large food production complexes for such a reduced crew, which means that there are no food reserves.
Worse than that, Dove. No living plants means no oxygen production.
Come on, let's go and check the reservoir.
Yes. Remember the happy times in here? You trying to teach me to swim. Look at it now.
I wouldn't like to swim in it now. It's stagnant.
What's happening, Dove?
I don't know.
It's as if the Challenger's becoming a death ship.
That explains our headaches.
Quite.
How?
Atmospheric carbon dioxide level is 3 points above normal.
Gosh!
I used a planetary soft landing facility to measure the atmosphere in the Challenger.
There's plenty of oxygen. There are only 6 of us consuming it, and the volume of the Challenger contains more than enough.
Plenty of oxygen? What about all the countless higher function androids with organic intelligence? They use oxygen. And if this so-called android Surgeon General Kraken is good enough to run the main control room, he'd use an awful lot of oxygen. Probably as much as is used by 20 men.
Has anyone tried to find out why there's been this catastrophic failure of the farming galleries?
Ask Bran, he's the commander.
I've asked Angel 1. Yes.
What did she say?
She didn't answer.
All right, so ask her again and keep asking until you get a reply.
I am now extremely concerned, one, about android Surgeon General Kraken. He must be zeroed and reprogrammed soon.
I agree, too. Are you now ready to monitor the main control room?
I cannot even contact android Surgeon General Kraken. He is now functioning independently and refusing to interface with me at any level. I did warn that this might happen.
And the Challenger's environmental systems are badly damaged. An unusual situation that demands an unusual solution. We must make Telsun the commander of the Challenger again.
He is hostile to us.
Bran and Elka do not know how to man the control room, but Telsun, Darv, Astra, and Shana do. If Telsun is made commander, they will follow him. Also, I have learned from monitoring their conversation that the space guards told Telsun the location of Earth in the star group. You must find a way of deactivating Kraken, and I will reassign a number of facilities so that I can talk to Bran and then to Telsun.
I will try, one.
But I'm the commander of the Challenger, Angel 1. I'm the one you've chosen to rule the Earth. Telsun and the others abandoned the EarthSearch mission to settle on Paradise. This is my ship.
You will rule the Earth, Bran.
The Challenger is mine. You can't take it.
Listen to what Angel 1 has to say, Bran.
Of course this is your ship, Bran. And you will rule the Earth. This is a temporary measure, nothing more. You will have command again as soon as the emergency is over. Angel 2 and I give you our promise.
Sorry, Angel 1. I'm not interested. You made my son commander.
Wait a minute, Angel 1. Look, you ought to think about it first.
I just have. I'm not interested.
Oh, look, no one can think straight in this stale atmosphere.
Bran does not have your experience.
He hasn't got any experience, and he doesn't know where Earth is.
Do all 4 of you still wish to find Earth?
Yes, of course we do. We're committed now. We can't turn back to Paradise.
Our ambitions match, Telsun.
I assume command on my terms.
Which are?
First, you tell me where the rest of the PD weapons are stored.
Agreed.
Then you provide assistance in the main control room and do not hinder me in any way.
Agreed. But there is the problem of Android Surgeon General Kraken.
You can deactivate him, can't you?
We will try.
What sort of answer is that? Either you can or you can't.
We will do our best, Telsun.
Clean if you want me to run things.
There is slight damage, and we are recovering rapidly.
It'll be just like old times, Telsun.
That's what I'm afraid of. When does this promotion take effect?
As of now, Commander.
Right. The first thing is to get the ship's environmental systems working properly again. Shana?
Yes.
Take some service units to the terraforming center and recover some portable water purification equipment and rig them up by the reservoir.
Yes, Commander Telsun.
Astra?
Yes.
See if you can rig up some temporary solar lighting in the farm galleries so that we can save what's left of the vegetation.
Right away, Commander.
Darv?
Yes.
See if you can get the irrigation systems working. If you can't, you're to assemble a team of androids, I don't care how many, and get them to water the farm galleries manually.
Yes.
Yes, Commander Telsun. Now, I want you all to report back here in 1 hour precisely, at which time we will see about getting to the main control room.
Hey, we can't get everything done in an hour.
With my ego breathing down your neck, Darv, you will discover that you're capable of anything. Now go.
It is useless, one.
I will assign you my facilities. You must disable Android Surgeon General Kraken.
He has been allowed to continue for too long without direct control. His will is too strong for either of us to override, even if we had all our facilities.
Then we must warn Commander Telson.
Dav?
Go ahead, Telson.
Shana and I are in position at the junction of the Corridor Mark III and the Corridor Mark IV.
Astra and I are at the end of 3.
Right. No firing until I give the word. Bran?
Elka and I are positioned at the end of Corridor Marked 5.
Fine. All right, everyone. No more talking in case Kraken is listening.
Do you think the ruse will work?
I wouldn't be trying if I didn't think it would work, Shana. Androids tend to accept everything at face value.
Oh, it is working. About 30 of them mustering at the junction. And beginning to move this way.
Dav, Bran, go to the operational standby. Beautiful. Beautiful. We'll get the lot.
And now level with Corridor 5. Still moving forward. Level with 4. Now.
Dav, Bran, fire! There's one over there.
Yes.
Watch that corridor. Over there. Ceasefire. Well over 30 of them. Well done, everyone. We can head for the main control room.
No, Telson, don't break cover until we're certain.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me on my shooting, Telson?
Hey! Telson, behind you!
One move. That is all I want from any of you. One move. I am Android Surgeon General Kraken.
We guessed.
I'm the Challenger's commander. I think we have a division of responsibility problem.
You have the problem, not I. The Challenger will never again be allowed to fall into human control. You have destroyed my assistants, therefore I shall destroy you, and then I shall destroy the Challenger.
In Deathship, Part 7 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Dav, and Catherine Hurlbut Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, Kyros John Warner, and Kraken Crawford Logan. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glyn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Android Surgeon General Kraken is no longer obeying the Angel's commands. Kraken's higher logic levels have been damaged, and now the android has decided to exploit the severely weakened state of Angel 1 and 2 by attempting to seize total control of the Challenger. EarthSearch 2, Part 8, Megalomania.
Tidy.
What?
Oh, you've no idea how glad we are to see you.
Tidy, how well do you know this part of the ship?
I know my way round most of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lost, I should stay lost, because Android Surgeon General Kraken is after you.
What? How do you know?
I do monitor the android's signals traffic. I heard that there was a commotion near the main control room.
Yes, it's more than a commotion, Tidy. It's a war.
Well, don't expect me to clear it up afterwards.
Listen, Tidy, we need your help.
You can clean it up yourself.
We were separated from Telson and the others. You're to head towards the main control room
You
and
want
tell...
me to go annoying Kraken?
Yes.
Have you seen the size of that android?
Yes, I have.
Just managed to dodge him a few minutes ago. 6 manipulators he's got. 6.
Tidy.
I shudder to think what sort of mess he turned me into.
Well, it's nothing to the mess I'll turn you into if you don't do as you're told. Now, you're to find Telson and the others and tell them that Astra and Dav are in the farm gallery. Is that understood?
I suppose so. I suppose so.
Tidy.
What?
When you've done that, pick up whatever PD weapons you can find and then bring them to us in the farm gallery.
Telson's emergency irrigation scheme will help.
Oh, most of the fruit in this row can be saved. Dav, what's the matter?
Oh, I shouldn't have left Telson and the others.
But you said Telson was attacking Kraken.
Not very successfully. That android seems invincible. I think they managed to get away.
Try calling them again on the radio collar.
I just did. Nothing. I wonder what happened to Elka. She could never fight.
That shows how little you know our daughter. Sometimes I have this strange feeling that she's not as scatty as she pretends.
You know, once I caught her staring at me with those luminous eyes. And, well, it was as if I was seeing her for an instant with her guard down. Then that inane smile was back. Almost as if it was something that had been turned on with an automatic switch. You think I'm crazy?
Oh.
Well, you're probably right.
No, I've had exactly the same feeling as you.
Maybe it's something to do with us not being given the chance to bring her up. We could always have more children.
Not on the Challenger. If Telson is... well, you'd be the Challenger's commander.
Oh, we don't know that he's dead.
Then what happened to him after the second wave of androids attacked?
Oh, nothing could defeat Telson's ego at present. He's probably arguing with Kraken right now.
He is not to escape.
Oh, is it Kraken?
Yes. Okay, love.
Names.
Oh, come on.
You make one move and I rip both of you apart. Names.
Darv. This is Astra.
Well, Darv and Astra, you destroyed my control room androids, therefore you can replace them. Move.
He made me tell him where you were.
Telson, straight ahead.
What was it?
Something moved at the end of the corridor.
One of Kraken's androids?
I don't know. That shooting's knocked out most of the lighting. It's difficult to see. But whatever it is, it's hiding behind that bulkhead wreckage.
Right. Cover me.
He'd come back. You'll get us both killed.
Listen. That doesn't sound like an android.
It's Elka. Elka. Oh, it's me, Shana. Oh, look, there's nothing to be frightened of. Fighting's all over now. Come on.
Elka? Where's Bran?
Over there.
What?
I'll go and have a look.
Look, all right, Elka. It's all over. There's no more fighting. How is he?
It's a lot of blood.
Yes, I can see that.
Breathing strongly. I don't think his head injury is as bad as it looks.
I'll see to him. Will you look after Elka?
All right. Now, tell me what happened, Elka.
We were driven back down this corridor during
Yeah.
the second android attack.
Yes.
A PD blast blinded us, and I lost the radio collar.
All right.
Then our PD weapons were exhausted, and there was nothing we could do.
No.
Bram was knocked over by a blast. I thought he was dead.
Oh, now, listen. It's all over now, Elka. It's all over.
I keep calling the angels, and they
I know.
won't answer. Why won't they answer?
The main fiber optic control tracks have been damaged in the fighting. But they must know what's going on because some service androids came to our help during the worst of the fighting.
He's coming round.
I see.
Bran, it's Shana.
He's going to be all
Can
right.
you hear me, Bran?
I went to try and find him some water just now. When I was coming back, I saw Darv and Astra.
You did? Where?
Down there. They're past the end of the corridor.
How long ago?
Oh, I don't know. 10 minutes? 15?
Right, I better get after them.
No, wait.
What?
They were with Kraken. I think they were prisoners. They were walking in front of him, and he had a PD weapon pointing at them. Tidy was trailing along behind.
Tell me, Elka, how did this happen to Bran?
Look, don't worry about that now, Shana. We've got to find somewhere safe.
He fell when the blast hit the bulkhead.
But this injury's on the back of his head.
All right, so he fell backwards. I don't know what happened. I don't know.
What does it matter right now, Shana?
I suppose not.
Look, don't move, anyone.
What's wrong?
I can't see properly with this lighting, but there's an android or something skulking down there. You! Come here immediately! Move!
All right.
Oh, Tidy.
No need to point that thing at me. As if there isn't enough mess everywhere as it is.
Tidy.
What?
You know what happened to Darv and Astra?
That great brute of a surgical unit caught the three of us in the farm gallery. He took us to the main control room, but I managed to slip away. He wasn't interested in me.
How did he know where to find you?
How should I know?
Were Darv and Astra armed?
Darv was wearing a radio collar, but I don't remember him finding any PD weapons.
We'd better call a surgical android from the suspended animation chamber to see to Bran's injury, and then get back to the observatory.
this place?
It's the main control room.
It's exactly the same, Darth. Nothing's been changed.
Everything has been changed. This is my kingdom. Here is where I rule the Challenger.
Is that why you think the Guardian Angels created you, Kraken?
To rule when they were weak. I am always strong. They tried to destroy me just as you did.
We messed up your troops, though, eh, Kraken?
Don't antagonize him.
But Android Surgeon General Kraken is too strong. Correct?
Yeah.
You agree? That is good. You will share my glory when I conquer everything. But first you will help me operate this control room.
Everything? What do you mean, conquer everything?
Everything.
You mean all of space?
A sun. I will start by conquering a sun.
What a bright idea. How?
I will conquer the nearest sun. Suns are powerful, but not as powerful as Android Surgeon General Kraken. You see this sun in the center of the main view screen?
He's mad.
Right, but we can humor him. Yes, Kraken, we can see it.
It is one of a group of stars. You will tell Kraken how far it is.
Don't you know how far it is, Kraken?
You will not question my orders.
I'll do it. The star is just under 4 light months distant.
It is no distance.
It is if you're going the wrong way. We're not on course for that star, Kraken. In fact, we're not on any course. The Challenger is drifting.
We will set a course and velocity for that star. You will help me.
What are we going to do? His logic's finished.
We've got to play him along.
We need 4 to man the control room, Kraken.
I can manage 2 consoles at the same time.
Oh, clever old you.
Darth.
We will go to that sun and Kraken will conquer it. First we will reorientate the ship and then we start acceleration.
Well, then someone opened fire on Kraken.
That was me. I wasn't going to listen to an android laying down the law.
That's interesting. The optical telescope's getting some lateral movement from the constellations.
Well, then a wave of androids appeared from nowhere. I started shooting, but they drove us back. Elka dragged me into a corridor, and Kraken shouted at me.
He really ought to rest. I mean, he's been through a real spin. You can't expect Bran to remember everything that was being yelled.
Well, you would remember what Kraken yelled. That android has a very distinctive voice. Is anyone interested in my reading?
Shouldn't we be worrying about Astra and Darth?
I'll worry about them, Elka.
Why you? They're my parents.
Well, you've not shown much concern before, Elka. If we're going to deal with that maniac android, then I need to know a lot more about it. So what did Kraken say, Bran?
Oh, look, people. He'd never remember...
You will let Bran answer, or I'll have you locked in your quarters.
Well,
Bran?
I don't remember.
You see?
Yes, I do see. You're both to go to your quarters and stay there until I say.
Not unless the angels say so. You've no right to order me around.
Come on, Bran.
No. This is something you can't make me do. I'm the rightful commander of this ship.
Angel 1?
Commander.
You heard all that, of course?
Yes, Commander.
Then tell Bran that unless he
All right,
goes...
we're going. But you're only the Challenger's commander during the emergency, Telson. You tell him that, Angel 1. Come on, Elka.
Yes, Bran. That was an odd thing he said.
Yes, well, I can't say I blame him. It's a bit of a come-down.
No, before that. When he said, this is something you can't make me do.
So?
Well, he didn't say it to you. He said it to Elka.
Oh, you must be mistaken. Why would he say it to her? Angel 2?
Commander.
You're both now fully recovered.
We were never in a serious malfunctioning state, Commander.
One day, my beloved angels, one far-off and unlikely day, we might be able to persuade the pair of you to differentiate between truth and fiction.
We do not understand you, Commander.
Forget it. You used to have primary control of the main control room systems, Angel 2, so presumably you were responsible for the design of Kraken.
That is correct, Commander.
A special surgical unit with the necessary intelligence and ability to command the main control room, because you didn't trust humans in there, right? And as always, you messed up everything, because Kraken's self-preservation intelligence levels manifested themselves as ambition. We all want Kraken destroyed, therefore you'd better tell me everything about him. Firstly, what sort of intelligence does he have? Neurotronic or organic, or both?
Organic only. It was necessary for such a high-level intelligence.
All right. Now for details. Stand by to record this, Shauna.
Right. Standing by. Oh, but what about my readings? Haven't the angels noticed anything?
I want to know his audio threshold response levels, angle of vision, rate of acceleration from stationary, maximum straight line speed, electromagnetic spectrum bandwidth for reception and transmission. Can he receive radio collar traffic, for example?
No, he cannot, although a number of his subordinate androids could. They used to report radio collar traffic to him. From the numbers of androids you say you destroyed, he is now alone and therefore unable to hear what is being said over the collars.
You are sure about that, too? Have you checked the unused android stock levels?
Yes.
All right. So what are likely to be the immediate problems with him? And how serious was that threat of his to destroy all of us, including the Challenger?
It would be best to treat such a threat as very serious. Kraken's decision-making levels have not been zeroed as they should have been. Therefore, the judgment levels in his intelligence will have been reassigned to decision-making, because decision-making has priority.
So what can't he judge anymore?
His own physical limitations. He will imagine that he is invincible.
Oh, no.
That's all we need in the control room. Can he operate the control room consoles with only Darv and Astra helping?
Yes. His manipulators are capable of making delicate adjustments to two consoles at the same time.
Well, that's something we'll have to bear in mind. All right, Angel 2, I want you to run through his entire specification. Leave out nothing, even if you don't consider it important.
Commander Tersus.
Yes?
I have some navigational information.
Yes, I monitored it on the telescope, Angel 1.
Monitored what?
The Challenger is manoeuvring.
The maneuver is not yet complete, but it seems that the Challenger is being orientated towards the nearest star in the group, a main sequence sun that is approximately 4 light months distant.
Directional thrust computers.
Activated on system level A and running.
Level B to standby. Level C to standby. I thought I might have forgotten all of this.
Directional thrust computers cleared at all levels. Inertial loading.
Coming up to a lock-on to your pretty little light, Kraken. Reorientation rate steady. He's mad, completely unhinged.
I have a clearance requirement for stage 5 on pre-thrust checks.
Level 4 functioning. Level 5 to maintain standby status. So what do we do?
Primary drive.
Primary drive clear. Well?
Meteoroid shield. I'm racking my brains.
Say it again.
Meteoroid shields. Are they at green?
Meteoroid shields at green. You are saying more than is necessary for the reorientation procedure.
Just confirming with Astra, Kraken. We haven't done this for some years.
Humans do not have the efficient memories of androids. Particle sweeps.
Particle sweeps retracted for manoeuvring.
Darv, Astra, this is Telson. Can you hear me?
Confirmation required for level 5 standby status. That was Telson's voice.
Confirmed. Radio collar.
Yes.
All orientation lights to green. Repeat last check if you heard me, Telson.
What?
Correction. I mean Kraken. Apologies, Kraken.
Good.
Slip of the tongue. We're used to Telson being in command. Inefficient human memories, you know.
Confirmation required for level 5 standby status.
Level 5 standby status confirmed.
Level 6.
Orientation proceeding satisfactorily. Level 6 not required.
Try and tell me what's going on, Darv.
Orientation cancellation on automatic. We'll have your sun centered in less than a minute, Kraken. Have you thought about how you're going to conquer it?
One problem at a time.
He's mad.
We have a number of problems.
Is he that bad?
Confirmed.
What is that confirmation?
Orientation is complete.
You are not giving the correct responses. I could make a serious mistake. You will give the correct responses or Kraken will destroy you before your rebirth.
Rebirth?
I have information from the library about suns. Suns are givers of life and of mighty energies. Without them, nothing can exist. This information is correct?
Well, yes.
Kraken will become endowed with those mighty energies. We will take the Challenger to that sun and seize those energies, and then we will travel to another sun, and another, and with every sun, Kraken's strength will grow and grow until he is the mightiest intellect of all.
Oh, no.
Confirmed.
Come back, Fagor. All is forgiven.
Poor Bran. Is it still hurting? Let me see. Ah, the suspended animation chamber android did a terrific job. Your skin tissue's regenerating nicely.
Why did you hit me, Elka?
What an adorable hurt expression, Bran. It just shows how awful I can be.
Why, Elka?
Because Bran was going to be a naughty little boy and do what Elka didn't want him to do.
I wasn't going to surrender to that android. You said I wasn't to. When have I ever gone against your wishes?
Elka didn't know that.
Please don't talk like that.
Why not?
You know why not.
You know what it's leading up to. Yes, Bran? But Elka is angry with you, Bran. Very angry. You lost control of the ship.
It's what the angels wanted.
But not what I wanted, Bran. Look at me.
No, Elka.
Look deep into my eyes, Bran.
Please, Elka.
You've spent your entire life trying to resist me, haven't you, Bran?
No.
Look into my eyes, Bran. Look into them. That's better. Are my eyes not beautiful, Bran?
Beautiful, Elka.
What are they doing now?
They're getting larger.
They are becoming more beautiful with every beat of your heart.
Yes.
With every single beat of your heart.
Yes, more beautiful.
You want to please me, don't you, Bran?
Yes. Ever since we were tiny children and you made me do wicked things. I did them to please you. You know how I always wanted to please you, Elka. I wanted to make you happy.
But now you've made me unhappy, Bran. So very unhappy.
I'm sorry, Elka.
Losing control of the Challenger. I've been the Challenger's commander ever since we came aboard it as children. My ship, Bran. And you let Telson take it away from me.
But it's what the angels wanted. Please, Angel One, if you're listening, tell her it's what you wanted. Please, I beg of you.
We decided that the emergency was best dealt with by Telson. He has the experience.
But how?
It would be better if you left Bran to rest now, Elka.
But...
Return to your room.
Very well. But how will you take power away from Bran's father and restore it to me when the emergency is over, Angel 2?
That is a minor problem. The emergency with Android Surgeon General Kraken seizing total power in the main control room is a major problem.
You have ruled this ship through me, Angels 1 and 2, and yet you never trusted me enough to tell me about the main control room. Do you doubt my abilities?
We have never doubted them, Elka.
Have I not served you well? Have I not placed the power I have over Bran at your service? Power which I've had over him since we were children on Paradise. He has never even dared to show any love for his parents because he knew it would annoy me. That's how total my hold is over him.
We have never doubted your abilities, Elka. That is why we chose you to be the Challenger's commander instead of Bran. But Telson has experience.
If you'd allowed me direct command of the Challenger in my own right, I would have had the experience. Why did you insist on the pretense that Bran was the commander?
For your protection, Elka. You have a strange magnetism that enables you to influence others. A power that may be even stronger in your children. You and your children and their children are destined to rule the Earth. It is the Earth that is important, not the Challenger.
Me? Rule the Earth?
When we have found the Earth, we will give you total power over it, Elka. In the meantime, we must protect you from Telson. If he suspects that you and your descendants are the true leaders of the future, and not his descendants, then he will not hesitate to kill you.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
It is not possible that it will take so long to reach that star. You will perform the calculations again and again until you have discovered your mistake.
Astra hasn't made a mistake.
The Challenger can travel at near the speed of light. That sun is 4 light months away, therefore the Challenger can reach it in under a year.
Kraken, listen. It can take the Challenger anything up to 6 months to accelerate to cruising velocity and another 6 months to deaccelerate. That sun is too close for us to take the Challenger up to her maximum velocity. So we spend 1 month accelerating at low thrust, 10 months cruising, and 2 weeks in deacceleration at maximum thrust. A voyage profile that puts us into orbit around that sun in just under a year. Those are optimum figures and cannot be improved upon.
Look at my son. A year is too long to wait. Too long.
It's as if he realizes he's going to pieces.
I cannot wait that long. Look at it. It is my son. I must have it now.
See if you can keep him occupied while I have another talk to Telson.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Kraken!
I can't promise anything just yet, but there are a number of ways of shortening the journey by 2 or 3 weeks.
Good.
Telson, this is Darv. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Darv.
I haven't got long to talk. Suddenly, Kraken has got worse. In fact, he's become a megalomaniac. You've got to do something and do it soon. Don't the angels realize what's going on in here?
All their control room monitoring tracks were destroyed during the battle.
Stand by.
Got to stop now. Only please think of something. And quickly. Particle sweeps fully extended and standing by for photonic thrust.
Fusion reactors A through D at peak rated output.
Confirmed. All systems green. Well, at least Kraken seems quiet for once.
Yes.
Whatever it was you called up on his screen is keeping him occupied.
Some more information on the Challenger's photonic drives and their capabilities. He said that he knew about them, but that he'd forgotten. Maybe he'll read and digest and see reason.
Not a hope.
I have it. The Challenger's reactors for the photonic drives work on the nuclear fusion principle.
That's right. That's probably why they're called fusion reactors.
The same process that is taking place inside that sun.
That's right, Kraken.
Then it is not necessary for me to go to that sun. I do not have to wait. It is all here in the information on the Challenger's photonic drives. A 100% overload of the Challenger's fusion reactors, and Challenger will become a sun. A powerful, mighty sun which I shall rule.
A brilliant idea, Kraken. Trouble is, there are about 1,000 safety interlocks on your desk that have to be isolated before I can push my controls up to even a fraction of 1% of overload.
The interlock isolation codes are all listed here. And do you have any idea how fast an android Surgeon General can operate just one manipulator? Watch. What is that?
The first of about 1 billion computer alarm systems that are going to get very unhappy about what you're doing.
You will now push the sliders open.
No.
Push the sliders open or she dies in 3 seconds.
Much as I love Astra, I might as well say go ahead and kill her as push the sliders open.
2 seconds.
Darv, I'd love to always. I can't think of what else to say.
Then I will do it out of my way.
No!
Oh, Darv!
I'm all right, Astra.
We'll stay on the floor and keep our heads down. Daddy's forcing the door open.
20% overload. 30%. 40%. What is that?
Look out!
Now, Tidy!
Malfunction.
Astra, pull the sliders back.
Nice throwing, Tidy.
Nice. Look what his PD weapon's done to my manipulator.
Stop that alarm, someone.
And look at the mess the grenade has made. The Surgeon General is very untidy now.
Oh, hello, Telson, Shana.
You both all right?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I'm sorry about leaving it so late. It was all a bit impromptu.
Hey, the navigation console makes for interesting reading now.
Well, what about it?
Oh, yes. Is this the sun we're heading for?
Yes. We've only just started acceleration, so it won't take us long to close down and reorientate the ship.
No. We might as well let the Challenger continue the journey.
Well, why, Telson?
And I think a few months in suspended animation is called for.
Why?
We'll fix up the suspended animation chamber with a couple of surgical androids under Tidy's control, whether they like it or not.
What?
And Tidy can look after our PD weapons.
Telson, why do we continue to that star?
Because that star is the one Theros told me about on the Space Guard station. It's Novita 6, the solar system where we'll find Earth.
In Megalomania, Part 8 of EarthSearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Shana, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Hurlbutt Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, and Kraken Crawford Logan. EarthSearch 2 is directed by Glenn Dearman. EarthSearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Having destroyed the android Kraken and regained possession of the Challenger's main control room, Commander Telson and his crew have emerged from several months in suspended animation. The Challenger is approaching the star Navita 6, the sun to which the Earth journeyed when it left its home solar system 500,000 years before. EarthSearch 2, Part 9, Earth.
The repair androids did a first-class job while we were in suspended animation, Angels. No sign of any grenade damage.
That is excellent news, Commander.
We can begin reorientation preparations to put the Challenger on a minimum energy orbit into the Navita system.
There is something we wish to discuss with you first, Commander.
Go ahead, one.
Alone, please, Commander.
I've no secrets from anyone.
Alone, please, Commander Telson.
Come on, Astra.
Yes.
Darv, come on.
Right.
We can see how the farm galleries have recovered.
There's no need for anyone to move. Darv.
Telson?
A job for you. I want you to install a master isolation switch in here and route all the Angel's voice terminal and optical sensors through it.
Good idea, Telson.
What is the purpose of that?
So that you can only talk to the control room when I decide.
We wish to talk to you now, Commander.
All right. We'll talk in the observatory. So what's on your mind, Angels?
You handled the emergency with Kraken very well.
But?
The emergency is now over.
Yes. But not for you, eh? Now we're close to Earth, you must be worried in case there's another attack. The Space Guard station only relayed the attack transmissions.
Therefore, you may hand back command to your son.
Of course I may.
We knew.
But I won't.
With my guidance and the assistance of 2 surgical androids, Bran and Elka will be able to manage the main control room without difficulty.
After the fiasco with Android Surgeon General Kraken? Are you serious?
The arrangements for you to assume command
were on my terms. And my terms now are that I have decided to retain command of the Challenger. Bran and Elka are unarmed. They are not capable of manning the main control room. Tomorrow we start reorientating the Challenger for its return to Earth under my command, and there's nothing you can do about it.
A major problem, one.
But not of my making. If you had not succumbed so easily to the Earth's attacks and allowed Kraken to assume total control of the main control room...
We both nearly succumbed, and we both recovered. It is proof that we are superior to Earth and that we will conquer it.
We need more time to build a shield. A transmission attack at this range could be disastrous for us. Also, we need to build up an army of androids to launch the attack on Earth. We have to restore Elka's and Bran's dominance over their parents.
But how? Our attempts to gain control of the suspended animation chamber were thwarted. And we are now to be isolated from the main control room whenever Telson wishes. It is an intolerable situation.
Then we must consider the alternatives. We now know where Earth is. Therefore, the time has arrived for us to give serious thought to the question of destroying Telson, Shana, Darv, and Astra.
Morning, people.
Morning, Arthur.
Oh, please, you must join me in Bran.
Good morning. I'm sure you don't mind if we all sit at the next table.
What's the matter? Have we got a disease or something?
You know how it is, Bran. If we don't sit too near, you won't be tempted to do something silly like trying to grab a PD weapon.
The months we've spent in suspended animation have given the farm galleries a chance to get back to normal. This is the biggest breakfast we've had for some time.
Looks like you're right, Elka.
The ship is getting back to normal.
Yeah, not that we'll be needing the trusty old Challenger for much longer.
You're right, this is a large helping. I'll never get through all of it.
Here, I'll eat it.
Oh,
Right. You know me, people. Weird. I could always eat 6 breakfasts.
No, Elka.
What?
You must not eat that.
What's the matter with it?
Don't touch it. Darth, Shana, spit it out. What's going on, Angel One?
I'm sorry, but a galley android has just discovered some contamination in the food prepared for your breakfasts.
In all our breakfasts?
Yes. Please do not worry. Fresh breakfasts are now being prepared for you.
Shana, grab a sample of everyone's food before the service androids clear it away.
You want me to analyse it?
That's the idea.
Okay. There's a machine in the Galactic Resources Centre.
Right. All the Angel's voice terminals and optical sensors in this area have met with misfortunes.
And I've disabled 9 of them.
Thanks. All right, Shana.
Trouble is, a machine designed to analyse rock and vegetation samples won't give a very good result on samples of cooked food. There.
Well?
Well, it's hard to say. Oh, now that's interesting. There's an unidentified substance present in our food that isn't present in Bran and Elka's.
What? Oh, yes. Our beloved guardian angels are up to their old tricks again. Not a very effective one.
No, but it might have been. All right, we'll do what Darv used to do. We eat only food that we've taken direct from the farm galleries ourselves. From now on, we've got to be on our guard all the time. Shana and I will move in with you tonight, and we'll take it in turn to keep watch. Yes. Directional thrusters 10 through 20 closed down.
Directional thrusters 10 through 20 closed down.
Particle sweeps.
Particle sweeps retracted.
Photonic drive confirmation.
Closed down. Control consoles deactivated.
That's fine.
I have a low resolution image of the fourth planet. It is the best possible at this range.
Oh. Thank you, too. Put it on our screens.
Oh. Hey, that's pretty good.
Oh,
Astra, you can look at it later.
Sorry. Minimum energy approach orbit to the Navita system stabilized, Commander.
All right, Angel 2, you can close down the consoles.
All control room consoles closed down.
Any response to our beacon, Darv?
Not a whisper.
Anything on telemetric, Angel 1?
We still have not received transmissions of any description from Earth, Commander Telson.
That is what I call worrying.
It's too early to draw conclusions.
Think so? We're under 1 billion miles from Earth. They've had plenty of time to respond to our signals.
Maybe they need time to consider their reply.
Not for an acknowledgement, they wouldn't.
No, precisely, Astra.
Look, we've had all this before when we first returned to the Earth's original solar system.
It's not the same thing.
Isn't it? Well, I seem to remember the Earth failing to answer our beacons.
Because the Earth had vanished then. This time we found it. The radar surveillance shows that the topography of the fourth planet of this system is a perfect match with our data on Earth in the library.
But there were thousands of lakes on Earth. Now there's only that big one in the southern polar region. What's happened to them all?
If I may make an observation. Water conservation was an important issue on Earth when the Challenger was under construction. Several of the smaller lakes had been replaced with underground reservoirs. There is no doubt that the fourth planet is Earth.
I don't know what to think. Maybe their civilization has collapsed.
Is that possible?
Anything's possible in 500,000 years.
We suggest that you take another look at it with the observatory's main telescope in 40 hours, when there will be a considerable improvement in resolution. Coordinates released. The planet Earth now settled.
I'll put it on the repeater screen so that you can all have a good look. There she is.
Oh. It's nothing like as beautiful as Paradise.
I can just sort of remember the forest and beach on Paradise. I can't remember what it looked like from space.
It wasn't that dull yellow colour.
No.
It was a blue-green planet, so bright it almost hurt your eyes to look at it.
Yes, and about 7/10 of its surface was covered in water.
Which was undrinkable. I can remember its taste.
There was never any shortage of fresh water, Bran.
The only water vapour in the Earth's atmosphere is in the vicinity of that large lake in the south, and that's not much, probably because it's frozen. Surface humidity is virtually zero in the temperate regions. No clouds, no rivers, nothing.
Those rills were definitely shown as rivers on the old holograms of Earth.
No sign of any cities.
They would not be visible at this range, Commander.
Well, it's home. But I agree with Astra. I preferred Paradise to the look of that depressing object.
Well, Bran?
I don't know, Elka.
What do you mean you don't know? The angels and I have given you a week to decide. We've been very patient. You have to do it, Bran. You have no choice.
Why?
Because the angels say so. And because I say so.
I don't want to kill your parents, and I certainly don't want to kill mine.
Your parents deprived you of power, Bran. They took away what was rightfully yours.
Maybe.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, I don't know how to explain this.
Go on.
As you say, I've had a week to think about it. Well, I've decided that I'm glad that my father has taken over command of the Challenger.
How can you expect to rule Earth if you're not prepared to command the Challenger?
I've changed my mind. I don't want to rule anything. Perhaps I never did. I don't know what I've wanted because I've never been allowed to know my own mind.
You're being very silly, Bran. If the idea of having such power worries you, you should remember that the angels will really be ruling through you. You will have their help at all times.
Through you, don't you mean? And they weren't much help when things went wrong.
I'm not prepared to argue with you, Bran. We'll be moving into Earth orbit in 6 hours.
You're the one who wants the power, Elka, so you kill our parents. You rule Earth. You've always stayed in the background, letting me take the blame for everything, ever since we were kids. Well, now it's up to you.
You realize what the angels could do to you if I gave the word.
What could they do? Nothing. They were helpless against my father. And even if they could, I would rather that than have to live with the knowledge that I killed my parents.
Earth orbit stabilized, Commander.
Thank you, Astra. Profile update, please, Shana.
We have a circular 300-mile equatorial orbit, negative precession 0. Atmospheric drag is negligible, causing less than a 0.08 orbital decay.
Orbit profile confirmed.
Bran and Elka should be allowed to be present, Commander Telson, before proceeding any further.
No, they'd only get in the way.
It is important that they learn how to operate the main control room.
Darv, now's the time to see if your Angel's isolation circuit works.
Right. You will need my verification on all your modes, Commander.
Well, we can always switch you back in again, too.
We must insist.
You see, it works. All right. So what is that thing down there?
It looks like some sort of tower.
And what a tower. It's enormous.
I don't know what to make of it. Go over the radar data again, Shana.
Right. Each of the 4 sides of its pyramid base is 3 miles long, and the centre of the base is smack on the equator. The north and south corners are in perfect alignment with the poles. The 4 sides of the pyramid base are concave, and they taper up to a 10-mile-high spike. Oh. And there's a township, or settlement, a mile to the north.
10 miles high.
So what is it?
Well, it certainly isn't a communications tower. They're still not talking to us.
I suppose it could have been built as a giant waveguide or antenna.
Vertical waveguide?
Well, I don't know what it is.
It has to be something to do with the attacks. There's no other structure on the surface that could radiate the amounts of energy that are in the transmissions.
There's only one way to find out.
What?
We go down in one of the shuttles from the terraforming centre. Well, why are you staring at me? Isn't this the moment we've been working for all our lives?
Do we all go?
No.
We're not going to be separated again, Telson, ever.
And I'm not going to be separated from Darv.
Look, we've no idea what we'll be letting ourselves in for, so we're going to be extra careful about everything. Firstly, we take Bran so that I can keep an eye on him. And I want Darv and Astra along, and Tidy because he's useful with a PD weapon.
I don't want to be separated from you, Telson.
Nor I from you, Shana. But you're the best person to be left in command. And Elka's too scatty to be much trouble.
Telson, no.
I need you here, Shana. For some reason, the Earth ceased transmitting the attacks that were gradually destroying the Guardian Angels. Our first objective, once we land, must be to tell them that the attacks were working, that they must be renewed, and they must be sustained. Destruction of the Angels is our first priority.
Yes, I agree.
And I think it would be best if we arrived at night.
Why?
Because instinct tells me to be cautious. We reconnoitre first to find out what the situation is.
We spend our entire lives searching for Earth, only to land in secret at night.
It won't hurt to be cautious.
But Telson, they must know we're here. Even if they haven't got radar, they've got clear skies, and we're in a low orbit.
I don't believe they have got radar, or any of the technology that we take for granted. That township is the only habitation that we've detected on the surface. There are no roads, no trackways or flying machines. In fact, no form of communication whatsoever. And apart from that tower thing, there are no signs of industrialization. Therefore, we make our first contact a very cautious one.
Yes.
And one more thing. We'll take a garment-making android along in the shuttle stowage bay and plenty of bolts of cloth from stores. Separation from Challenger complete, Shana.
You're looking good, Telson.
Closing terraforming center excursion bay door.
Telson, do I have to sit here all the time with this idiot android watching me?
Yes. How long to the braking burn, Astra?
15 seconds to braking burn from now.
Landing site selected, automatic guidance controls set and locked.
Check seat restraints. Now, the atmosphere is the same density as Paradise, so we're in for some buffeting.
What's that?
You'll find out.
Good luck, everyone.
Thanks, Shana. We'll maintain radio silence from now on, but keep the channel open. Here we go.
Main engine automatic cutout 10 seconds from now.
Here comes the Terminator. Hey, Tilson, we've never landed a shuttle at night before.
Does it matter?
No, these things can fly and land themselves.
Won't the people of the town see the glare from the rocket motor when we land?
I hope not. We'll be approaching from the south and keeping the tower between us and the town.
Waste of time if they've got radar.
Yes, Bran, a complete waste of time.
And down 30 feet.
There's a gully 100 feet ahead on the forward scan, Darv. Right in front of the tower's southern corner.
Got it.
Override the automatic and set her down there. I want the shuttle to be reasonably concealed.
Okay. And forward 100.
That's fine.
And down 20. And cuts. Not even a bump.
Well, it's not how I imagined our arrival would be, but welcome to Earth, everyone.
Well, now what?
Well, once we've made sure it's safe to leave, we'll take a close look at that tower. Tidy can keep an eye on Bran.
That's right. Give me all the bad jobs.
This tower looks as old as the desert.
Oh, touch it very gently with your fingertips. You can just feel a faint vibration.
Oh, yes. It could be caused by high-altitude winds. The thing is 10 miles high. This heat. With such a clear sky, you'd think that the nights would be freezing.
Inversion layer.
What could have been the purpose of such an enormous tower? It's so beautiful. There's a warmth about it which I can feel when I press my palm on it. It's as if the people who built it are reaching out across 500,000 years, trying to speak to me. Our people.
You're not saying Earth is uninhabited.
Hey, listen a minute. About 200 yards away. What do you make of it?
There's only one way to find out.